team got lucky. We're the best in the world. And I mean, you just have this immense amount of confidence. And when that takes a hit and even a crack shows, things can snowball out of control. And I think that that's where Astralis found themselves.
That's the thing, though. Look at these players, right? Look at how many of these players who have defined what roles are in Counter-Strike. Sipnix, the clutch master, the support player, the utility guy, right? He's known for being that fifth guy of the lineup who always wins them the rounds they need. A guy like Dupree, a great entry fragger, you know, sort of like made that his thing. Then there's Glaive, by many, and by myself included, considered the best in-game leader in the world. All of these guys have something, you know, individually to attribute with to this lineup. So when you look at roles, when you look at different players on the team, there's not a player from Denmark right now that I would change with any of these guys as it stands, even though Astralis have been struggling.
Now, you being on the desk is one Dane, but there's one more Dane that I would much rather hear from. No offense, Jacob.
Fair enough.
His name is Device. We're going to hear from him direct.
I've got Device with me from Astralis. You're coming back as the previous major champions, though a lot has changed since that moment. But let's go back to the player break and stuff. Did you guys get a vacation? Did you guys get some downtime? And how was it?
Yeah, sure. We had a lot of downtime. It was kind of weird to have so much time off, so I'm not going to complain. It's a privilege to have some vacation with this tough schedule. Sometimes it's kind of tough to be away from your family and friends, girlfriend, whatever, for so long. So I just enjoyed the player break, tried to play some CS as well, and yeah, I'm really excited to be here.
Now, boot camp wise, did you guys get some practice in beforehand in a boot camp, or did you guys stay where you were and just play online? How did things work out?
Yeah, we boot camp it. I think we try not to have the boot camp lead directly up to the tournament, because then you play so much that you can get overplayed. So we had some boot camps when we started off the season, both focusing on the mental aspect, but also on the in-game problems we had before the break. And honestly, things were looking quite rough at sometimes in practice, but then everything started just becoming very good. So we're quite confident, but it's like practice results are always so hard to go off, because people are testing out new stuff and so on. But we definitely feel like we've sharpened our game and that we are in a great shape.
So DreamEaters are going to be your first opponents in this. To avoid being upset like some of the others have kind of come into this, what needs to happen for you guys?
I think that it's quite natural to acknowledge their talent now, because they actually made it through. It's kind of weird, right? Because underestimating opponents is just like treating it as just another match, and treating the preparation and the game plan as just another match is all you can do. And then when you get into the game, not being too eager or thinking you're too good is quite important. But other than that, it's just about playing yourself into the game. If you get a lead, you get momentum. If you don't get a lead, you will adapt, and that's just how the game works. Obviously, because it's a best of one, upsets are bound to happen more frequently, but you can only do so much to not underestimate an opponent, and like if they win against top teams or if they win against us, it's a legit win. It's not because we underestimated them, so to say. Definitely not in the legend stage.
Again, thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
A legit win. Those are the words straight from the man's mouth himself. Sean Garrett, you look like you have absolutely got something to comment on here.
Indeed, yeah. The way Device was sitting on that chair, stretching, right? This is
spreading.
This is Astralis' stretch into the major. This is just a warm-up. Probably going to get through it. You know, the heavy lifting is going to come later. I'd imagine this is going to be pretty easy.
I would say so too. I mean, we gave a lot of credit to DreamEaters for playing so well and making the big surprise it was that they made it into this stage of the major. But Astralis is a different beast. Astralis is here to make a point. Astralis is here to make a statement that they want to reclaim that position as being the best team in the world. If they were to win this major for the third time in a row, I think you could have a legit discussion whatever Astralis are the most, you know, well-rounded team to ever exist within Counter-Strike, which they probably already are.
Which, Team Liquid. Anyways, yes, so there is a rival to that. Thank God there is someone that is able to kind of take them to the fences and perhaps beat them there. But
keep praying, man.
Overall, DreamEaters, they've got their work cut out for them. We know the path that they took to get here today. But do they stand a chance when it comes to this new stage?
Yes, they do, right? Because DreamEaters have been playing at this stage a lot. They went 2-2, so they've had a lot of matches on this particular stage. They're very comfortable with the environment. They've been under pressure, and they've been playing well. Now, we have talked about when you come from a break, that's not necessarily a good thing always, and then you're coming in as the first game in a best-of-1. There is an upset potential here for DreamEaters, but again, it's hard to believe.
How about we just talk to the DreamEaters themselves?
That
How about
sounds
we
like a good
just
idea,
talk via James Banks to Savat?
DreamEaters have made it to the new Legends stage. I've got Savat with me now, and first of all, a big congratulations. So we see now NRG make a bad pick on a map against you guys, and then we also see Vitality do it. Do you think a lot of these teams truly underestimated you guys coming into this?
Да, в принципе, не исключено. Я понимаю, что это мажоры, и они тоже знают, что это мажоры. Они по-любому очень сильно к нам готовились, но, возможно, они не до конца верили в то, что мы способны их победить. Не знаю. Я не видел лично такого, что они играли расслабленно как-то или что-то в таком духе. Просто они, возможно, не ожидали от нас такого, и это где-то сыграло нам на руку, но не более того.
Now, you spoke on Twitter how you guys have been working for this for so many months, and this is obviously the dream, but you were put by the community in many positions of 0-3 on like the pick'ems and things like that. I spoke to Crad, he said it doesn't bother you guys that that's what's being said, but does it feel good that you beat so many top teams, but also proved everyone wrong?
Конечно, это очень клевое ощущение. И, в принципе, я не виню всех тех, кто ставил на нас 0-3. Это довольно очевидное решение с их стороны. Никто не знает, как мы играем, никто не знает, насколько хорошо мы понимаем игру, как сильно мы готовились. То есть ничего удивительного, в принципе. И то, что мы действительно доказали, что мы хорошая команда, это меня очень радует. То есть мы не зря все эти... Ну, мы вместе в пятером играем 8 месяцев, то есть не зря мы все это время проводили за тренировками, жертвовали своей личной жизнью и все в таком духе, лишь бы достичь этой цели, и мы ее достигли, и я счастлив.
And is there anything that you'd like to say to the community on just the journey you guys have taken? Because obviously, like you said, 8 months is not a long time for a team. You've made it to New Legends stage. You've proven people wrong, but it's taken you guys a lot of hard work.
Ну, hard work pays off.
I love it. Congratulations, man. Thank you.
Well, it's all happy times and joyous occasions until you get paired against Astralis, in which case all of your hopes, dreams, and aspirations may actually just be trounced on here. Or, here's another scenario for you, Jacob. Astralis lose.
You'd love to see it.
In what world is that going to happen, Trace?
Well, I know as a Dane, you would question that sentence and that thought.
It's not a secret that I have Astralis as being my main favorite to winning the entire thing. I have a good feeling about them, but I will admit, that I am a little bit worried about, the fact that they're meeting DreamEaters in a best-of-1 here in the first game, because I do believe there's something to be said about coming off a long break, and we know Astralis and the whole conversation about their breaks and taking some time off, it hasn't really been a beneficial thing for them, but I do firmly believe that this break has taught them a lot, right? They know they can't do the same thing they did ever since the Katowice major. They learned from that, and I'm confident, without having any proof, as you said, that they're coming in hot, ready, and fired up for this major. And DreamEaters, let's be honest, they did well, but they shouldn't be a problem.
I mean, we can't forget, though, DreamEaters did beat... They beat Vitality and NRG in that last stage. Those are 2 top 5 teams in the world. Astralis right there with them. I mean, this would just be right in line with what they've already done, but here we have the veto on the screen.
You're damn right, Sean. We got the veto on the screen because we can't have a match if we don't know what map we're going to be playing on. And since it's flying in so fast, it looks like we're probably going to end up on a Dust 2. How about that?
Well, that's an interesting veto right there, because the first map that Astralis removed is Train, and that's a map they've been practicing a lot. They did it during the, the ESL Pro League finals in Montpellier. They tried to implement Train inside the map pool, and that backfired hardly. They lost to NRG, I believe, when they were playing with Depth. So it's a map they really tried to implement inside the map pool, but it seems like they moved away from that, which could be a sign that they're just going back to what they know they're good at. They're going back to the Dust 2s, they're going back to the Inferno, potentially going back to the nukes if they're allowed, instead of trying to reinvent themselves. So I think that's a healthy sign that Astralis have acknowledged that maybe Train is not their map, and we're going to move back to what actually works from us.
I think what you just mentioned, the fact that they're going back to Dust 2 and Inferno, I agree they should go back to Dust 2 and Inferno. They vetoed Inferno and chose Dust 2, and in my opinion, that's an extremely risky play going up against a team like DreamEaters.
And you know what else is risky, Sean? Do you have any idea?
Business with Tom Cruise.
Yes, that is pretty. Yeah, that's not bad.
Going along with what's
I was
awesome.
also thinking about betting, but if you're going to do it, head over to gg.bet, the official partner of the StarLeadder Star Series. The whole thing with StarLeadder, especially the major, though. That's what needs to be hit home. The Berlin Major 2019 official bookmaker, gg.bet. Head over there, get your bets in, as well as the Strafe Esports app, which I know you already have on your phone, and I know you forgot to pick which team is going to win. So go ahead and open it up on your phone. Go ahead and select the team that you think is going to win, probably Astralis, and let's let it fly from there, Sean.
I'm doing it
It's
right
easy.
now.
It's definitely easy to forget things, as you've shown already this morning. So,
Yes.
I mean, it's just
what
human
was
nature.
forgot this
Chris.
morning, Sean?
Well, nothing really. That's
What's in your brain again? Something else?
Sorry. I'm
Jacob
still-
nailed it
Oh,
yet
sorry.
We're
again.
kind of like we were out on the sidebar here.
Yeah, moment.
No, anyways, yes, we are just about ready to get in here. We got Dust 2 on the cards. Do we feel like this could favor DreamEaters in any way, shape, or form?
think
I'm
the
not sure
map-
if I agree with you that it's a risky pick. I feel like it's a confident pick. If you're willing not to play Inferno when you're Astralis and play Dust 2 instead, you must have been so good in practice on that map that no matter who you're facing, you believe that you're just going to run over them. And Dust 2 is a map, that when you have the confidence, when you have the momentum going for you, it should be rather easy for them. But I have a feeling that it's either going to be 16-14 for Astralis or it's going to be 16-3. It's like one or the other.
Okay, well, I think so. I will agree. Astralis' Dust 2 approach is very different from what we saw in the Challenger stage, right? When I watch Astralis, their CT side is always dominant. Whereas what we saw in that Challenger stage, I did not like what I saw on a lot of the CT sides. I think Astralis dominates Catwalk and Long A with utility, which is something that lacked the entire last stage. Will DreamEaters be prepared for something like that? I don't know. In my opinion, if I were DreamEaters, I would have prepared heavily for Inferno. And that's another reason why I think it might have been a better idea for Astralis to go Dust 2.
I would love to dive into the minds and kind of understand what it is that these guys were reading or not reading or refraining from reading during their time off. A little bit of a hiatus that Astralis had. There were certainly things flying around on forums. There had to have been some tweets going their way. Did any of that affect them whatsoever?
100%. It'll be a lie to say no. I even spoke to some of the guys and spoke to some of their girlfriends, and they said that they were...
okay. Speaking of girlfriends now, are you?
This is my style, right? But it's affecting them. It is what it is, right? You can't be a top competitor. You can't be used to be the best in the world at what you do, and then all of a sudden go down to be like they're not even considered the second best in the world. So of course it affected them. But I think they're good enough and mature enough to use that as fuel for the motivation, right? If you have somebody saying to you that you're not good enough, like we do every day with you, Trace, you actually step up, come into work, and do a pretty decent job.
Decent job will not do good enough here against Astralis, though.
It's the best you got, though.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you. I'll give it my all, and that's all that you can do in life. That's a life lesson that I think we can teach right now. A, talking to other guys' girlfriends, kind of messed up. B,
Give it
show
your
up
all.
on time with the right tools, with the right equipment, and ready to work. And that's addressed at you, Sean.
That is the recipe for success right there, Trace. Just do your best. And that's all DreamEaters can hope to do here, because Astralis is definitely ready to prove everyone wrong.
Yeah.
I think coming into this major, in my eyes, they're the second best team in the world. My brain doesn't do the whole rank decay thing. I don't care. I go by what I've seen over the last 18 months.
Right, and they've certainly shown a lot over the past 18 months.
months.
I mean, their lineup hasn't changed, man.
Fair enough.
It's very true, but I guess too on the I guess psychological aspect of this, if Astralis, if they lose here,
Sure.
what does that mean for the rest of the tournament?
Maybe a little bit too early to draw the conclusions, but it definitely means that their confidence is going to take another hit, and that's not what they need if they want to challenge Liquid and win the entire thing. I think Astralis needs a strong start. They need to feel that they're in control. It is a team that try to manage all the small aspects of the game as well. Inside, obviously, the utility strong play they have, always trying to flash for each other, always trying to play off each other, but also outside the game, they try to control every single detail they can in terms of eating healthy, training, all that kind of stuff. So if they feel in control, if they feel they have, DreamEaters in their pocket the entire time and they move on to the next game, I'm sure that confidence is going to build upon them, and that's going to be a big problem for the Liquid, the Navis, and whoever else wants to face them.
Yes, built upon them, not built a... What I'm going to ask you now, Sean, is the simple fact of us getting into the game, but in a world where DreamEaters beats Astralis, how messed up does that make this major?
I mean, that would really ruin a lot of pick'ems, and you know, a lot of people's images on, you know, how they think the bracket is going to play out. I think if we see Astralis falter in this opening matchup against DreamEaters, you know, everyone at that point, the floodgates are open for Liquid.
Yeah, and I think kicking them while they're down is something that a lot of teams will look to exploit. I mean, you've got a week into Astralis. Why can you not also run over them? That would be at least the way if I were a team looking outward, inward into this matchup, which is what we're going to do, take a closer look into it as we get it started. Dust 2 underway. It's going to be James and Dan to tell you the story.
Thank you. DreamEaters look like they're moving into the B halls, but not necessarily B. 4 of the players there. In the meantime, Speedax made his way out towards long doors. He's got a smoke. He could try and run distraction. He could try and pull rotation. DreamEaters being quiet towards the B bomb site in the meantime, and it seems that's going to work. We've got Speedax. He's going to die on his sword towards the A bomb site. There are 4 players there. We've got Device trying to hold down the A bomb site, but they're all going to be that.
Absolutely. Magisk is there. What can he do? The flashbang was pretty effective. Not able to pop anyone, trying to delay at this point, but there's only so many opportunities you have for that. And it looks like DreamEaters are off to a fantastic start. Astralis going to be on the back foot. Device in 1 versus 5. They know exactly where he is. Probably wants to save his Kevlar. Maybe get a cheeky kill, but getting through that tunnel, absolutely impossible. DreamEaters absolutely crush it. Rash B, that is going to be successful there for them, and Astralis will be going for the force buy. You love to see it, get those scouts going. That's a nice one from Speedak. Wow, beautiful. Didn't catch that, but he absolutely owns the flank. It's a nice little added detail to the B rush to have someone do a cat drop like that. Lovely stuff from DreamEaters.
Well-timed flashbang, or is it? It will be avoided by Glaive. He'll land a shot, but it is eco territory for Astralis. 2 Desert Eagles on the map now, 1 on the floor, a 3rd one. Could be collected by Sviat if he's feeling lucky. Could actually help him since he's got a Mach 10, give him some extra range. I like the color coordination from Dupree. There's a double peek actually from Astralis, so you saw his angle, but right behind him, or not right behind him, and by the big box is Magisk. You can see it on the radar. I like the lineup. Up by a big box, there'll be some elevation from the stairs. So that's a nice double peek on eco for a CT side. One to definitely still add to your repertoire at home. We won't see it in action, it seems, as DreamEaters will be stacking the long position. There's another tag for Device. Beautiful stuff from him. He can jump up on these boxes as well. Chooses the low ground, takes one in the face, and maybe the worst is over for DreamEaters.
Yeah, surely it should be a save now for Astralis. They can carry these guns into the following round. Dupree's collected a Mach 10, so that can be dropped to a teammate. Looks like they're getting a little bit aggressive, though. Throwing some nades in, threatening the bomb site. And that may actually just also be to buy time if they do decide to save. If you threaten the bomb site and kind of make it look like you're going for it, that will hold the DreamEaters off for an extra time. And that looks like that might be the case here. Zipex, of course, stuck in CT. I don't know that he has been spotted. And DreamEaters have to be careful that if they attack that position, they do it in numbers, because if Zipex gets a kill, you can't allow him to save a gun in that position. So it looks like DreamEaters will pick the safest option, or go towards the long and pit position, and they will be safe. So Astralis is still dangerous in this following round. We'll have to see if they can get anything done with what they've saved. But I like the detail from DreamEaters. I feel like we don't see it enough that we'll see teams throwing the utility onto the short position from long. That is very strong. You can see it takes away a lot of defensive positions around Catwalk as they make their way across. I believe you can also get the smoke down on CT ramp as well. So lots of lovely stuff you can do from that position, and they seem more than aware. So good start from them. I think that's what we wanted to see, James.
I do agree that Device is really starting to look like Tom Cruise. Maybe when there's a Mission Impossible prequel, you can get some accent training and, I don't know, jump out the window or something. But for the time being, it'll just be the pistols for the most part. Glaive, of course, with that Mach 10 that was stolen in the previous round. That's a great start for Forrester, taking that long position, making the remainder of the round surely a formality at this point. Grenades towards A. Molotovs to clear space to limit the pushes that these CTs can do. They've got to hop over the corner, though, and he's got to find himself some Forrester. There is another SMG to be collected by his teammate now. And DreamEaters will head towards B. They've got the choke point. They're through the choke point, rather. Dupree's outside the bomb site, and there's plenty more utility for DreamEaters to try and hold on to things.
It's a weird spot for Astralis in the sense that Zipex and Dupree might actually want to save because of the Kevlar. They don't have any utility at all to really get in there. Obviously, they are buying next round, so that's sometimes, you know, the fact that you're buying the following round does make the argument that you'll try to just go for it and get some damage in. But again, without utility, damage is pretty much impossible. So they're trying to control both exits. You can see 2 players in the tunnels, which is a more realistic point of defense. They'll show themselves there. Now, I might encourage the DreamEaters to go out of the doors towards CT spawn, where now the rest of Astralis have rotated, where they'll have 3 players. This is actually beautiful. Right now, DreamEaters think that tunnels is not safe, but Astralis then stack the mid position. That is so smart, James. That is so damn smart.
Well, they are considered one of the smarter teams in Counter-Strike. And now the game begins. 3-0 start for DreamEaters, best of 1. We've seen best of 1s drop by Astralis before, which is why I didn't want to choose them for the 3-0, because while they're one of the strongest teams in the tournament, or they should be, best of 1s, man, you just don't know. And DreamEaters, aka Gatekeepers, have been surprising from game to game. But again, indeed, now it begins. Device on the AWP, of course. Full utility for most of the players. Astralis, maybe the kings of holding on to the long position. That's a great start. Device taking Speedak out. Incendiary to hold position. Doesn't go as deep as he wanted it to. Oh, he's seen the leg. If Forrest goes for the repeat, he could have been taken out as well. I think he's lucky to get away with that one. In the meantime, Zipex has got some sound cues. Fiat jumping. I don't know if he was looking for info, but I don't think he saw Zipex. Now, there are only 2 players towards the B bomb site. No one's really got an angle, but Device is up on the ramp. He could see over this smoke if they go towards the door. That's a beautiful HE from Dupree.
Yeah, straight up through the window. They'll try to go the flashbangs. Nailed it onto Magis, but Dupree is clear, and he'll get all the kills that he needs with the additional help of Zipex.
They took 0 damage.
Clean sweep indeed for Astralis, exactly what you need on that CT side. And again, given the amount of damage that they managed to find in the previous round by tricking DreamEaters, you know, eking out this extra couple of frags, that's now put DreamEaters in an awkward position, because sure, they can get a buy-in in this round with the AWP. However, if they aren't successful here, that's going to be it. And they have taken some hits in terms of a utility. They don't have all the full utility they want. They're on a Mach 10 for Sviat, so it's not ideal. And again, all due to that trick from Astralis to threaten the tunnels and make it look like that's where they were setting up.
More detail in Astralis and a KOTOR ground. I messed that one up, didn't I?
Oh, God,
the HE from Dupree through the door was so sick. He had the Device with the angle over the smoke from A ramp to cover the door position, and he threw the HE to T's rotating towards the window, and it did massive damage. That made me very, very happy. Now we've got a push coming in towards the B bomb site once again. Are they going to be ready for this? They've got to avoid the flashbang. So far, so good for one of them, but Dupree's going to get taken out. Magis with the AUG. The AUG is still so good at defending the B bomb site. Magis giving you an example. He's got 5 bullets left, not reloading. Doesn't want to concede his position. Could get pushed, but eventually it will happen anyway. Man advantage for Astralis on the retake.
Yeah, those 3 kills from Magis definitely done a lot of damage. The last smoke used by Crowd on the doors. 1 flash, that's all that remains. Sviat in a good position with the AUG, the stolen AUG. What can he do with it, though? There is, of course, Glaive coming from the tunnels eventually. How will Astralis coordinate this? They've got 2 outside the bomb site, 1 in the tunnels, and they have a flashbang and an HE grenade. Oh, Sviat's repositioning there, jumping across. Crowd able to take down Glaive in the tunnels. Now Sviat will jump up, takes down Device. Surprise! Zipex goes down as well, and DreamEaters hold on. And the hype begins. 4-1 for DreamEaters. After Astralis won a round surviving with 5, DreamEaters respond. Well, they respond very, very strong.
Let's have a look. Beautiful headshot there from Crad. He was pinched though. Oh, Crad's looking pretty sharp at the moment. Really sharp indeed. That's a beautiful play from him. GoTV picks. Oh, well, it's Astralis. So for those of you on GoTV, Zipex all game. All game, every game.
You pick Astralis?
I always pick Zipex. If Zipex is on the server, Zipex is a GoTV pick every single game.
So Astralis will mix things up. They're not going to have so heavy on their long defense. As Device has showed early presence there, perhaps they feel like they've conditioned the DreamEaters to go a bit more quickly towards the tunnels and catwalk position, and that's where they set themselves up. Zipex and Device will be there. And they'll be looking to get something out of this. when you have a forward position like this, you really want to try to get a kill and then fall back, and that's going to have you feeling a lot more confident about your defense. But there is Speedak on the other end with the AWP. The nades come out, the bomb has been spotted, Device is committed, gets himself a second one. Speedak tries to trade, he knows he has to, but it's too difficult, and there comes the nade to follow it up. And that's Astralis for you. Long will be taken as a response by Forrester. That is something, but it's still a 2 versus 4.
There is room for some recovery if they can take position. Forrester's top mid, but he's got no flashbang for his teammates, so it's dry peeks from Kinky, and it doesn't look like this is going to work out. Device moving forward now. Dupree's in the red. You see he was considering trying to trade them, but he's got to let Magisk lead. He will do the job. AWP rescued by Zipex. Astralis back to winning ways, 2-4.
Absolutely. I'm loving the sharpness we're seeing out of DreamEaters. We're seeing some really nice mechanics from them. Forrester and Crad in particular, I've noticed they look really good. This was a strong setup though from Astralis. They bait into forcing the T's to try to go for a trade in response to losing that first player to Device. They were clearly not ready for a setup there, because if they were, we would have seen them play a little bit more forward. We would have seen more flashes to allow them the space to do what they were trying to do safely, but instead they get caught out by Device. They're committed to try to trade for him. Obviously, that's part of the Astralis plan. They've got the setup so that Zipex can make it painful, and they get so much damage.
The flashbang wasn't good enough from DreamEaters as well. It would be so bizarre if DreamEaters won this game of Dust 2. Honestly, going back to DreamEaters versus Simon Gaming at the major, the DreamEaters on the CT side, it was wild. The improvements they've made from then to now, but to topple Astralis, even in a best of 1, that would be quite something. That's a low percentage scenario. Technical pause at present. Well, we've been back and forth now. Obviously, DreamEaters won the pistol and beyond, so it's been back and forth. We haven't really seen consecutive rounds since then. But perhaps this is a chance for Astralis to get that consecutive round. I don't know if DreamEaters will force back. We haven't really seen too much investment just yet. Just a P250 on Kinky for the time being. So maybe they'll wave the flag. Actually, I won't say more. Some headsets are off. Device, aka Tom Cruise, with some assistance being had there. But we do have speakers in the venue and the crowd. So we'll just talk about the keyboards.
Well, this game so far, I'm going to deny you of the keyboard talk, has been really interesting because, for me, one of the things that can happen when you see a team that's an underdog like this, that doesn't have the experience, they're playing against a team that may very well be their idols. You know, Astralis are the team that everybody's been chasing and were chasing for such a long period of time. A team that's, really has innovated in so many ways and changed the flow of Counter-Strike. And DreamEaters are up against them right now, and maybe it's in that there's wins against Vitality and NRG that would set them up for more upsets in the future, because I feel like we're seeing a level of focus from them at this point that is really remarkable. Like, it doesn't seem as though they're really suffering from any jitters. Maybe it's because it's the beginning of the game. The fact that we're seeing such clinical aim from DreamEaters and good team play and execution, they're decisive as well, is really encouraging. And it seems so far the only lack that they've had is, as you say, James, on that some of the utility, the tactical aspect of their game, and that's of course one of the biggest strengths that Astralis have. So that might be a clear division between these two teams as time goes on.
All right, Device has reconnected to the server. Maybe there's a round restore, and then we should be good to go. So every so often, somebody asks why I always say Zipex when to watch on GoTV when Astralis versus anyone when they're on a server, basically. And it's because I think he's one of the players who is the best demonstration for players who have something to learn, which is most people. Like if they're new to the game or just playing matchmaking or something. I think on the CT side especially, the positions he chooses to take and how he reacts to things, doesn't overextend, a very stable, solid player. I think you can learn good fundamentals or improve your own by watching him play, which is why he's always the GoTV pick. So you can have more explosive people on the server, but I think that is harder to emulate. So while it might be more exciting to watch, in terms of adding things to your own game, which I think is the most rewarding thing you can do, I think Zipex is always somebody that people should watch when he's on the server.
I think it's kind of being able to kind of backwards engineer plus EV situations. I mean, that's how I would describe him. Is he's always playing for that positive expected value, and that's something that he's extremely good at. So
backwards engineer plus EV. That's a very complicated sentence you just said there.
Is it? I mean, I guess it's like, if you're trying to figure out how to understand the theory of the game, if you keep watching what Zipex does, you'll start to see some kind of rules and protocols that he uses which consistently give advantage, because he's a player that always tries to maximize advantage and play from advantage and find that advantage. And some players can mitigate a lack of good decision-making with extreme amounts of skill. That is not Zipex. He has both of those things. Huge skill, incredible decision-making. But here we go. We're back in it. It will be perhaps a flat round from DreamEaters. They've invested nothing, which I respect, because they're against Astralis.
They bought a P250. You're lying.
It's okay.
You've defrauded the audience,
it's more or less nothing.
You've defrauded the audience. P250 could go a hell of a long way, or maybe it'll go absolutely nowhere. Dupree with so many targets, trying to spread them off. He's left Crowd with 3 HP. The M4's been collected. And now this is interesting. If they can go for a wide peak or use one of the pistoling players as cannon fodder, then maybe they can get an entry. And perhaps a bomb plant becomes possible. They've got to put someone near the doors now with Astralis, or at least a window towards B, to stop a potential split of a bomb site. So this does make things pretty weird for them.
It really does make things a little bit strange, but they should be okay. It would be an amazing result for DreamEaters to be able to try to trade onto one more kill. If they could find another kill, I think they've already exceeded the expectations for a round like this. Again, the Astralis economy is awful, and that is by and large because DreamEaters have been playing really well in terms of hitting their shots and when they take their opportunities, when they go for their pushes, and having some good coordination and communication. So that one kill will go quite far for them. Really nice that they picked that one up.
That's like $5,000 of damage.
Absolutely, yeah. It's very expensive buys on the CT side. And here comes the buy for DreamEaters.
Yeah, let's see if... well, what is Speedak going to do? He's got $5,000 in the bank. He seems to be considering he's going to drop a AK to Sviat and pick up the Scout instead. So, did wonder how much he wanted the scope. So he's opted for a Scout with Kevlar and grenades over an AWP with no Kevlar. Let's see how it works out. He's going to have quite a task. Device not showing too much fear. He's got to be aware of somebody jumping on the box in the suicide position as well. In the meantime, we've got players moving through the lower tunnel area. That's what he was looking for. Device really good with the tendencies, especially on Dust 2. A very old G2 team used to always pop flash lower tunnel, and he would be just facing the wall on short, waiting for it, and just peek after it with confidence, round after round.
And that actually works out really well for Device. I think in his perspective, it's hard to know 100% or not. Sometimes if you've actually made the tag. Obviously, he did get the tag on Crad as he jumped across, but it was through an object. So Crad is very weak. And Device covers his tracks with the incendiary and repositions, so he doesn't get punished. Clave gets some information there, sees that DreamEaters have taken over Catwalk. But this is the pivotal moment now for the T side, because this is the point when you have this bit of map control where you can put pressure on the A-bomb site, and you can decide to change up the pace, quickly rotate, and go for a B-split whilst you convince them it's going to be A. And this is like the dynamic of a Dust 2 T-side default. And it's the CT's jobs to try to have good positions to deal with both things. And here comes the B-split. So they threaten that A-bomb site, keep 3 players there. And here comes the B-split. Forrester through the window. But Dupree and Magisk are making quick work of this push. Zipex still alive, but not for too much longer. Looks like DreamEaters will take the B-bomb site. Nice B-split. But the retake is going to be deadly here from Astralis.
They've got 3 flashes, no molly for space control. Device drops the AWP for the AK, more nimble. Maybe there'll be an opportunity to retrieve it later. Speedak with an important shot with the Scout into the B-bomb site in first place. No HEs to go behind the box or anything like that. Speedak considering his options. What is the best flash to throw? Astralis being slow. 2 of the 3 players with defuse kits. Slowly edging through the choke points. He's been left alone, Speedak. Kinky 1 versus 2. Now they've got a double peek, but they've got to get on the bomb as well. A huge frag from Device. Glaive didn't have time to double peek with him. And Device will race away to collect his AWP.
Very good round from DreamEaters, so again, you know, we see that classic moment with the default where there's this window of time where the CTs don't know whether it's going to be A or B or not, and Astralis had 3 players really committed deep on A. They go for a very fast B split, and it's really Dupree and Magis that obviously make the difference here. In eliminating 3 players on their defense, they did just enough to allow the retake to be convincing. We can see though that it still went down to the last couple seconds. Device was not able to come off the bomb. It's a very close round from DreamEaters. They're playing a good Dust 2 so far, and they might just burst onto Dupree. He's going to be in for some trouble here. Can he get this? Looking for maybe a continuation. Spray falling back. Magisk has a beautiful cover. Oh, God. It looked like it could have been really bad for Dupree, but Magisk has him covered. Knife out.
Org on the B bomb site is so strong. I feel like it's the best implementation of the weapon at the moment. 5 to 4, $5,000 to $6,000 on most of these DreamEaters players, but indeed we are getting those consecutive rounds from Astralis. But some of them feel close. DreamEaters, even with that split earlier on, they didn't have much utility, but they had the bodies. But the holds from Astralis are just too strong. Even with 2 players, they can be very devastating, and I'm not talking about eco rounds.
It's so funny there because Dupree, like the way that he looked at Magisk was like, thank you for saving me. Oh no. So that actually kills Forrester and all of that as well. Glaive with a double at the beginning. DreamEaters trying to go for a fast long take, trying to really mix up that pace, but Astralis really ready for that. They got 4 players towards A. It was such a good guess from Astralis. Mixing up that setup ahead of time has really paid off. DreamEaters must respond now. I don't think that they realize this, but they need to go B immediately to beat. There's a small window of timing where Astralis' play could backfire, but I think they may be a little bit too slow here. Still though, 4 players towards this A site, but there's no smoke to cover the approach to B. And with that said, Astralis will stabilize.
Glaive makes his way towards top mid while all that is happening, so the net continues to close. Dupree spots the bomb, and they know where Speedak is exactly, and the longer Speedak takes to go for a play here, he knows he's going to be up against more players, and there's Device to finish off the job. Only Glaive taken out there on the flank. Astralis with a great read. They show over multiple rounds B is a stronghold. Even when you've got 4, we've got 2, and we will stop you. Read that they go towards the A bomb site and crush the long position with 4 players alive. Marvelous stuff. The lineup there is a little brutal. Not much you can do. It happens.
Yeah.
6-4 now. 5 rounds in a row for Astralis.
I think it's also a situation where, you know, if you're able to identify that there's 4 towards A, you have to have the protocols like already prepared in your practice that like what the response looks like, because it has to be so fast as a team. You got to rotate straight away to B before the CTs can get back into position. And DreamEaters with the pistols will take over the long position. Device will with a couple shots. The grenades doing the majority of the damage, and this is nice. DreamEaters, they might need a smoke for Xbox if they want to try to attack into Catwalk with numbers, but it looks like they're going across towards B. But with the push of Astralis, they will be wise to all of this. They've understood there's a big amount of numbers towards long, and they proactively take forward positions, really shutting down any options for DreamEaters.
Really, Astralis are taking liberties in a moment. Glaive, that's a nasty frag from him. But while he's doing this, Zipex is still very aggressive in that short position. Forrester still lurking in long, but that's information that Astralis are not too concerned about, especially considering Asiko and they have the range, so they need not ask questions towards that long position. But short may be better to burst onto the site, and Zipex is holding control of that at the moment. He's got Dupree and Device behind him, so there can be grenades if they need them. Astralis almost got 4 grenades at this point. Glaive is just absolutely taking liberties now. Still just standing there on his own with some pre-fire. Beautiful stuff. That is just nasty. That's nasty. Astralis showing their dominance. He's at the point of no return. He's got no one anywhere close to him, not even for a support grenade.
I love how, you know, like how that is a rehearsed flashbang where it lands in front of the pillar that he's playing behind, so he knows he can peek whilst the flashbang is on the floor, and he will not be blinded, but they will still be blinded. That's kind of a beautiful spot. You know, Astralis showing. I mean, you should never be surprised to see excellent tactical displays from Astralis. That is what they're absolutely known for. Zipex will find a very fast push down Catwalk. So Astralis didn't have anyone towards that middle position. They couldn't see that there had been a jump down suicide from DreamEaters, which means the fastest possible timings towards Catwalk. And with double orbs from Astralis, that was a risky timing for DreamEaters, but they do make it work.
Might look weird to some at home that Crad flashed himself, but there is a meta where you peek before the flash goes off to catch people off guard. Very old. You see it from time to time. So there's no mistake per se there.
Ooh.
Magic spots two, but he can't outstay his welcome. Maybe got a sound cue of the player in the lower area as well. So he just got a hell of a lot of information. He didn't see the bomb, but he saw enough players to get an idea. Speedax in T-spawn essentially with the bomb at the moment. So he's got to be careful. 1 minute on the clock, but DreamEaters must realize that Astralis are just imposing their will and taking liberties. Is there anything they can do about it, though?
They're going for the right response here, trying to get out of middle and trying to go towards that B-bomb site. Astralis were gambling towards that A-bomb site, of course, and DreamEaters smartly didn't allow Magic's smoke to be an argument to go and force themselves towards that A site. That would have been suboptimal, to say the least. Trying to hold on to position. Glaive, though, will take down Sviat, who was looking for that top mid play. So it's a 2 versus 2, so chances here for Astralis. Flash smoke is all the utility they have. There goes the flashbang. Smoke, not sure if Glaive will throw that into... Well, he can't throw it into tunnel because his teammate's coming from there. Forrester forced up. They know that he's there now. Doing the dance, delaying. There goes the engagement. It's all about time here. Speedak is going to be forced to die, I think, with this bomb. Oh, he's jumping onto the... Is he actually going for the defuse? He's trying to stick it. Is there actually any time?
Oh
no, surely
my
not.
God.
There should not have been time for that. Speedak, who's pinned down by the tunnel position. That is a steal.
That was wild. It looked on the radar that Device was considering saving the AWP. It looked like he thought the round was lost. You might see it on the radar while all the action was going on the B bomb site with Glaive. A calculated risk, sacrifice one player with a chance. Absolutely crazy stuff. I can't believe they won that round, but we've seen them win more absurd rounds, to be honest, on the B bomb site. 8-4 now for Astralis. DreamEaters have another buy thanks to that bomb plant. There will be no half buy between the full buys. 7 rounds in a row for Astralis on this CT side. Are we heading towards an 11-4? I start to wonder.
I believe this third AWP was actually a mistake as well, but they're just going with it. I mean, Dupree obviously a very capable AWPer. And you know what? It could work to their favor. We'll see how it plays out. Crad actually... Oh, he's actually going quite far forward in mid. Zipex with the M4. Caught jumping up. That's some damage from Crad. Not bad. Of course, would have loved the frag, but... We'll see what Device can find. Sees a jump to Xbox. And really, it's just about delaying and controlling the flow of the T's. They know that they want catwalk. They always do. Bomb spotted, but that's not too much information. Again, they can still go back towards B, dropping into middle. Magisk has moved out of the B bomb site to cover that as Dupree looks with the AWP into the tunnels from the plateau on B.
Not a sound cue's heard. Oh dear, the angles are beautiful from Magisk, but this time he won't get any frags. Can the damage be capitalized on? Previously, Device got a kill through the smoke before they started to cross, and maybe that's deterred them, and maybe that's why they're going towards the tunnel instead. There's already a Molotov there, and the smoke is perfectly timed, but it's Dupree with the AWP. He's got to try and avoid the flashbangs. Maybe the AWP was a mistake after all. Man advantage now for DreamEaters. And there's no grenades for the retake and 2 AWP, so this has become extremely awkward for Astralis. Who knows, if he had an M4 there, could have played close to the smoke with the timing, but such is life.
Yeah, and they've made awkward work before. They'll actually get rid of one of those AWPs and see what they can do. Glaive ready to burst through that window. There's no flashbangs to work with, though. That's really annoying. No incendiaries. That makes life very difficult against 4 players set up on the site. Zipex will take down Kinky on the trade, but the numbers game is in favor of DreamEaters, so there's not really more that they can do. Zipex at least trying to make it costly. It's on 15 HP, gets shot in the face, and DreamEaters will escape. So 5 rounds for DreamEaters with a chance at a couple more. And that's not bad from them so far. If you consider the stolen round from Astralis, you know, this really could be a much tighter scoreline as well.
Astralis have been playing the exploitation game on their CT side, and I'm very interested to see. I actually heard that in my speakers, in my headphones. I'm very interested to see what the second half will be like, because I feel like, at least at the minors, it was the big weakness for DreamEaters was the CT side. But again, it has vastly improved, but they are against Astralis. And they've been looking pretty damn comfortable, Astralis, on this CT side with the forward plays they've been making. the flanks, going through B-halls, going out long doors and so on. Their predictions putting 4 towards long. 2 rounds remain. We'll see if DreamEaters can keep it close. Again, best of 1. So much opportunity for them and no real pressure. Got nothing to lose with the teams they're going up against. Zepex and Glaive towards long. Short is open, but you expect the T's to spend time and utility taking this. So we go, got the flashbangers again. This time they swing with 2 players. In that previous round, Device got an easy pick-off after that flashbang came in, so there's some adjustment there from the DreamEaters.
And Kinky trying to keep it honest in terms of the flanks, because that has been a problem from Astralis. Oh, dupreeh, he finds the timing. He listens to those grenades getting primed, and he knows that that's his timing to peak, and he'll be absolutely correct. Picks up a kill, and now they've lost 2 before they can even make the push into the A site. This is an absolute disaster here for DreamEaters. They couldn't execute the push, and they've lost pretty much everybody.
Yeah, this is beautiful from Astralis. They are really exploiting DreamEaters with these plays. We'll come back to it with more time. Speedax on 6 HP, and Sviat there will go down in unison. As the grenades were deployed in a mid position and there was a push through middle doors, Glaive pushed through long doors at the same time and took out the player who was throwing grenades towards long. So they both got caught off. When you're being taken out like that by the CT side, what on earth are you going to do? Well, there's only 1 round to worry about now for DreamEaters, and I think it is a worry the way the CTs are playing and pushing things at the same time. They're punishing very, very telegraphed DreamEaters plays, it seems. Sonic's been doing his homework.
Yeah, it's going to be a mid-push coming in from Astralis down into the tunnels as well. We haven't really seen that from them too much also. 2 players set up around this position. Glaive is going to spot 1. They're going to go for the trade. It's successful, and they'll fall back. It's both dupreeh and Device trying to commit into this. Surely DreamEaters will not expect dupreeh to now be here. Device can play the baiting game.
This is a setup they had previously before Glaive went down, but he got a bit hungry, it seems. DreamEaters slowing things down. But honestly, even now, how do you make plays as DreamEaters? Everything, all your setups, they're just pushing through doors and just shooting you while you've got grenades in your hands. Across the map, what can you feel comfortable doing, even in a 5 versus 4 versus Astralis?
Right now, Astralis still don't know if it's going to be a B play or like what's happening, because DreamEaters could just be chilling in the upper tunnels right now, for all Astralis know, and using players towards the ace on the map to fake. So we'll have the information play from dupreeh. He's going to look up the stairs. He's going to see nothing. The timing here is insane. The timing is so... dupreeh just checked upper tunnels. He saw nothing, and now they see all the presence on A long. Astralis have no idea about this B push. What a beautiful fake timing from DreamEaters. They could not have played this more perfectly. Forrester gets the kill. This will only serve to sell this play even more. Forrester annihilates 2 players on A now, and Astralis are going to be very surprised to realize eventually the bomb is on B.
This is absolutely ridiculous. DreamEaters are playing well above their pay grade. That's one of the biggest baits I've seen on Dust 2. A full rotation from Astralis. They have absolutely outmaneuvered them. This is so, so impressive. Again, considering all the pressure from Astralis to have a mid-round call like that, where have they got all this from? It's insane. DreamEaters, dupreeh now, 1 versus 3, looking for an ace to bring this round back. Krad's pretty heavily damaged. There's no more grenades, and that bomb's pretty far ticked. It's been quite the bait from DreamEaters. That is a much-deserved 6th round from them. Fantastic stuff as we move to half-time.
Oof, what a T-side. Could have even been more rounds from DreamEaters. They look ready and raring to go. We'll see if they can bring that form into the next half. Stay with us. We'll see you after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gents. Are DreamEaters going to do it again? They did it to Vitality. They did it to NRG. Are they going to do Astralis dirty as well? Because they had a great first half. They showed us a lot of great executions, good team play, good strategy, and they were hitting their shots. And they've made it for, they made that first half really exciting and showing Astralis that they are dangerous. But they are trailing 3 rounds, and they're on the CT side. It's a very different beast playing CT does too.
Yeah, but boy, they just keep shocking DreamEaters. I just can't believe how much they've improved. I mean, yes, Astralis did really outplay them in a lot of those rounds, but just from what we saw from the minor, it's like 2 completely different teams sometimes. And now they've got it all to do on their CT side. Pop flash through the doors will reveal some information in terms of the Glocks being fired, but it is a pistol round, so nothing too crazy is happening. DreamEaters playing a reactive game here for the most part. Sviat's got one more flash in the hole and a defuse kit. There's a flash for Astralis, so he'll be falling back. Just establishing some control, denying a little information, putting DreamEaters in slightly worse positions. 2 smokes. There's 2 decoys here for Astralis. I do wonder, are these decoys, are they going to use them for some kind of fake grenade setup or fake flashes later, or do they just buy them for fun?
That's a very good question. Astralis have that cat control. We talk about it. This looks absolutely like every D4 would look in the terms of the setup, the topography of Astralis players. SpeedAC taking one to the face. Never nice. Good win for Astralis early on. They've got Molotov, a Molotov and 2 smokes, so all sorts you can do with that. Ooh, they'll be getting the smoke towards corner and A, towards B as well. They actually are going to fake. They're going for a fake here, and it's actually going to pull away players. Device here's the running Kinky. That's a great shot, and that is so needed as well. Oh my goodness, SpeedAC comes back in as well. Kinky, long range. My God, what is this? DreamEaters annihilating this push. Astralis' fake was working. The rotation was happening, but still DreamEaters respond, and it's Kinky all the way.
Such is the nature of a pistol round. So I saw what was happening with those Glocks. Magisk was waiting to put the lurk smoke in towards the B bomb site, which he deployed. The other smoke was thrown near the kind of the bricks which stick out near the truck in CT spawn towards B. And behind or into that smoke, they threw one of the decoys to suggest that they're actually pushing the B bomb site. So that was the purpose of the decoys. So far, so good with that. But getting pops in the head tends to be a problem in pistol rounds. Pop flash from Kinky. He's got some support. Always nice if you can get a CT into the pits, but that will come more into play in the buy rounds, I'm sure. Anti-eco territory for DreamEaters. Astralis have bought absolutely nothing, or they have nothing if I missed a grenade. 5 Glocks on road with not much else. Again, this is about fragging. This is about just making DreamEaters spend an extra $4,000 to $5,000 if they can get a frag on even one player. Sviat's gone the cheap route with a 5-7, so actually he's got no money in the hole, so I suppose he dropped for one of his teammates. Minute 10 on the clock. Astralis have managed to take short with no utility, and now it really is that gauntlet run. Take a bullet for the president, get the bomb towards the site, try and get a short plant if you can. SpeedAC actually has basically no support. Kinky's long, but he's got no flashbangs, so if Astralis' timing is right, they might get a bomb plant out of this, but maybe they're going to get devastated by the HE. Could have been a lot worse. Can they plant the bomb?
It's not looking likely. There's an incendiary available as well for SpeedAC, or SpeedAC, I should say. And
what does that word mean, Dan? I don't know what it means.
That's beautiful. Really well handled there. Obviously, no utilities to support Astralis' push. And the fact that Astralis buy nothing, absolutely zero there, not even a flashbang, I think shows a respect that they believe that DreamEaters will not make a mistake. And also that they want everything in their buy rounds to contest DreamEaters. SpeedAC on the AWP straight away. All those frags to the MP9 certainly helps the money situation. We get a cap boost coming in from DreamEaters. Kinky with a very fast timing, as will SpeedAC. Here's the jump, here's the boost. Here is, do they check for it? No, they don't. Missed opportunity there for SpeedAC. Oftentimes in the default, a lot of T-sides will actually go for the boost behind the boxes, which clears that position, that boost, but Astralis didn't go for it, perhaps not expecting it to be there so quickly. And I wonder if that jump was heard there by the Astralis players. It might have been. See how deep they go.
Again, if you're not hiding the fact as a T team that you're going through mid doors, you can spray these positions, the elevated position, the position standing behind the box. There are lineups to shoot somebody in the head. No one ever does it though. Astralis trying to hold on to the lead at the moment. DreamEaters threatening to tie things up. Again, best of one, you just never know. And DreamEaters continue to surprise. They are ready for an A play, it seems. If there's a Molotov, though, for the bomb site, then Sviat may be in a weird spot. Currently sitting on the plant for long. 40 seconds remain. You can see the bombs making its way towards the B bomb site. Again, we've got Crad in that position, boosted up. But if there are two smokes in the mid area, then he might not be of so much use. And DreamEaters are going to be really out of position. Forrest has only got a UMP on the B bomb site. It could hardly be weaker for the DreamEaters on B, trying to avoid the flashbangs. B is going to get deleted immediately, and Glaive can just wait for the rotation. Doesn't look like they put any smokes in that mid position, so there'll be angles for DreamEaters, but that'll take them even more by surprise. There's less time to post up and start rotating because you don't see those grenades, and indeed, they're just going to say, okay, hands up, we're out of position, we're not going to throw all our toys in the bin, we're going to go and save on A long.
Yeah, and you like to see that. I mean, if sometimes you just have to do this. It's, again, very similar to Inferno. There are the rotations are so incredibly punishing. I mean, that actually just goes to show as well, like how important utility is in delaying your opponents. Because if you do get enough delay, then you buy time for that rotation, and the round can be contested. But you can't do that. Got to give it up, and that's what DreamEaters will do. Astralis have to be cautious here as well. They have no money, so whilst they can maybe sack 1 or 2 players to try to get a cheap frag, see Glaive trying to get a cheap frag. He's going to actually fire, I think, almost every bullet in his AK. Ooh, Kinky! Oh my goodness. You can tell Glaive knows his angles, but he doesn't have time to get that one. So, all right. Astralis picking that one up. DreamEaters going for that save. What is the response now from DreamEaters? It is hard to have a response on a Dust 2. It's difficult to take the initiative. It's not a map that offers too much in the way of decent options for CD aggression. And here comes a long take from Astralis. Very standard stuff. And the challenge from DreamEaters. And that is Sviat's taking down Dupree. Gets traded immediately. And looks like Kinky will give up on this position with Speedak as well.
What do Astralis do now? Still showing presence towards the long positions. Zipex outside the long doors, just keeping an eye on top mid in case anything happens there. And Speedak looks to be going to hold on to the short position. Standard for the CTs, you lose long, you take short. You lose short, you take long. You need to hold something, otherwise you have no hope of a retake. Brad spots one in T-spawn, actually. Almost getting blocked by his teammate. That would have been brutal. There's no one in B for the time being. I don't know if Glaive is posting up an angle on the platform. No, he's just keeping an eye on everything at the moment. They're going to get smoked off from the B bomb site. So what do you do now, Astralis? They were spotted in T-spawn. They still got 4 alive, and there's still a question mark for DreamEaters towards that long position, which will keep them towards A. You can see Astralis making their way over. Now, Speedak was really deep towards that short position, but now we've got 3 CTs wondering what's happening towards long. Will Astralis have the timing towards B?
Well, Forrest to have the right timing as well. There's a smoke grenade. That is nicely timed. Forced to peek there. That smoke's not going to do too much at this point. He was alone, of course. They can just run straight through this. They have no choice but to do so, and they'll find an empty bomb site. Very nice. And DreamEaters, they might be in a position where they have to save this again. They don't have any utility to break back into this, and there's simply too many players in Astralis alive, so they will have to give this one up. Fortunately, they have some forward positions around middle, so they're not going to be caught by any flanks or anything like that. Sometimes you can get, when you go for these saves, you can get caught by a late lurk. That will not be the case here. So they get to keep these guns alive, which is nice, but at the same time, they're losing rounds. Yeah. So that's going to start to be a problem very soon.
At least Crad can get rid of the FAMAS. But indeed, Astralis moved to 11. The second round for them in this second half. And if we ignore the pistol, it's basically 2-0. Not the biggest score in the world, so we need some more evidence to see where momentum will take us. Now, do DreamEaters have an aggressive play in the bag? Will we see them go for a short boost with Speedak or something along those lines? Speedak can drop, or people can drop for the other 2 players, so they can buy around what they have, and they will. Astralis full of success at the moment. Dupree is still carrying a Mac 10. We'll see if he chooses to upgrade. He is a bit short though, so maybe they'll keep the money together. Tack pause from DreamEaters, their first of the game. On the scoreboard, most people are turning up at the moment. Magisk is slightly ahead with his B action, 15 for 9 at the moment. Zipex and Sviat are at the other end at present. Sviat is 4 for 14. He's not having a great time, but we'll see if he can make the difference on the CT side.
You can see that Device, the kind of the AWP matchup, and Device definitely having the impact as an AWPer, as you would expect. Speedak, I don't think we've seen him on the AWP quite as much as, like, you know, you'd expect on that T half. And I think that's why we're seeing the stats be so weighted like that. But of course, we're going to see a lot more AWPing from him on the CT side. Crab picking it up as well. He's a dab hand and a fast push coming in from Astralis towards B. Forrester, how many does he get? 3 quick ones on the defense for DreamEaters. They've shut it down. Astralis tried the shock and all. They try to speed up that pace. They try to catch them off guard, but it is them who get caught. And DreamEaters, this is not over just yet. They need this round. They need to not lose any players. Their money is exhausted. They must survive with all 4.
Yeah, it's interesting if they just threw this in to mix things up, or maybe it was because of the timeout. If they were expecting something funky, like a hold of long or something, they might have the right position, but it might let DreamEaters back into the game. Not over just yet though, is it? 2 versus 3 now, this is doable. Although Glaive goes for the reload, Magic's taking damage, taking even more than that. Glaive knows the CTs have got to be towards the A bomb site, but is he able to cross towards B bomb site, sorry? Is he able to cross towards A? Shows some presence towards the middle doors. 48 seconds, he'll hide his position, but what are his intentions? The longer he waits, the less CTs he'll have to engage. Rather than 3 towards B, he might be 1 towards A. But he will need to cross. 2 AWPs on deck for DreamEaters, however, it's Kinky on the A site with an AK-47. 25 seconds. Kinky, 44 HP. See him hiding there, so I assume his teammate's got the angle. A little jiggle maybe. Oh, he's going to walk straight into it. And that will be round number 9 for DreamEaters.
I was trying to think exactly what Astralis is trying to catch there. One of the things that has entered the meta, and we saw Astralis do it, is, you know, having 4 players on the A long position at the beginning of the round, leaving just 1 on B. But if you go for that kind of a round, what you're doing as the CT side is you're leaving middle completely open. And so I think that, you know, fast timing in middle is probably more appropriate as a response to that. So I don't think that's what they were trying to counter-strat. I think it was just, they just wanted to throw in a fast B. That does work out quite well sometimes. And we see a default setup here from DreamEaters. Another long take from Astralis. Although not committing too heavily into it. Glaive stuck in the corner. There goes the incendiary. He's in trouble. Smoke does come out to get him out of harm's way. And that's DreamEaters winning long. That's important. A lot of utility was invested by both sides, but if you hold on to it, you're definitely happy. Device, maybe it's all about the bait. Oh, it might just work out. Kinky, don't cross there. You definitely would regret that, and you don't need to do it. And so he won't get curious, and that means he gets to keep his life.
You don't want to be too curious as a CT. The more curious you are, the more opportunities you're giving your opponent to take you out of the game, to put your entire team at a disadvantage. So you got to be really careful. Krad's position is quite interesting. He's in the middle of the entrance to B with an AWP. A very forward position where he could hop back if he's lucky with 1 shot. But maybe that allows DreamEaters to have more focus towards the A bomb site. Just under a minute on the clock. A timely incendiary from the CT side. Now, looking at the utilities, Sviat is really important. You can see him on the radar, number 9. He's got 2 flashes, so if Speedak needs assistance on the A bomb site, he can throw these flashes behind his teammate. So Astralis eat it, but Speedak can face at the same time and just keep shooting. That would really limit the push, but these smokes will be a problem. He's going to post one up himself. That will help with Molotovs and so on. Maybe as a gimmick as well. Kinky's on the flankers instead, and Sviat's made his way onto the bomb site. The CT flashes have come and gone. It's all going to be about the fragging now. 20 seconds. That is a huge headshot from Debris, but Sviat still needs to be dealt with. And it's Sviat alone now on the A bomb site, looking for the spray. Has he got enough bullets? Down to the pistol. The bomb is still with Magisk. If he'd got that frag, who knows?
Yeah, that is some key kills coming out of Astralis. I don't know how Dupree got that headshot behind the box. He must have just swung out for the pre-fire there. Crad moving in with the P250, gets the headshot, but gets eliminated. And Astralis, that, I mean, they survived with 3, but that was very marginal. Zipex and Dupree coming out huge to save that one. And wow, what a situation. It's not really left DreamEaters of any money. And I wanted to talk very quickly about Krad's position in the upper tunnels. As you mentioned, you highlighted that he was halfway in the tunnel, looking into the upper tunnel with the AWP. And one of the reasons why that's strong is because you get an off angle, and if there's T's in that tunnel, they will be walking. You can be almost 100% sure that they'll be walking, so it's a very easy shot.
Big pushes from DreamEaters. It is an eco round for them. Kinky's got a HE, but he's not really in range to throw it. He's got a double peek of his teammate. The flashbang's there, but they'll get the kill regardless. Can the T's protect the weapon? They can for the time being, but it will be collected by Krad. And there's a HE to create some space as well. Sviat pushing in the meantime. Both these players are low, both Dupree and Magisk. He could get 2 kills out of this, but he's got to pull his gun back out again. Oh, he might not check the angle. What does Magisk choose to do? Sviat's going race carring towards T-spawn. He is the last player though, so that's a lot of information. However, Zipex has the bomb in T-spawn. Quickly collected. Magisk with some good timing. That could have been a little more hairy, but here we are. Astralis now with a few rounds of comfort. 13-9 will feel a bit more comfortable for them. It was quite nervous to watch, bearing in mind they'll be a big favourite for this game. 2% DreamEaters to the 98% for Astralis in the pick'ems.
Yeah, it's not an ideal situation for DreamEaters on the buy. They'll be with an MP9. They don't have enough utility. It's a really awkward position because you don't really want to give Astralis that 14th round, and you can get the AWP out on Speedax, so they're opting to go for it. They have 1 kit on Sviat, so again, not ideal. My God, Device with 2 big tags through the doors. Extreme damage done. That is a huge problem. Astralis looking to get towards Catwalk quite quickly in this round. Now again, you know, once you have Catwalk, you can threaten A, you can go for B. It's really difficult to know exactly what you're up to as far as the CTs are concerned when you pressure like this. See that smoke and that molly will deny the AWP anything from that position. And they're trying to get DreamEaters to throw some grenades in. That's what those first sets of nades are about. Get rid of the counter utility, but in they go. Speedax with the first one. He needs to get more, but he can't be too deep. Got to be so careful with this. Crack goes down. Very difficult shot there. Speedax cannot connect it. Oh, has he got any lineups here? Looking for a peek.
Oh my God.
Jumping shots with the MP9. That's the gun to do it with. And all of a sudden, it's the 2 versus 2. Not bad. DreamEaters have a chance.
Yeah, but Device has the angle in CT spawn. He was flanking with the AWP, taking out the players. That's an important smoke, but there will be some kind of gap. Device closing the angle, but he's running distraction while Magisk is getting the kills in the meantime. Ring around the rosy. Speedax might be in a safe situation now. He doesn't have a kit, so does he just walk away? Maybe there's one on the site. Looks like he wants to go for it. He's got the sound cues. Beautiful shot from him, but where is Magisk? He's by the goose position. Beautiful stuff. He could have been anywhere. 14-9. DreamEaters lose everything.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Speedax. He is extremely fast. And I think he was gambling, like betting it all on the last player being Gandalf there. You do have to do that in these clutch situations. You do have to just play off a feeling and be 100% focused on one possibility, narrow it down. You can't check everything. So here we go. 14-9. DreamEaters will be having to play against overtime, it seems, as they opt to go for the full save in this round, more or less. A couple pistols purchased and 1 flashbang, that's it. And they stack towards the A-bomb side. So Astralis with a spread across the map, not willing to risk anything too crazy.
Dupree's creeping in on B, just as Sviat makes his way through the doors with 1 flash. See the communication. There's plenty of movement in that short position now. Sviat taken out, no flash for him. Oh, they could collect an AWP here, but maybe not because Device. Okay. Well, he's got a lot of help from Glaive in fairness. That must have looked crazy from Device's POV while we were watching it, but I mean, for him, obviously, it's more important than for us. Match point and plenty of them for Astralis. Maybe the last buy for DreamEaters. Let's have a look. Outside of the pistol, DreamEaters have won 1 round in this half so far.
Yeah.
So, obviously, pistol and eco are put together. So, beyond that, from the buy rounds onwards, they've won 1 round. That's where you measure their success. So, they've got a lot to do to go to overtime.
Yeah, the T-sides are so difficult. It's the fast timing down suicide from Astralis. Sviat is in a great position here. He gets himself two very nice, looked like a quick scope from Device there as he goes for the trade. Device picks up another one, and now all of a sudden there's problems here for DreamEaters. They've lost B, they've lost middle. Speedak trying to make his way across. The flames obscuring Xipex's position. The scope definitely helping Xipex out there against Speedak. Kinky in from the flank, but just missing Xipex. He'll slip away at the last moment there. Kinky in the 1 versus 3 to save the day here for DreamEaters. He knows Xipex is lurking around this position. Xipex knows he's there. That is brutal there from Kinky, but still so much to be done.
He's picked up a Molotov, which may be crucial, trying to bait for information, but you can see Magis goes by construction. Device will do the job. Magis to pop out if necessary. Lovely 2 versus 1 at the end there. Astralis come out of this one strong. Some nervous rounds. DreamEaters always taking people by surprise, but Astralis able to weather that storm.
Absolutely. Again, this is Dust 2 is a map that is, I mean, every map is very different from half to half. We saw a good T-side from DreamEaters. Honestly, I was very impressed with what they brought against the likes of Astralis. Astralis are, at their best, a top 2 team in the world. And one thing that Dust 2 is very bad for, though, is playing those CT sides when you're playing against a team that has an incredibly well-constructed game plan. And again, I think Sean mentioned it on the desk, Astralis, you know, it doesn't matter about their ups and their downs. They've been together as a core for a very long time now, and the kind of routine that they have and the feeling they have as a team for their T-sides of Dust 2 is very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I think with the criticism that they've come under recently, Astralis, that is a great way to open up their major. Sonic's haircut looking really damn sharp as well, so props for that.
Yeah, he's looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a fantastic game. Again, you just don't know what to do with DreamEaters long term, because obviously they're a huge underdog, especially at this part of the tournament, but they've just come so far since the minors. That fake they had towards the bomb site was so sick, and it's just the last thing you're expecting from them. So I do wonder what other surprises they're going to have for us in the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I can't wait to see their games because they're a team with so much skill, and I love I mean, who doesn't love the underdog stories? I'm just so happy that we get these underdog stories coming in, and what is there not to be a fan of with that team?
Maybe they'll be the Vegas Squadron of this tournament, just ruining lives left and right.
Yeah, absolutely. The Quantum Bella, the QBF.
You just gave up trying to say it. Anyway, Sue is with Astralis on the stage floor.
Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations, Dupree. A best of 1 win secured for you guys. And it was the first time playing DreamEaters, who are known to have a very structured play style. Tactically, what was it like playing against them?
I think they are a team that obviously has surprised a lot of teams and also a lot of people at home that they actually made it to the stage. I mean, I think a lot of people did not expect them to go through. So I think already by now they have definitely proven themselves. And we played against them in practice a couple of times. And they are a team that is well structured, but also is a really good individual. But it's good to get a good start at the major. So I'm obviously confident and happy that we won.
It's been quite a while since we've seen you and the boys on an official tournament. The last time was ESL1 Cologne, which is nearly 2 months ago now. So what's the feeling like to be back and playing?
It's amazing. I've really been looking forward to going here, and obviously a major, coming back from a break and going directly into a major is always really great. So I'm really happy to be here, and I've been looking very much forward to come here, and it's just great to see that Counter-Strike is once again back on the big stage.
The context this time around surrounding Astralis is a little bit different than what was happening at the last major. Of course, right now Team Liquid is the best team in the world. The eyes are a little bit off of you guys. What's the pressure like?
I mean, obviously there's the pressure that we can actually win 3 majors in a row and be the first team to win 4, I think it is. And in hindsight, I mean, I don't think we put too much effort into it, and actually we just come here and play as any other tournament. We want to win it, obviously, but we don't think like, hey, we have to win this to actually prove ourselves. Obviously, we want to go back and be the best team in the world, and that's what we're working for. So obviously, dethroning Liquid is the main objective right now, without lying. So I'm just looking forward to hopefully go far in this tournament and see where we end up.
Sounds fantastic. Thank you very much, Peter. Guys, we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, it's going to be Renegades taking on NRG.
Change of range. Worry about game, not about bet. Insure your bet with Heartcode. GG Bet with gamers in heart.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Welcome back, everybody. That was exactly how we expected it. No anomalies, no XDs necessary, but here we are nonetheless, and it is Astralis that come out on top, and to do that, I guess kind of wrangle it all in, kind of lasso it all forward would be that of Sean Gares and Mr. Jacob Vinegar. Guys, what did you see here, and what are our thoughts on the look of Astralis?
I think I saw exactly what I wanted to see, to be completely honest. I saw DreamEaters that played well. I saw DreamEaters that tried the absolute best in order to catch Astralis off guard. Got off to a good start, especially the first pistol round. Very impressed about how they conducted themselves in that one. They really put some thought into it, and they tried to be a team that could compete against Astralis. Now, they obviously aren't, like, it's not a team that is good enough to compete with Astralis. They don't have the individual players in order to go toe-to-toe with Dupree. Device Magix, particularly in this game, had a great showing as well. But they tried their absolute best, whereas for Astralis, despite losing both pistol rounds, despite, having some close rounds that came down to some clutches, they won the game quite comfortably. So exactly what you wanted if you're Astralis, and if you're a DreamEaters fan, well, that was actually a valiant effort for them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, actually. You nailed it right there, because I think Astralis played really, really well this game. I loved their mid-round aggressions, pushing B tunnels, smoking off choke points, forcing, DreamEaters, filtering them into certain areas that they probably wouldn't want to go to.
Right.
DreamEaters strategically played so well. Their opening pistol round, the last round of the first half, excellent fakes. I love their mid-B splits. I think if this was, a top 5 to 10 team that they're playing here, they probably win. I'm very confident that DreamEaters is going to steal a map at some point in this stage after watching this.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly the potential for an upset there. And DreamEaters, my God, what a name to have to do it, too. Ending out this score would be 16-9. They do it on a map choice of Astralis, who had the last in the veto. So it was rather Inferno. We go Dust 2. What can we say about the DreamEaters going forward? I think Sean nails it pretty much right on the head when it comes down to they can surprise, they can upset. But when will that start? It didn't happen here for Astralis.
That obviously depends on who they face in the next round. They go 0-1 now. I mean, there's a lot of 0-1 teams I feel that with this level they could beat. Avantgarde is a great example. They're probably not going to match up straight away because of the seeding, but Avantgarde, like they played in the first game compared to DreamEaters, they would get blown out, I feel. So DreamEaters can be very, I'd say, proud of the showing. Obviously, it's never fun losing, but you're going up against Astralis, who are by many considered one of the favorites to win the entire thing, whereas for DreamEaters, their main goal at this stage is just to win one game to secure them that they're coming back next year. It has to be the one game that they focus on, right? So it's cool to see them trying against Astralis, but I hope they have more in the tank, because, again, are they facing Avantgarde in an 0-2 match, or 0-1 for that matter? They'll win that one.
Yes, they certainly will. They've shown face here, and I don't think they can hang their heads too low. Again, this is Astralis. Oddly enough, given that we haven't seen too much of Astralis lately, and I believe it was Sue that even asked, we haven't seen you guys since ESL 1 Cologne. What do we think they look like now with all that time off?
I think they looked fantastic this game. Like I said, they had really cool mid-round pushes towards the B bomb site. I like their utility usage to take long A. We saw that really cool smoke come out of Glaive on Catwalk, where he smoked the B doors as 4 of his teammates are flooding into the B site. Something that you see sometimes, but it's a very rare smoke, and they used it perfectly.
So Ents come up with a W today. Astralis come up with a W today. That's something we could have forecasted a long time ago. Oddly enough, this is a major where anything is possible. DreamEaters, Avantgarde, they drop down with L's, give themselves an 0-1. And this sort of standings, the way that this is all shaping up is just now starting to come into fruition. It's just now starting to paint its own picture, because our next matchup is going to be NRG versus the Renegades. And if you look at it, that's RNG versus NRG, and then there's like acronyms and stuff to be made there. But anyway, you get what I'm saying. That's our next matchup. Again, best of ones right here in the openers.
That's going to be a good one right there. I think NRG taking on Renegades is going to be interesting. First and foremost, because we hear rumors, we talked about it yesterday as well on the podcast, that Renegades supposedly are playing very well in practice right now. They're supposedly, getting back into the shape that we saw them have in Katowice, where we were all surprised by how well they're playing, how, strategical, fundamentally sound they were, and also how good the individuals were playing. We know JKS is a guy to be reckoned with. Whereas for NRG, they lost the first game to DreamEaters. Everyone thought that was a big upset. Now that we've seen DreamEaters play, maybe it wasn't really that big of an upset. And ever since, they've been really, really good.
Let me pause you right there, because Sean, you know as well as anyone else, when you play good in practice, when you have a fantastic boot camp, what happens?
You don't win the tournament.
You don't win the tournament. You bomb out. It's bad news, Bears. Everybody just drops the ball for some reason.
You definitely... It doesn't translate how you think it would.
It's because you practice in NA.
Yeah, there's a lot of... But even during boot camps. There's been boot camps where literally we lost maybe a handful of scrims over months. and we bombed out the tournament.
It bombed out too.
Bombed
and, like
out.
that is
Yeah.
an understatement
Scrims,
as to what happened.
Scrims don't mean anything. In fact, actually, they add an extra layer of pressure, right? Because once things start going wrong in the opening match, in that second match, where you're down 0-1, you feel this immense amount of pressure that you didn't feel in practice.
Well, I mean, before we kind of go into who the Renegades are and what this team looks like, let's just kind of dive a little bit more into that boot camp mentality. Because in all reality, I don't think people understand what it means to boot camp or what the goals of a boot camp are, what the real plan is to, say, spend 2 weeks in a foreign country or in Europe to prepare and practice for a tournament.
Well, no better example than the Renegades themselves at the Katowice Major. They were in Poland for, I believe, 5 weeks total. They were there 2 weeks ahead of the minor. Then they played the minor, then they played the next stage, and then they played the playoff as well. So they were there boot camping and playing in Poland for 5 straight weeks.
That's a lot.
That's a boot camp mentality. That's what made them so good, and they were also good in practice back then. I do agree with the sentiment that practice doesn't show the real, level of a team. It has to be applied inside a game as well. But if you're feeling good in practice and if whatever you do works, then there's a higher likelihood that you're going to be good than if you suck in practice.
Well, yeah, and if you suck in practice, there's a chance you win the game. And that is a quote you can quote right there. Jacob Pip Vinica, he has a Twitter, but none of that matters right now because we're going to hear directly from Azza, the leader of the Renegades.
I've got Azza with me here from Renegades. They've made it all the way back to the major once again, but this time you didn't have to go through the minors.
Yeah.
Nice feeling?
Oh man, it was pretty relaxing to watch all the qualifiers. You're sitting back and practicing, so it was very relaxing.
So what have you guys been up to then? Did you take a vacation during the player break, and how much time have you been able to
Yeah, so we had
practice?
about 3 weeks off. So we were just back with our families, friends, just relaxing for a little bit. And then after that, we came to Poland about 2.5, 3 weeks ago, and we've just been stuck in there practicing at the Kingwin boot camp, and they had everything provided us, which was really good. And we've just been living and breathing since then. So yeah, long boot camp, but really good.
Now the challenger stage this time, I bet you were pretty glad you avoided this one because it didn't make any sense on some levels. We're seeing like Vitality, for example, almost didn't make it through.
Yeah, they had a real rough one.
Yeah. So were you guys watching it, and was this good information for you guys to have on seeing this all go down?
Yeah, definitely, because I mean, a lot of the teams obviously had breaks, and they were obviously coming in, practicing a lot of new stuff, so we were able to just kick back and watch the qualifiers and see what these teams are doing. So we'll definitely be ready for some of the teams coming into this next part of the major for sure. And it was just very relaxing watching the qualifiers.
So given that you guys are in this legend status, is it more nerve-wracking now, or is it just the same feeling?
I think it's just the same feeling, to be honest. The way that I look at it, the major is the most prestigious event of the year. So coming into it, you've just got to look at it. You got to be in it full force every single time. So I don't think anything's really changed from the past for me personally, and we're just going to coming in strong, pretty much. Yeah.
Now you're going up against NRG first game, and they had a really strong minor showing, and then throughout here, yes, they lost the opening game. It was a bit of an upset, but we know how best of ones can be.
Yep.
What do you think of the new NRG
NRG
going up against you?
I think they're a pretty strong team. Even when they obviously had Daps, they were also a very strong team, and now they've got Seneslaw coming in, and they seem to be getting stronger. But yeah, they look like a strong team, to be honest, and they always have been. So I'm definitely looking forward to coming up against them. We've played them every now and again, and we've had ups and downs, and we've had our wins too. So I'm expecting a pretty good game, to be honest. Yeah.
All right, man. Well, best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thanks, bro.
Yes, and it sounds like the Renegades are ready to get back into business, as is everyone. A 3-week vacation for most. Some already started boot camping after the 2-week portion of that 3 weeks. But for the Renegades, how are we feeling about them?
They're a sneaky team when they come into the majors, Trace. They come in boot camping, and you don't really know what. They sneak up on you, because right before the major, both times, they were struggling tremendously, actually. And obviously, you can blame that on Gratisfaction having those visa problems, not being able to practice, and apparently, right when he comes back to the States, they take another vacation break, and here they are with poor results, obviously coming into the major. But from what we've heard at their boot camp, they're definitely a contender in this stage.
But again, the boot camp conversation only goes so far. You can only be so sneaky before it's out there in the open, and you cannot deny it anymore.
Seems like you guys have a lot of problems or a lot of history together in terms of boot camping. I don't know if you guys want to talk it out here.
We've kind of,
better.
Yeah. One time, Sean and I shared a room in which he decided to reheat a pizza using an iron. It was the most entertaining thing I've ever
I can
seen.
respect that. I've done it
You're
before
right.
as well.
That's the exact person that did it, Trace.
And no one's going to be able to prove anything. No one's ready for that. But what we are ready for is getting into this game. I want to talk about maps. I want to talk about where we're
energy.
going. Yeah, we could talk about energy. We could do that. And got a lot of energy. But the map, again, a best of one to open things up here. You want to start strong. You want to get your map pick.
Sure. And I think energy is looking comfortable in this video. I think, again, in a best of one scenario, the video does not matter that much. You are like 100% sure going to end up on some middle ground between both teams unless you really mess up the veto. So in that sense, I think energy and for that matter as well, the other team is going to feel comfortable about it.
There's one man that is responsible for these vetoes. His name is Stanislaw. What does he got to say?
I've got Stanislaw with me from NRG. They've made it to the new Legends stage. First of all, congratulations on that. But you guys go through these interesting runs, right? Because when it came to actually playing through the minor, mainly Brazilian teams you end up facing. Then we get here, mainly CIS teams you're facing. So do you feel like you've learned exactly the play styles of both these regions now?
Yeah, it's kind of a funny coincidence. Like you said, first Brazilians only in the minor, here Russians only. And I don't know, it's kind of cool. I guess we get to experience different kind of play styles, and it's just we don't really look at it that way, obviously, like what nation we're playing, but we analyze each team individually, and yeah, we just...
Now you've got a few days off here, well, say off, but you're probably practicing like crazy for it. What is the game plan with that, though? Is there enough time where you say we can make big enough changes for the new Legends stage, or is it more working on the smaller parts?
I don't think we're going to be making too many changes at all. I think that's what the boot camp was for prior to this tournament. We just had everything prepared, everything set. The boot camp went very well. And then, yeah, we're going to take each match at a time. And once we find out who we're going to play in the first stage, we'll just do our prep like we normally do. And in the meantime, we'll just practice and make sure we're staying crisp. And yeah, we're just full confident right now.
And because you've come through right from the minor over to this now into the new Legend stage, do you feel like there's a slight disadvantage at all that you've shown more than what the other teams that are freshly coming into this?
Yeah, I think if you look at it that way, teams that have been waiting who are already Legends have an advantage in terms of, they have more demos and more homework to do on us, whereas we haven't seen the likes of, Liquid or Astralis play matches recently, so they're going to have a lot of new stuff that we haven't seen before. But like I said before, we're just going to make sure that we take each game individually, make sure we prep well, and go into each game with confidence.
And how's things working with you and Chet together and kind of making this all happen and making these changes come in?
I think we're working very well so far. We have really good prep before and after each game. After we obviously review our games and talk about mistakes, and it's all just very open and transparent, and he makes everything a lot more efficient. He just works very hard, does all the prep for the other teams, and then me and him just create game plans, and it's clicking right now.
I can imagine his smiling face when he's listening to you say this now afterwards. Stan, always a pleasure, man. Thank you very much, and good luck on the Legend stage.
Thank you.
Yes, Synergy having a lot to prove here, and you can prove some things yourselves by subscribing to this channel that you are currently watching over on Twitch to get access to the StarLeadder Major Command Center. Now, you might ask why that's important. Well, that's because you can watch every player's POV, get advanced stats on a mini-map, and even customize your HUD. Hell, you probably even get the vetoes before we will, and if I had to guess where this one was going, it smells like Dust 2.
And you're correct there, Trace.
Wow.
It is Dust 2. And I believe Renegades came into this with the higher seed, so they chose actually to pick the side of this map. They probably had a feeling it would go to Dust 2, and they feel comfortable.
That video tells a lot about Renegades, right? Because they left in Vertigo. NRG could have, if they wanted to, pick Vertigo up against Renegades. So Renegades definitely have been working on the map pool during the break and during the boot camp coming into this tournament. I'm surprised that they're willing to play Vertigo in the first match of the major, considering how poor they're looking before the tournament coming into this one, and how poor they were looking at the later stages of this year. So Renegades have been working on the map pool, and Vertigo is as seemingly part of it. So very interested to see how that pans out futurely.
Now, a few of you have also been working on different things. One of those being the GG.bet odds that we did see come up on the screen there. Also, the Strafe Esports app that I know that you keep putting off and you keep saying, oh man, I really got to download that app. Well, now's your chance. Just get over there and do it. Don't be a pool party Caitlyn.
I'm telling you, your battery's probably going to die if you wait till the end of the day.
Yeah.
And you might as well just do it now.
Guys, who wins the game?
Energy.
Energy, yeah. I have to go with energy.
Okay, that seems pretty fair.
Top two
assessment.
performers in the challenger stage, Ethan and Cirque.
Yeah, and rightfully so. These guys they're lethal in their own right. But here they're going to see that of the Renegades on the other side. We're going to try to jump into this match as soon as possible, which I think is just about now. Knife round should be done, and we should be ready to get into it. So that's going to be what we're going to do. Dust 2 on the cards. So are Dan and James. Take it away, fellas.
Almost, Trace. It's Henry G and Machine this time, but we are just as excited as they would be. At least I hope so, Alex.
I mean, I'm salivating at this one.
Indeed. NRG versus the Renegades here. This is a good game. Renegades have been missing. They've been MIA for a while now, Alex. They've been boot camping. They've been working hard. They've got Gratisfaction back within their ranks. No Smooyer anymore, so we're expecting big things out of them. And this is a good map to kick things off. Got aggression from the CTs here towards lower. Azza has spotted a couple of them, and they will fall back in due course. No damage exchange, and 3 smokes available for the Australians.
Yeah, of course, speaking of Australian and Oceanic Counter-Strike, we did get a little glimpse under the hood of Greyhound Gaming in the Challenger stage, pushing Vitality in the 2 wins, 2 losses battle. And they were quite confident in their recent interviews, saying they think they're the best from their region, while Renegades in the Legends stage from their previous successes at the last major. Now they're going to have to try and prove that statement wrong. How much damage can they do here? First round, posturing towards long. And actually, you know what? They have managed to draw CTs over. JKM likely will full commit to this one. I'm not sure if Azza will. He's starting to back up alongside Liaz, but the CTs, they're actually boosting, looking for info on the site. That has been denied. JKM starting to crawl. That smoke will start to fade, and surely they'll start to rotate back towards B. They look like they are.
Well, Jacob trying to do whatever he can here on the A ramp. What a valuable position that is. He can do a lot with this. They get ready towards B. They still have 1 smoke remaining, so let's see what he can do. Can he pull anyone over towards A? Because they ain't buying it right now. Lots of mid-control from NRG. Jacob needs to start making a play.
Access.
But this is so good. Look, the B site is completely open.
Cirque fell off. And now the bomb can go down, I was going to say, no problem. But that Molotov's actually delayed JKS by quite a considerable margin, and that time could come back to haunt them. JKM's still on A. Ethan's found Azza. The bomb's still not down, and already the CTs have arrived on the scene. Already 1, 2 for Ethan, as he's going to surely close this one out.
Yeah, I wanted to see a bit more from Jacob there. Yes, it was fantastic the B-side be open, but it kind of nullified Jacob's efforts there. He got such fantastic map control, and you can see he's done nothing for them. Had he destruct before they went through and committed, that would have caused everyone to come towards A. Instead, he was going for a big backstab play. Nice idea, but if it all goes wrong like that, he has nothing to do with the round. So a nice plan, good approach there from Renegades, but fantastic reactive play from NRG. As soon as they've had a lack of information and sensed that, they're pushing around and working out where the T's have headed.
What interested me as well was it wasn't that they headed towards the main entrance of B. You can see Ethan's there kind of on his own, and all eyes were on tunnels, rightfully because of their mass presence there. They were kind of taking middle instead of falling towards the doors. Let's see how the second round goes. Full investment in the pursuit of utility over weaponry. They're going to be looking to take some sidearms, a UMP for Liaz. Let's see how far those nades can get them. Already a smoke on Xbox enables safe passage towards short.
Well then, the Deagles, the CZs, the A execution, a plan for short is on the cards here. But it's Cirque who will be defending Tarek's position towards Goose. It's all a bit of a ruse there. He's trying to get as much aggro as he can, line them up, and allow that MP9 to do some damage.
Yeah, nice flash. Doesn't really slow them down, though. They continue their charge. Gratisfaction's going to try and get that bomb down. Tarek might have something to say about that with his MP9. A double for him. Cirque getting that second flashbang, and it connects. Speaking of flashbangs, they're caught out. Jacob and JKS. Bomb down, site's theirs. The rotate will be coming in, and Ethan, he was the hero of the first round with his rotation. Taking an extra moment to change that bomb plant spot in the mid-round. Ethan swinging up the ramp. They weren't expecting it. What on earth? Azza's thrown into a 1v1. Stanislaw versus Azza. He has to connect these bullets. He's opting for a fresh mag. Stan's trying to close the gap. Azza does not expect that smoke push from Stan, but yes, he does adjust. And Renegades bounce straight back round 2.
It was a scary force fight situation. Normally in those second rounds, we'll see a couple of AKs, for example, but those UMP and pistols. A execution comes through. They lose the first couple of frags there. Tarek stepping out from Goose does a massive amount of damage, but out of nowhere, JKS and his Desert Eagle connects that all-important shot towards the A ramp. And there it was, a 1 versus 1, but what a massive round that is to win. NRG will have to force back in response here as we go 1-1. We're going to see PD50s, 5.7s, Deagles, CZs, pretty much everything available to them in that department, and a couple of smokes and flashes. They smoke the mid doors and send 2 players over towards B. Nothing too flashy here. They've boosted one player at short, and you'd assume a slow depot here for Renegades, and it's Jacob. Will he be traded out? Apparently not. That is fantastic from Ethan.
That's unreal. Sure, the first, Jacob was surprised. JKS, inexcusable, so damn low.
Yeah.
Ethan had 19 points of health. He didn't take an extra point of damage.
What a swan song this event has been for the 5-7 in general. We haven't really seen it at any big tournaments for a while, and now we're finding multiple frags. It seems that the players have really got a firm understanding of how to have impact that weapon, as Breezy will have the AK-47. Cirque finds his as well. Renegades will have to commit towards that A side, but it's falling apart once again. They've got their first frag of the round to bring it into a 4-on-2. Make it 1.
Yeah, this has gone disastrously for the Renegades. Taps away at the head. Liaz, NRG do present a smoke for him to grab himself that Molotov, but Ethan, no hesitation with that Desert Eagle. 3 in that round. He is on quite the tear to open this up. 8 frags in 3 rounds from Ethan. If you want a starter to come online, Ethan is certainly one at the tip of your tongue. He has been a huge win condition in those big games for NRG.
Yeah, JKS didn't necessarily do anything wrong there either. Just a great shot from Ethan. Just very fast play. The 5-7 close range can be deadly. Will they force buy in response? It looks like they absolutely will. The war of attrition will continue, as we'll see Deagles 5-7s at UMP once again, but less utility available to them. They'll smoke towards Xbox and presumably head towards the same approach they had success before. And it'll be Jacob to lead the charge. Running through flames here. He'll be down to 60 HP. No one defending short just yet, but Cirque is repositioning with his AK-47.
Just starting to rejoin JKS and Grass faction towards B early. Breezy towards long. We'll see and keep our eye on him as to whether or not he pushes for information. Seeing a second smoke plume, though, on that minimap, it's likely that Renegades have got plenty of time to play with in this B lean. Just a couple of flashbangs of smoke, perhaps for the doors in the hands of Liaz, if they were to commit.
So they've got one smoke, which will be used towards middle. That's going to be one player there with the UMP, while 4 get ready towards tunnel. So remember, like we said, one smoke, meaning they can't do the dribble smoke. They have a flash, and Ethan's in a prime position for multiple frags here. Boatloads of damage being inflicted. A couple of kills picked up. Should be round done here. Stanislaw seems to think so. And he'll get a double as well. And pretty much deny the plant and the round tag to finish things off. And finally, they have been broken. Renegades will have to take the full eco at this point, Alex.
Yeah, that smoke looked nice as well. Just kind of great. It's almost like a quasi-flashbang. Instead of a white screen, you got a grey one.
Exactly. Yeah, couldn't have been timed any better there. Perfect weapon for the job. Nice position. They couldn't break through that. They needed at least a smoke to get through that sort of choke point. You see a lot of French teams do that. The smoke in front of the tunnels, we call it the dribble smoke. This comes right out there, baits out utility. They'll spam through it. As soon as you feel like they've spammed enough, they get a reload. That's when you pounce through. Right. But flashbang, not even normally going to be enough.
Valiant attempt, and Renegades, after that initial second round response, concede the following 2. Charging now straight up towards short. Just the Glocks. They want to try and get perhaps a plan.
Yes, that's all they're looking for here, which is possible, even with just Glocks.
Oh, they are charging up. Tarek's going to hear all the steps. As long as one of them, still with that bomb on their back, can get across, then they are. A couple of shots missed. Looks like Renegades, they can get mission accomplished and then some. Hazza does catch Cirque. Liaz is the one to try and get that bomb down. It does so just in the nick of time before Tarek's hunt is rewarded. 4 quick kills in quick succession, and he is burning all good in the hood.
Yeah, so as you can see, they only get 1 kill, and it looks like a very clean round for NRG, but Renegades are happy with that. They've just rushed short with Glocks, no armor, and got an extra $800 per player, actually making this a very viable buy in round number 6. If they didn't have that extra 800, they would be hamstrung. They wouldn't necessarily be able to get all the utility. They do have the option for an AWP here. Whether they'll pick it up, I'm not so sure. With Gratifaction at $5,000, means they have nothing else. It's not necessarily required to have the AWP on T side of Dust 2. So NRG in a fantastic spot here. They will have 2 AKs on their CT side. Cirque is an absolute beast with the AWP. Ooh. Big fan of his, and Dust 2 as well. Always exciting to watch a player of his caliber perform.
Yeah, we heard from Cirque in his interview during the Challenger stage that ever since Stanislaw's been given the time to create some new strategies as opposed to plug and play, they've been creating new strategies around the AWP, something he's new to.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You should be working to the assets you have available to them. They've got one of the world's best snipers within their ranks. Either way, Stanislaw, in-game leader, trying to open things up with that AK-47. Great work there. Denies the mid-split. 2.5 kills found. Tarek started to chime in as well. 3 versus 2. Gratifaction and Liaz will have to try and make their way towards B, but separate entrance points.
I think he's got a little bit of a line using the edge of that smoke. Ethan, though, he has been a turret, and he continues to look like one. Look at this. Jugs up Gratifaction. That's a huge way into the round. Liaz trying to go aggressive. Unfortunately, gets caught by Cirque. Now NRG poised for the retake. Gratzfaction, he's so low. Doesn't have a smoke to lock him out. The flashbang first will be thrown in, hopefully helping him find a position to make a 1v1. Breezy catches him.
I was about to, oh, hello. I was about to break down some options for that retake, but you know what? That works pretty well as well. Just go in there, blow his head off, no problem at all. There it is. It's going to be 5 versus 1. NRG looking very strong right now. Nice opening picks. So you can see Renegades trying to pounce with the mid-split there. We're seeing a lot of teams do that. And it's today's game. Instead of bouncing it off from outside the mid doors and then progressing through, you get control first, and you're dropping a quick smoke and going through with StarLeadder is such a prime position. Shuts it all down, and you can see NRG. This is going to be one scary team going forward. They're just getting to their final form now. They've had time to practice. They've got so many star players, such a great in-game leader now, a fantastic AWPer. They're going to be dangerous at this major, Alex.
Yeah, they really have looked it already. Just throwing down the gauntlet early. Standard exchanges on B. You'll see the fast Molotov. That's the dribble smoke that Henry was talking about.
So that baits out utility. You have no idea what's on the other side. You have to react to it. You have to either throw your grenades in and push them back and delay them pushing through it,
right,
or sit back with the AWP and hopefully not get flashed. It looks like either way, Renegades boosting in lower B, just trying to spot if there's AWP presence there. It's quite a common setup for CTs. But for now, they have 2 players towards long. That's going to be Cirque with the AWP actually looking down the barrel of long doors. If we join by Breezy as well, quite a scary prospect. They push in towards those long doors, which they have. We have got Breezy heading towards T-spawn. See if he goes any further.
We'll find out. He's starting their push, all 5. It's going to delay them. Flash did come in just in the nick of time. 50 seconds still on the clock as everyone's getting their lineups ready. This is not necessarily going to be a full commitment. They might just want to use that utility to draw the CTs in, but no, never mind. The flashes are arriving, and so are the Ts. Renegades send one down lower. The rest looking to cross quick, and Gratzfaction, he's exactly that. Catches Cirque. That's a big head to take. The AWPer cut down to size without a single frag in return.
Yep, that's going to be the round. I don't think the CTs can even justify doing anything with this, but that was an excellent execution from Renegades. Pretty standard stuff, but very well done. It couldn't have timed it better, hit some fantastic shots, and it's never too late to turn up. It's going to be 5-2 now. We'll see NRG hold on to the AK. I don't think it's possible to recover the AWP, but it's okay. You've got Cirque, who will have well over $7,000 after this round. And it's 5 players surviving for Renegades. This is a tie round. You can see they've used every bit of utility to get them to this point, but it's worked out very nicely indeed.
It did. I was wondering if they're going to pick up that AWP. Jacob for now scavenges it away, likely putting it in the hands of Gratzfaction.
Yes, indeed. Who was absent from the team for a while due to visa issues. He's actually from New Zealand, not Australian, so he had to go through a different process than the other boys and was unavailable for a couple of months. We had Smooya filling in for them. He's the team sniper and now back and hopefully ready to go because he can be fantastic with the weapon.
He certainly can. I mean, this roster, the stories behind this Renegades roster through the trouble and strife, you know, Jacob coming in as a stand-in, then finding synergy with the team, and now being one of the boys. But round 8, let's see what Renegades can do in their opening gambit here in the Legends stage. NRG, such a tall task for the Australians to overcome.
Yeah, a daunting prospect, that's for sure. Well, 3 players towards the upper B tunnel. Jacob ready to challenge A. Will spot him with the AUG and fumbles the footing on the way back, but he's absolutely fine, takes no damage. I'll drop the same smoke and just suggest presence on that side of the map. Go back in towards a default. You can see they maybe had something in mind if Jacob got that first pick, but he doesn't. He calls you smoked out, just got to leave it for now, and he'll walk towards lower B. Like we said, sometimes AWPers will position themselves towards short. They don't boost this time, but if they do, they might be able to take down Cirque here. Anyway, Jacob ready and waiting. Super easy. Alone towards long. Bombs top and middle.
Jacob's going to throw some presence. Clears that close corner doors. It does enable him to get up on the Xbox without too much of a concern.
Now that smoke towards long, terrorists now have to actually assume someone's in there. They can't just walk in cleanly. We talked about that shadow advantage this position.
Right.
You're going to have to at least flash this. It's very scary just to walk in towards those doors. So in they go. Flashbang was deployed, and they have got control of that position. But Breezy now will be challenged by 3. He gets himself in an off angle. It's usually a one and done, especially if you get flashed off, but he's such a great player. I'm sure he can make this work.
They could boost on blue, but they just start to swing. Couple of backs turn. The flash arrives, and so does Jacob in the kill feed. Nice work from him. Jacob, yes, he's acting as somewhat of a swing player towards short, of keeping Cirque's eyes and attention drawn towards him, and he's done one better. Gets the frag. The site's wide open, and Renegades, very different start, very similar finish. They pick up the round on A.
That's excellent work. They're looking very good now. 2 nice rounds. And I've said it before, Renegades Dust 2, their T side, can be one of the best in the game. I think they're criminally underrated on this map. And we know now with the addition of Stanislaw, it's only going to get better for an RG. So this is going to be great for Renegades to show what they can do. But now, the odds from GG Bet, Alex.
Yeah, and you can see that the bookkeepers of the major giving NRG the whole same amount of credit that we are. Renegades, though, it has really looked good in the 3 rounds they've managed to string together. Excuse me, 2. Now looking to make it 3. JKS a big part of that.
Oof, so happy with that. It's going to be an eco for an RG, though. He's starting to slow down now. We'll see if Renegades can continue the great form they've shown the last couple of rounds here. All powerful Gratisfaction up against USPs and Deagles and just 1 scout. Breeze will be using that, but he's a bit of a menace with that weapon. Not the sniper of the squad, but he certainly can wield the scout to good effect. He's got scout armor, hoping to get some tags off of these pistols, but nothing too out of the ordinary in terms of the setup.
I just like it when the teams are willing to just throw a little bit of spice in there. Of course, it's usually money dependent, but just, yep, getting that armored scout out, getting that armored 5-7. We've seen crazy things happen. Ethan, even in just this 8 rounds of play, that incredible double and an aggressive push towards lower tunnels really gave NRG a leg up in the early game. Let's see how they look to finish this one. Renegades' successes on A. Looks like they're looking to replicate them again as they start to gather towards short. Breezy scouts there, though.
Yeah, he could do damage here. It's going to take some wonderful shots, but there is a chance he can do something with this.
Oh, perfect. Molotov's going to force him into the predictable angle, and shot connects on Jacob just as the flash arrives as well. Looking for a fresh angle, catches Liaz. Tarek in the meantime got another. That's the damage you were looking for. Nice work from Azza, looking to stabilize. Takes the head off Tarek on long. Stands on the rotate. That bomb can go in safe. JKS is the first to receive. Oh, he got the info.
They've got it.
Wow.
They seem to be aware. JKS has given a clean call. And at this point should be a clean kill. It's going to take a dink, but he'll still survive and get his second of the round. And that was not a forced fire, that was an eco. Looked a little bit troublesome when Breezy started hitting all those scout shots, but well held. 3 survived, no problem in the end. And it's going to be 5-4 as the Australians start to close the gap here, Alex. We're going to take the first tactical timeout for an RG who looked very comfortable to kick things off. But as soon as Renegades busted through, managed to get their money stabilized, they've looked great. That's 3 rounds in a row for them. Remember, this is the best of 1, same format as last week. We look to see NRG bounce back here. Their timeout has led them to an AWP for Cirque. Ethan yet to buy. His money's a little bit lower than the others. He'll be there with the FAMAS. His replay of the efforts towards that A bomb site. You see that execution, very efficient. They got the smoke down to deny vision from the AWPer. Molotov the left-hand side to have no presence on that side. And it's actually looking very good. Their trading potential and the shots they're hitting towards A is looking really strong.
It is. Gratisfaction on that AWP, as is Cirque. I wonder if they're going to cross paths this round. We'll find out. It's time for round 10.
So NRG need to work out, like, do we want to start having more players towards shore, denying that default? Because once they have execution potential, Renegades seem to be exploiting that fact and running away with it. Gratisfaction will take the orcs towards the B site. They haven't smoked it this time, maybe allowing him to walk in and check toward the site and window, but always a difficult pick. You're very vulnerable once you get in towards that choke point, and he's going to commit it now. As you can see, smoke's coming through. Very difficult to do anything with it. Luckily, no HEs or incendiaries thrown, so it'll fire off a shot and have to reposition. They can't wait 15 seconds now. He'll take his efforts elsewhere.
Paranoia about this short position.
Exactly, because they've shown their hand there, what, 3 or 4 times now. You'd assume the CTs will start changing their setup now, so it's good to just check in and make sure Cirque isn't there ready and waiting.
We've seen so many times that call from a CT side, let's boost short, is the panic button.
Yes.
Looking to mix things up. So far, NRG have not chosen to pull it out. Great connection from Cirque. What was that? Through the doors on Azza. And another one. Jacob looking to trade, and he's met the same fate. Catches a glimpse of one towards Goose. Gratisfaction trying to find a way back into the round. Liaz starting to push. The Molotov is available. This should be perfect. At least 1 kill. Breezy, however, on long. Tarek's going to be forced forward by the flames and converted by Grat. 2 there, though, on towards the ramp. Liaz, he's got it all to do. Cirque close quarters with the AWP is not the best weapon for the job. JKS could open this up. He doesn't. Just the one. And Liaz, he falls after one himself. 6-4. NRG fight back.
Cirque repositioning this time, not playing directly on the A side, but he's actually part of the battle towards middle. Managed to find 2 frags, and Renegades still gave it a good go, but that's much better. They had to make an adjustment there. The executions were too strong towards Cirque. He wasn't part of the battle, but if he's there towards even get up towards that position, that's a fantastic shot. You can't rely on that. It's not really sustainable to think he's going to hit that shot every time, but still, it's enough now. He can change his position this round. He could even go towards B. He can go back towards playing long. We'll see what he's got in mind. It looks like it's the latter as he heads with the other two players to defend the rush here, which might be coming in.
Yeah, doesn't look like Ethan's going to have the first in the flames. They stood vigilant, but look at that. Azza with a fantastic double gives them the numbers advantage, but only for a brief moment. Cirque and the Molotov.
Yeah, they had to just sit in the flames there and fight. They were going to die either way, so they're trying to take some kills with them. They get those, but what a nice advantage NRG have found now. 3 versus 2. Cirque not seem to be satisfied with that. He'll be pushing off towards short, and they've got plenty of time to work with Renegades. This one's not impossible, especially with Tarek's shotgun there. They've got flashbangs, Molotovs as they walk towards middle. Ooh, this could be a difficult battle.
Dan's expecting the second one there. Oh no, pulls the Molotov. Grant misses the shot though. Now standing in the flames himself, taking a leaf out of his teammate Azza's book. That's how he felt. 60 seconds left, 1 versus 3. Walks straight into the crosshairs of Cirque, his rival, Orpa. Coach Armapet behind NRG as well. Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying the fact we've got 2 English-speaking teams here. We're going to get a whole lot of extra insight. It's minimal, but it's extra.
It is interesting just to kind of hear the mindsets and what they're expecting, and they are going to buy into this round what they can. You can see the MP9s, the Mag 7s. It's always going to be a difficult round, this one, but with 2 in a row, Tarek will be opening up the fragging here. Gratisfaction goes down as well. They know that's a sniper of the squad. Tarek's going to try and grab that orb and get out of there if possible. Will they be able to grab it? Let's hope so. There it is. So they've used the incendiary, bought some space, and upgraded one of their weapons to now a double orb setup. But Tarek, he'll be taken down for the smoke. That's disappointing for him.
Yeah, you just fall into that false sense of security. The smoke's there. Second smoke, actually. I think they kind of doubled up on that. Didn't stop Liaz, and certainly didn't stop Liaz's bullets. He's kind of been left open here, Henry. What's the thought process here? Breezy, I guess, towards long, and Cirque doing so much to catch Liaz towards short. Now he can actually get towards A. He's doing both. He's covering mid and A at the same time, it seems. Starting to cross now. Breezy Zorp does chime in as well, managing to get that double we saw him retrieve earlier.
Yeah, you can see that double orb setup working out very nicely indeed. Only Tarek going down so far, leaving Jacob and JKS with no utility now, and they have to get that bomb down if possible. Receiving an HE, it really does sting, and trying to use the smoke to the best they can. At least get a plan out of this one, as JKS knows he's got trouble towards short. Just a shotgun there, and now one of his clutches. He's known for winning these, Alex. He gets incredibly close. But unfortunately, Breezy will get the final frag, and we don't see any fireworks just yet.
My goodness, it wasn't far off.
Yeah, JKS is infamous. Ever since his debut at Cologne 2015, everyone noticed how good he was in those clutches, and it really did show that form in 2018 in the early stage of this year as well. He's always been consistent, but not quite there. 4 versus 1 doesn't land, but it was close. There was a chance.
You can always see the chances. Some players where you just can't write them out. JKS, one of them. But we're going now, venturing into round 13. Let's see that Breezy shot as well. The reason Cirque was so confident to take that fight on middle was because of Breezy and his presence on long. Just the pistols then. Let's see what Renegades can do with this one.
Oof. We'll see. Cirque a little bit more passive this time. Just watching for any crosses from a lower B, and short has been such a point of contention as Renegades help themselves towards that position once again. Alex is trying to get the bomb down here and see what they can do after. We saw it successful before, but Tarek seems a lot more aware of that prospect now, as he'll be baiting in once more. You can see Cirque will be taking the aggro, and then hopefully Tarek will deny the plant. That's what they've got set up right now, but will it work out? We know Renegades and their Deagles can be very strong.
Yeah, you can't really mess with the setup from NRG right now. I mean, Stan's just kind of a jump peeking towards the Beep tons. He's got info, there's nothing there. And now the nades are going to start flying in towards A. Last time they did this, it was a full commit. Let's see if they're looking to bait and switch. They are. Reactions coming in from the CTs as well. Azza has managed to get himself towards CT.
Nice movement, absolutely. You can see 3 players locked on the A side. I'm not sure as to where this one's going, but Ethan, he'll be pushing outside the B bomb site. All the frags out of nowhere. They're even killing each other, but it doesn't seem to matter. That's the only frag found for Renegades so far, and it will be a pretty much clean sweep towards the end. Well held by the North Americans, and money just about there for Renegades for another buy, as Cirque will continue with the AWP. It's only talent that goes down there, so here's a replay from Stannis. So we didn't really see those kills. They came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I don't think we were expecting it, and neither was Renegades. He just swung through the window, gets himself a triple. Knew he had the weapon advantage and wanted to twist that knife ASAP. Closing stages now of the first half. It's a best of 1. Opening game for both of these teams in the Legends stage. NRG, of course, breezing through the Challenger stage after a bit of a wobble.
Yeah.
Versus DreamEaters.
Yeah, they've looked much better. Sometimes you need a bit of a wake-up call, Alex. Just get your mindset in the right position. We'll see Liaz now changing the pace up, rushing through the smoke here, but Tarek's got a shooting gallery now. He's hitting absolutely everything with the assist from Ethan as well. Perfect flashbangs deployed, and he's got the AK-47. One of the best aimers within the North American region. Let's see whether he can close things out here to 4 versus 2. As we'll look for any opportunities here, but he's not given much.
Oh, so low. The bullet actually from Gratisfaction. Zorp did tag towards Ramp, but keeping them at arm's length. They've played this so well. Ethan, Breezy, they can frag, they can flash, and they've got themselves double digits. Solid work across the board on this defense. Taking a quick look at the scoreboard. The scores on the doors, real nice, even kill distribution. Ethan really did start hot out of the gates, but he's been met recently by Tarek. You can see why. Lovely multi-kills on these executes. He's holding and doing a fantastic job with the support of his teammates. It was the flashbangs, really, that made that possible.
Final round, Alex. Not a lot there for Renegade in terms of rounds on the board and guns in this round. That's an opening kill for Cirque as well. Starting to come into his own. Looks towards lower B. You know he's going to nail that one. As a drop to the floor as well, as Cirque continues to apply pressure to the sniper. Finally silenced by Liaz. And we'll be into an advantage for NRG here. But do Renegades have anything to say about it? They've got 1, make it 2 smokes remaining and a second kill. Jacob finds another. They've actually got the advantage out of nowhere.
What is going on? Welcome to Deathmatch, round 15.
Kind of is like that.
Okay, JKS and Liaz. Liaz actually gone on a bomb retrieval mission. He's going to have to make a decision. If Stan continues to hold this, JKS could get caught off guard by this one. Nice work from JKS and somewhat of a jiggle. Now he knows the B site's likely clear. Looks to use his utility to lock out Tarek. A 1 versus 2 for the North American.
Yeah. Cirque with those opening picks. I love his playstyle, but that was objectively too aggressive there. When you get 2 picks, might want to get out and take the advantage. But Tarek still can do something with this, but what a recovery. And it's going to be NRG dropping the ball there in the final round. And that's going to be a world of difference between 11-4 and 10-5. It actually gives you a lot more confidence, especially if it's the final round you post. We'll take a break and be back with the second half and see if NRG can get back on their feet.
It's NRG versus RNG, but far from random. Exceptional defense from NRG puts them in good stead. Our machine, he's Henry, and this is the second half of Dust 2.
You're absolutely right there. The score lies at 10-5. Renegades on the comeback, but a very good Dust 2 team. I'd say by their standards, at T-side, not quite up to scratch, but there's enough to work with there. And we'll see what can be done on the pistol. I'd say they probably have to win this one, as they've had a slightly slower start than we expected. But either way, we get into the first round. We'll look at the overall complexion of the buys. We can see 2 smokes, flashbangs, and a P250. Suggests a long take from NRG, that P250, just to give them the range when they finally commit the 2 smokes towards the crossover. But we've seen plenty of variations of that. It's a very common strategy, and people are starting to throw those smokes and still go towards B. We saw G2 do that the other day, for example.
Yeah, we certainly did. Yeah, people are starting to get in each other's heads. Lots more fake outs, actually.
Yes.
And investment in utility aside from the Kevlar. Plenty of that, though, for the defense, and plenty of bodies on long. Look at this.
Yeah, so this looks like a firm long commitment. They'll use both smokes to the crossover and allow that P250 of Breezy, who's also got armor, just to note, will be holding the pit, trying to push back anyone that's challenging. So here come the smokes. Nicely thrown as well. You can see how effective that looks.
Yep, that's going to lock him out. And Liaz, he's still peeking and gets the headshot. That's enough.
That will do.
3 HP. They can boost. Azza's going to try and get Jacob up, but Tarek yet to get that bomb down. He's planting safe, admittedly. Stan isn't quite going to get caught because the smoke just pluming enough. Now looking to do the damage. That's a great connection. They fall off. Perhaps a second boost possible towards the elevator. Not going to get themselves up. Instead, Cirque's aggression's punished. Breezy's on long. That's the armored P250, let's not forget. And he doesn't make anything out of it. The Norwegian is on a tear. 3 from him in this round. Stan looking to be the hero. No armor, no hope. It's 4 from Jacob to find an exceptional first round for JKS and Jacob.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, especially Liaz. We thought he was done for that. The reason he keeps fighting that, he knows if there's one of those bullets connected to the head, he's got to kill. He knows he's going to die either way. So instead of falling back and not doing anything, he just gets 1 with 3 HP. That's fantastic, considering the situation he found himself in. He bought enough time. It slowed them down just enough for Jacob to get in position. The boost comes through. You could see NRG were aware of that, but ultimately didn't check it.
It's because for a lot of people, when you get dinked, when you get low, it's your immediate reaction is survive.
Yes.
You have to almost go against your intuition, and for the good of the team.
Yeah, it's certainly a fight or flight moment, and he decided to fight, and it worked out.
That's a good way to put it. For now, though. Look at this second round buy. For anyone that's confused and just tuned in, yes, NRG did lose the first round.
Yes, it's
and
weird,
yes, there is 2 AKs in play, armor on Cirque and Tarek as well.
Yes.
Plenty of utility. And that's just the way the cookie does crumble these days.
Yeah, so the new economy system actually gives you $1,900 after losing the pistol round. If you get the bomb planted as well, it leads you to this position. You'll have a few players hovering on the $2,700 mark. They can drop AKs, but there will be compromises. So Stanislaw, he'll have to drop one of the AKs. It's not really set out on these rounds. We'll always have this player the rifle. You have to do it on the fly and work out how you're going to distribute the wealth out accordingly. But it's very powerful, very difficult to fend off, and we're seeing this a lot on Dust 2.
Stanislaw at one point was unarmored Glock. I think Cirque's given him his deagle, so all good in the herd. Let's see how they choose to make this one work. Az is the one initially responsible to receive long. Cirque's Mika throwing out that smoke. Presence from short from Ethan. Smokes do plume. The CTs don't move. Gratisfaction looks to find a little spurt of aggression. He gets the info that Ethan was alone. Now they can focus their attention towards long. Az has already done that. Tarek caught. Liaz's flash in assist, and now the AKs are revealed. But Breezy, he took a chunk of damage from Liaz. He's going to try and get that Molotov out of his grasp before he falls, and he does so. That's going to flush Azza out. The bullets don't connect, though. Breezy's do. 20 seconds. They haven't got the time. They haven't got the smoke. They're going to have to cross. This is going to hurt.
It really does. The MP9 is absolutely savage as they make the way across. You're absolutely right there. With no smoke, they just had to swing together. 15 seconds remaining at full commitment. Doesn't work out for them, and it will be Renegades taking the round. NRG will have to go back to the drawing board here. It was looking decent with that kill from Breezy. We thought there was a window there, especially once Azza got taken down, but look right there. You can see no utility whatsoever. All they can do is swing, and the MP9, it's such a pesky weapon. What a major it's having individually.
The SMGs.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm seeing that mid to long range. People are getting more and more of an affinity with it.
Yeah, even on the Mac 10 MP9, I've seen some unspeakable things.
NBK's flank in the earlier stage of the competition, he was running down long and tapping heads. Azza's done the same, catches 2 nice and quick from mid. He's willing and more willing to take this fight because he knows that it's only really going to be P250s and Deagles, but look what that's done. Gratisfaction has to stop that weapon from being retrieved, and he does just that for the first. 2 more to take a fight, Breezy. He is not going down without somewhat of a brawl. Double kill with his Deagle, and he's pre-aiming perfectly. If Jacob's brave, he walks straight into this. Stable ice. Renegades, they got the first 2 here on the defense, looking to keep a clean sheet so far and have done so. Stan's got no armor with that M4. It's not going to get him far. Or perhaps he'll prove me wrong. Smoke arrives just as he does. Got a full minute to play with, but Renegade's in good stead to keep this as competitive as possible. 3 in a row in the CT side, unless Stanislaw does something absurd. He has the bomb. Absence of Kevlar, though, is surely going to haunt him. As soon as a bullet connects from Liaz, yep, they convert. And so it will be the 3-0.
Well then, Renegades aren't going down without a fight, that's for sure. NRG will be able to purchase into this one, Alex, but no AWP available. That's going to be encircled beyond the creek here, and that's big information. If they're up against a double orb setup here, it'll be JKS and Gratisfaction bringing the snipers out. JKS has been bringing the secondary orb into his game the last year, and he's actually doing a very good job of it. Like most of these players that are amazing riflers and have great aim, they can convert to AWPers. You look at Automatic, for example.
Great example.
He goes from a main rifler, one of the best in the world, to an AWP, and he does a great job. So there's nothing holding them back from giving the weapon a go. Yeah,
and actually often, because it's a secondary, they'll like that style that they'll play. It won't be as default as a typical AWPer, as a main AWPer.
Yep.
He's just going to ensure that that AK doesn't fall into the wrong hands. They're all set up, though. No complaints so far from the Oceanic team.
Yeah, great opening pick. Slower pace here from NRG, and that's going to cost them. They walk through middle. JKS, he's his shot. He's going to find probably this game. Just over the smoke. They don't see him. They're walking, and down they go. 5 on 3. It's going to be very difficult to recover this one.
And just chipping away at them on either extremity of the map. Faction, he's going to get the info. He's actually going to get his Molotov in front of that smoke. That's worked out perfectly. He can't really push through it.
Yeah, he's bought so much time. Look at the rotations coming through. That one incendiary has potentially saved the round here.
Flurry of flashes. He's going to get pushed from ramp. Still responsible for both sides, though. The smoke does guise the cross of that low HP player, but still, no worries. They've got them locked in. Sand does have the element of surprise, but only briefly. And he doesn't quite connect. What? Excuse me? Gratisfaction's playing Call of Duty. That's 4 in a row.
I'm interested to see if that was a no-scope as well. It always looks so cool.
Headshot, no
on the
less.
replay, if they can slow it down. Yeah, the fact is the headshot, it makes it extra satisfying. They were going to win the round regardless, but it's a nice, stylish way to finish it. Here we go. Please be the no-scope. Yes, there it is. Beautiful. This is the slow motion. There it is. You'd love to see that, Alex.
Perfect. You get exactly what you asked for, and Kassad's trying to get a smile on his face.
He looks as cool as a cucumber. No problem.
Never understood that. I don't refrigerate my cucumbers, Henry. Do you?
I do, actually.
Do you?
I think you have to, yeah.
Oh, what am I doing with my life?
Yeah, maybe you need help, because you should be keeping those in the refrigerator.
All right, guys, for public service announcement, put your cucumbers in the fridge.
I absolutely support that message. Either way, we are going to be back into another partial bite as Renegades look to tie things up here. Knocking on the door of 10 rounds up against Deagles and PT50s, but these are the rounds that are normally the most difficult to contain. You get 5 pistols rushing in towards that B site, you miss one shot, and a snowball can turn into an avalanche very quickly.
Like this from Jacob. He's going to be able to catch a glimpse of toes. No, he's not. Perfect flash from NRG. Perfect connection from Ethan. And just like that, with just sidearms, the B site's wide open. It's almost impossible to retake. They've lost 3 players along the way.
Yeah.
Wow. And Breezy, I don't think he's going to let them save. Certainly not without a fight. Liaz anticipating some presence on long and just quite fluffs his lines with that Desert Eagle. Hard shots to hit. Liaz stabilizes and will maintain the dream of that save, him and Gratisfaction.
Yeah, just a perfectly timed flashbang there through the smoke. That's what we talked about, the dribble smoke and its power. You can't see utility for it. So there was no way he could turn from that flashbang. He was in a really decent position to shut that one down towards the cupboard as well. But overall, that flash, he gets you like that. You're done for. You're out the round for 4 seconds. They get nice and close. And like we said, the avalanche effect comes through, and that is one of the most notoriously difficult sites to retake here, especially when you know the bomb's just gone down, you've got no presence over there, you might as well save your weapons, even if it's possible, you can pull that one back. It's just going to be such a laboured effort. You might as well keep the money strong and look to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan, a big part of that as well. That round, despite the fantastic flash, looks very different if Jacob gets a chance to put some bullets in, but so quick from Ethan. We'll see it from his POV. Look at that shot onto JKS. He was there to babysit Jacob, and he didn't get a chance.
Not happy.
Not happy. Those are the rounds they feel like gimmies. But I mean, this is tier 1 Counter-Strike. You're going to lose a couple of them. There are individuals in this server that can take a round like that by the horns, and that was Ethan this time around. Started strong in the first and continues that form into the second. 16 frags for him, 17 for Tarek. Gratisfaction firing off a warning shot towards long, and NRG, they are not deterred. 3 of them charging through, flashing through, and a smoke arriving, somewhat of a wall, denying that information.
Yeah, it's a nice long take there. They're unlucky to lose a player. Leah spamming through the smoke, and the Krieg does a lot of damage against armored players. You can see him finding Breezy there. So yes, a successful long take, but it's cost them 1 man. And ideally want to get circled toward the pit and then reposition. They can just go for a solid long take here, but they have no idea what's coming behind them. So if they're going to do that, they need to operate the next 10 seconds or so. You can see the reactive play now from the CTs. They're aware they've lost long. They are not going to allow presence towards short at this stage.
Yeah. Liaz, he's going to be first on the scene. He will have support of Graz Faction. Good damage. Just the trade, though. JKS arrives in the kill feed. They don't have the smokes, and they've got the orbs. Logical conclusion, Renegades find double digits, and this is a very solid defense. That's what, 5 now? 5-1.
Yeah, and money is there for an RG, but I think a tactical timeout surely on the cards here. They are starting to shrink, and indeed, they'll take one. There it is. Ethan has $7,800. We haven't seen them with a proper full buy with the AWP and all the utility. They could drop weapons and have enough, but it wouldn't be everything, so they're going to decide what their options are here. Renegades look fantastic right now. Liaz. It didn't necessarily knew he'd get a kill for that smoke, but timed it to perfection, manages to fall back, applying pressure towards short. So if you ever lose one part of the map, let's say long, like we just saw that, you have to be reacting on Dust 2. That's why they're focusing towards short, smoking it out, and making sure they can't be pincered and isolated on that bomb site. And you can see NRG without the utility, even with that long control, they were slowed down so much, they couldn't really do anything with it. Time was ticking away, ran out of smokes, has had the cross, and the double AWPs has punished them. And NRG will be buying up into this one, as we see the AWP with Cirque, a UMP for Stanislaw, but the first time Cirque might be able to sink his teeth into this one as he holds towards T-spawn for now, the bomb on his back.
Distinct lag. We talked about it before, of those mid-doors frags, ever since people have started to discover or remind themselves just how safe you can pass with that smoke bounced off the CT box. You can peek in front of it, that's what Cirque was anticipating. Flash from Stan. You can see, if you look towards the top left of that mini-map, you'll see Jacob just doing that jump peek across the doors. We've seen a lot of teams using this as their way to retrieve information.
Yeah. Renegades have looked fantastic in the second half. 5-1, as you said, in the second half. Under a minute now in round number 22. Execution looking very likely from the likes of NRG. They've got 3 smokes remaining, flashbangs there as well. Can drop down towards CT spawn. Might want to do that, Stanislaw UMP. No one towards B tunnel, suggests the B play won't be coming through. They've got one in the long doors, that's going to be Breezy, who often backstabs towards long after his teammates take all the control short.
While they execute this one then, Liaz is the one responsible for Breezy's dank flank. That flash could be perfect. Catch one, perhaps crossing. It's Stan first. No timing there. Now the flashbang. They have access to the site. Grat's going to fall off. Breezy, he could get this timing perfect here. Liaz still responsible for it. 20 seconds and that bomb goes down. 3 CTs on the rotate from B.
You can see they're so aware that the player's coming towards long, but Breezy's being very patient with it. They are going to go for this, by the looks of things, with the double AWPs on the retake. It's going to be difficult. They're looking for opportunity in CT spawn here, but nothing has been given. No utility on the T side, but Renegades, they're running out of time here, Alex.
They are. They have the kit. They have the nades, Molotovs, and HE's just raining in on Stanislaw. Breezy.
Here he comes.
Oh my goodness. Patience pays off, but in a big way. Look at that. He stands still for oh so long, but he ignites what will be the second round for NRG. Huge work from Long. Stan will take the AWP out of JKS's hands, and you're right, that double AWP retake, they had 3 players leaning away from the ace site, somewhat of a unicorn entrance into the site. You don't see those very often. 5 players still standing on either side as the bomb goes down.
Well, there it is. And will be NRG with much more success. I love that from Breezy. Like, even when you know he's coming, he's such a presence. You just have to bear it in mind, even though they're aware he's coming at some point. He just waits so agonizingly long towards long. When he finally commits to, like, okay, he might not be here. He baited it just enough. Just as Liaz was repositioning, he's like, I can't just keep watching long doors. My teammates need me. That's when he comes out and gets both. Like,
it's in their head, man.
Such wild timing. Even though you know he's there, he'll always get you by the looks of things.
And we get a really interesting answer. This tells us a lot about Renegades and their priorities. They've gone for the double AWP again.
Yeah, absolutely. Their money's low, but they know if they have 2 cannons on their side, they might be able to fend this one off, even with a shotgun and an MP9 here. So they've spent everything they've got. Gratisfaction knew he had to go for an early pick there, but it doesn't work out at all.
He's a man just like me. You can see he actually crouched
yes,
IRL.
I know. I've seen you do that. Dodging the blaster. Oh.
Yep. Leaning down against your desk. I'm pretty sure it makes your model go a little lower.
Yeah, I sit next to you at home, and I do see that a lot. I never comment on it. I'm just like,
Thanks,
I do notice it, though.
Yeah,
it's quite cute.
I'm invested.
Yeah.
I kind of
shows you're passionate.
Who needs VR when you're just a little weird?
It's a very good point. As we get towards shore, another default take here. Stanislaw leads the charge. Remember, Gratisfaction needs to land some shots here. JKS has that secondary AWP. He'll be positioned right now towards CT spawn, I believe, as he starts to make his way in. It's actually JKS towards the window, and there it is. Gratisfaction making his way towards A round, boosted up.
I do believe this looks a little different from NRG's A take previously. They've got 2 of their hardest hitters towards B. That makes me question whether they commit to this. Smoke's thrown out. Liaz, this is a prime spot to at least get one, but as the nades do get thrown out, my suspicions perhaps correct. Stan still holding back.
I think they're going to just try and send one player towards Spawn, who will be taken down. Here's Tarek, God knows where he is. He's also down there. And here we go, the commitment towards B. And it looks like, though, we've got a firm read on there from the CT side. 4 versus 2 right now. Breezy will be dropped by the shotgun. Max 7 doing work here once again at the major. We saw Malta yesterday look absolutely fantastic with the weapon, but here comes Stanisław. 4 versus 1. Up against now Rifles and AWPs. He's got 8 seconds. He needs to get his skates on.
Picked up the Molotov and falls to Graz Faction's line. Nice work as they respond. That's still Renegades keeping firm control of that one. NRG 2, Renegades 6 here in the second half. It was a 10-5 half that NRG managed to muster. And you said, you know, it's a world of difference. 11-4, 10-5 really will be. And keep that in mind as this round starts, or rather this game starts reaching its closing stages. Great work from Jacob with the Max 7.
Lovely positioning. That was very efficient. Renegades will be back on their feet. Remember, they came into that round with MP9s, shotguns, and a couple of AWPs, and it really works out. But now they have AKs and M4s to go with the snipers. All for Cirque. He looks towards B. They're the ones struggling in the finances right now with the scouts in the hands of Tarek. We have a UMP for Stanisław as well. Cirque with no helmet, no utility. This really is a bit of a jumbo cell purchase. See what they can do with it. British reference there.
Cell, yeah.
Might not make any sense to anyone.
Somewhat of a tombola purchase here.
A village fate.
Yep, get your milk tray.
So any Brits out there, I'm sure you got that one. Apologies to everyone else.
Sorry, didn't mean to exclude you. Couple orbs from Renegade. They have certainly worked out well. Stan, he's so comfortable with this UMP. I mean, admittedly, it's not necessarily his dream buy, but it's something he's been leaning on, given their finances here on the attack.
As up, looking comfortable here, working Gratisfaction on the A ramp. Short presence once more for NRG. They still have flashbangs, a couple of smokes. They have been trying to drop down towards Spawn. This will be a smoke at long. That's thrown by Breezy and T-Spawn, actually. Remember, he's always there, always showing presence. They finally commit and drop 2 down, but Gratisfaction plucks one of them out of the air.
Ooh, and actually Gratisfaction can back away. Ethan wants to take that fight from the elevator position, as he's got so many things to be responsible for. Ethan, that's a big dent. And it's extended by Breeze. Liaz, though, it's the same 2 of them, but I think Liaz has the advantage here. Only 9 bullets, shouldn't be a problem. Finishes it, gets himself a fresh mag with a bullet to spare. Tarek, however, getting that bomb down. Just the scout. Is that something he can pick up? Can he upgrade into this 1 versus 2? He's had some time given to him. JKS coming from CT makes that presence known, and Tarek is on a retrieval mission to the AWP. Now this gets difficult. What do they have? They have the smoke, they have the information. Tarek's got the frag. Just one more to find. It's a hard shot, hard flick. JKS, he's getting some chances, so low, and finishes it off. Tarek, he might be kicking himself after that one.
Yeah, it's a very difficult shot and a compromised position as well, but Tarek knows he was capable of closing that one out. It's a massive round. Remember, their money was weak on that one. If they win it, they've got enough to keep themselves afloat for a couple of rounds, but now they might have to take the eco here. The defuse is in, even without the kit there for JKS, and we get into the next round. The money, it's okay for an RG, but that's been the story throughout this second half. They're getting enough together for a buy, but it's not quite enough for everything they need to knock down the defense of Renegades right now. I would suggest another tactical timeout at this point. They're all around $4,000, which sounds fine, which it is, but it's just like the way that they're getting shut down right now. They're going to need a lot more utility to get past these double orbs.
Look at Ethan. I mean, they knew exactly where he was, and that did not stop him finding 2 quick heads into the way of A.
Yeah. And we'll take a partial buy here, as expected. This is a good chance for Renegades to take the lead, but last time, this is where NRG posted one of their only 2 rounds so far with the quick push with the pistols towards B. So looking to replicate that form. Here we go.
And there is Ethan's Deagle. He's won them rounds off the back of it before, and Tarek has doubled up.
Stay on the Deagles, boys.
Perhaps. That's the secret. What is this? They couldn't do it with the full buy. They can do it with the sidearms.
Yeah, absolutely. That is wild.
Yeah, from full buy to drive by.
Damn. Okay, well, not really much to say about that one.
Nope.
They challenge a few choke points and hit some 1-digs, and sometimes it's as simple as that.
Counter-Strike, it's not a simple game, but it can sometimes look that way. Just like that, Ethan, Tarek finding 2 fantastic openers. I mean, you've got pistols challenging long. That's a headshot angle. If Liaz is not hit with that first shot from Tarek, he's getting a multi-kill.
Yeah, it's not like Renegades did anything particularly wrong there. It's just NRG did everything right. They hit the shots they had to. They were brave enough to challenge difficult positions, and it works out. They've got boatloads of talent on this team. We know that. And very evident in round number 25. There's going to be 2 players surviving here. Renegades, look at that money as well. It's such a back and forth. Although the rounds have been fallen towards Renegades most of the time, they have been very close.
I mean, in that first half, NRG were winning rounds and then having to buy Max 7s.
Exactly.
That's how close it has been. Just constantly back and forth.
Yeah, they're very evenly matched right now. This is great to watch, but a tactical timeout, the first one, in fact, for Renegades, even after a difficult first half. They will be saving the AWP, the M4, but they only have entry-level loss bonus. I mean, it's $1,400 per player. The problem is, with that temptation, the AWP being up in the M4 as well, a chance to deny any more money going towards NRG. If they do win this round, it's huge. But it is a risk. That's why they have to discuss it with Kassad and work out what's going to be presented in this round, because you could have a mixture of pistols, MP9s, that saved M4 and AWP. They need an approach to get them an opening pick here. As JKS, he'll be holding the AWP for now. I'm going to check in with Spawn. He's got the long spawn, so I think that's why they've given it to him. He'll just be trying to get their long pick if possible. They do need an early one if they're going to stand a chance here with 2 MP9s, a P250, an M4, and an AWP as you get into round number 26 here. What is the play? How do they get this opening kill?
Perhaps dealing with this long push. Ethan crosses towards blue, and Azaz just plucked from the cross. That looked so quick.
Yeah, Ethan is just disgustingly good with the rifle sometimes. Like, his precision, like, when it's on, I've never seen anything like it. It's so good.
Yeah, I did that human reaction test I saw on Twitter today.
Oh, how'd you get on?
I'll stick to casting.
Yeah?
I think so, yeah.
Solid like 250, that sort of range? Well, the higher?
I hadn't had my morning coffee, Henry.
I haven't given it a go yet. They used to make us do those when we were in the CGS. Every player had to do it, and it was logged into a system to work out who was the fastest performer.
I did have there was a I think there was a sponsor actually with one of the E-League stuff, and we got to do a full eye test, like the sportsman eye test.
Oh.
Yeah,
I like that.
I found out that I can't track moving objects very well. Turns out, not meant to be a gamer.
Well, JKS certainly was. You'll see him holding towards the A side. Remember, he's got the AWP. He's been given the responsibility this round to try and win it for them. He's holding towards A, quite passively for now. They're using that smoke to gain a bit of access towards the A side. But he's not taking the bait. He's not jumping on the boxes. He'll just be waiting and biding his time.
Utility limitations that plague at RNG right now, perhaps not going to be a problem for JKS. Catching Breezy keeps the numbers level, and he realizes he has to be dynamic. He cannot stand on long, and rightfully so, because NRG, they heard the shot and immediately start to adjust towards middle, and that's exactly where JKS is heading. Zan caught out. JKS, he's being the hero he had to be. The buy was screwed. He had the AWP from the save. Already taken 2 now. Liaz's timing's not going to land. Ethan, his paranoia is rewarded. 3 versus 2 now. The numbers favor Renegades, and that's all courtesy of JKS. I say numbers, that's the clock too. They're just going to be scarpering away.
Done. Yeah, NRG can do nothing with this. We said JKS had to step up, and he delivers. In buckets and spades, we'll see Ethan and Cirque save what they can. They still have pretty decent money on the NRG side, but Renegades essentially sealed that one away. Tactical pause, and had to take a risk there. Investing into around this late on in the game, it's a scary prospect, but one that works out for them. They stick the landing, and JKS will hold on to the AWP. And she'll throw it over right now. It looks like he's actually keeping it. Gratisfaction's happy for that to go forward. It's Dust 2. You pretty much can change anything on the fly. That's what's working on the day. You can change positions up and go for spawn-based setups as well. JKS holding on to the sniper, maybe feeling it a little bit more than Grat.
Yeah, I love that he was so cognizant that the NRG would be unwilling to commit. The NRG had the read. They knew what weapons were being saved. And as soon as they had JKS's position, they looked to accommodate around it. Unfortunately, when you are making those changes so late in the round, time can become somewhat of a factor, certainly when JKS is already back in middle. A plague on that one. So 13-13, all level, and I feel like level really has been the name of this game. Just 3 rounds to show for this half and 12 rounds of play, and no, not far off. Distinct lack of kills on the cross. No exception here in round 27.
Well. What can be done?
He's been quiet across.
It has been, yeah.
We've seen some teams just almost lean that way. This, quite the contrary.
Well, slows right down. This is what you'd call a classic default setup. You have one player towards that T-spawn position, watching for any transferring CT players from A to B. And then you have one holding towards tunnels, one towards lower, and holding towards short and long. Just making sure there's no aggression, as your objective usually on these defaults is head towards short. That's the most valuable area on the map. Allows you to set up and take vision away from the CTs. Mid-split smokes out. So you've got the one on the left-hand side of the wall, one towards CT spawn as well. Takes vision away from the B window, and of course CT spawn itself. And the B split looks to be the aim of the game here, Alex. That's what they'll be going for.
It's JKS's AWP.
Yes, and he's at the very back as well. It's actually a pretty prime position. It's unlikely they get a Molotov all the way back there, but it is possible they do the dribble smoke. That's what it's designed to do, to actually get some utility through. There's the smoke. Now JKS needs to be aware. Do they throw a Molotov through this, or does he hold his ground? He looks like he's going to reposition, not feeling 100% safe. And they're going for it.
And they can just walk through. JKS. He's
the
going to see the Molotov on. He's fully flash. He's going to be killed before he can even fire a bullet. And just like that, NRG have the sight, likely have the round. The rest of the Renegades are too far to really make an impact. And it's a funky 14th for NRG. Just like that, the smoke forcing JKS to try and consider a reposition, the flash and the frag from Ethan. It is quite the potent mix. I'll put NRG just 2 rounds away from getting their opening win here of the Legends stage. An important win, let's not forget, guarantees you a ticket. Astralis and Ent so far have picked up their opening games. It's up against the likes of DreamEaters and of Vanguard.
Yeah, both the CIS teams falling in the opening game. And this one is difficult to call still, but that's a lovely round from NRG. You saw how powerful that was. We said, or speculated, the chance of the Molotov towards the back, and JKS was aware of it and couldn't find a position he was comfortable with. As soon as he gets on the platform, he eats the flashbang, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He'll be taken down, and that's great work from NRG. They take the lead now, 14-13. AWP removed, and loss bonus just not there. Actually, entry-level loss bonus again. Jacob with $1,400 in this round, and they'll have to buy around the 3 M4s they have. But this will be a laboured round, and it's for map points as well. So good a chance of energy as any for NRG to close things out. You see JKS frustrated that one. It wasn't like he did anything wrong. This is very well done from the likes of NRG.
I'm sure everyone watching who's played a single round Counter-Strike can understand exactly how that can feel.
Yeah.
Wow, that is a barrage of flashbang stand. He's full blind. Azza, no problem. What on earth? The nade from Grat's faction sends Ethan to the moon, and we are in hot pursuit of a level stead.
We're flying around every single player.
Yeah, I mean,
damn.
Bit of a spanner in the works, perhaps. JKM, he's holding that close call. Oh, this could be a brutal one. No, doesn't manage to get the shrapnel in the belly button just yet. It's JKS to catch Breezy on the advance. Cirque left with so much time, and all his teammates eliminated. Great work from Azza. A double kill chased by the nade of Grat. And just like that, Renegades hot for 14. Bulgarian Bulldozer. Love the development we've seen from Cirque over the course of the last year. Thriving on his trip to North America. It's not necessarily the standard case. Nice connection. Brings it down to a 1 versus 3. The time he was given to play with does make somewhat of a round out of this, but I think that's going to arrive. Oh, he's ahead of it. Tech 9 would have to be perfect. JKS, he's not making any mistakes, and guarantees the 14th.
Well, there we have it. It will be Renegades stepping up. It's Azza holding strong towards long with a couple of frags, pushing him in towards that B-bomb site, and an absolute pandemonium towards the B-bomb site, I have to say. As we see NRG give that one up. Renegades will go 14-14. And looks like we've got another tactical timeout here for the North Americans. They're going right down to the wire here. They've been very equally matched.
Worth mentioning that Renegades have still got 3. If this was to go OT, which is certainly not far from a possibility, you can see Azza and that tag from the scout. It was a scout bullet, then the nade from Grat to convert that 3rd on the early long doors. But no timeouts for NRG should this go overtime. Something we'll come back to if it becomes more and more relevant. Grat's back on the AWP now. JKS, I think ever since that B round, he's going to want to get back to his comfort zone. Unlikely he can hold B with the utility he currently has, though. We'll see how they choose to accommodate. 25 frags from him. Looks like they are going to be sending some additional numbers to aid in the utility department. For now, early presence on long once again. This time not greeted by the chaos that ensued in the round prior.
Here we go then. We'll see what can be done. All buys all around, lacking a bit of utility on the NRG side, but they certainly had the firepower. Tarek with the Krieg there, who will be posting map point first. Money not great for Renegades. If you give this round up, they won't have much loss bonus to speak of, and nothing in reserve if all 5 players go down. So NRG, an advantage in that sense, but they'll run a quieter round here. 4 players towards B though, however. This looked so good for them before against the AWP of JKS. Nothing could be done. Same smoke, baiting out a bit of utility here, and that's absolutely fine by them. They have Tarek watching for any flanks and trying to listen if anyone gets towards lower B, making sure they're clear as they will fully commit. Here we go.
Jacob, JKS, they're going to have to find more than one, and it's a nice trade so far. Ethan into the site. Cirque, what on earth is he doing? Up on the boxes, and he's the one to find the second CT on B. NRG poised for 15.
They've got to save here, surely. We'll see what happens. They've still got a bit of wiggle room, and actually there's no smoke available on the T side, so there might be something to say about this one. They want to try and make sure they can deny map point, but remember, like I said, if they give this one up, if this retake is not successful, they have no money for the next rounds. They might just be better off trying to fight for overtime.
Look at Tarek, though. Tarek can try and take them down. Nice stabilize from Azza. Now looking to keep hold of these weapons. This is everything. Upgrades to the Krieg.
Yeah, it's a bitter pill to swallow, but it's the right call. There is a chance they could have won that, for sure, but the gravitas attached to losing that round is not worth it. At least now they'll have an option to fight for overtime, and they'll feel better going down in that fashion instead of retaking and then having Deagles for round number 30. That'd be a gutting way to lose the map.
Yeah, I mean, and it's such a horrible feeling. You can imagine after all that hard work to not be able to put your best foot forward in such an important round. So they'll have all the desired weapons. In fact, it couldn't get much better than that. All of the scopes. The AWP and the Krieg, a powerful weapon in the CT side. Taken and scavenged away from NRG. That one-tap headshot, 100% first bullet accuracy. It's a potent mix. And with Azza and Jacob having to make some sacrifices, they're going to be grateful. JKS and Liaz have got such a hard hitter.
Yeah, well, Jacob's got that Mag 7 out. He did excellent work towards the B-bomb site before there, but can he replicate it? It looks like NRG should be able to close this one out 16-14, but Grat has the AWP. They have a couple of rifles. It's not a complete lost cause. We'll see what they can do with this.
We haven't seen a challenger team pick up the first win yet. So far, all of the legends have been successful.
Good point.
NRG could be the first, should they pick this round up. Continue the form they brought from the first stage of this competition. They're no strangers to the Venti Music Hall. Of course, been here all week long. This is a new one for Renegades getting settled.
Yeah. I guess that's one small advantage you have coming from that previous stage. You're very used to the setup, right?
Certainly.
You felt all its quirks and tendencies and you know how to get it set up quickly, but either way.
We're off.
We are off. Final round here, potentially looking for overtime. Renegades limp into the round with shotguns, MP9s, and that saved all.
Yeah, Breezy actually did cover a lot of ground pretty damn quick. Him and Tarek, they're going to boost, try and find some sort of a surprise off angle. No one just yet going to be falling victim to it. I quite like it, though.
Yeah, it is cool, isn't it? You wouldn't necessarily expect this. The nade's going to hurt if it comes in. Doesn't go quite deep enough there.
Tarek's got a bit of a boo-boo. That's all. Band-Aid is all he needs, and all the Renegades need is 5 frags to take us to overtime. NRG, the same for the first win in the second stage of the major run. Starting together towards short. Ethan likely going to be left just to be poke and prod towards the doors as his teammates do the rest.
I'm ticking away. 5 players towards short. Got to use power and numbers here, but Gratisfaction on the other side. The team sniper will be tested here, Alex. He needs to deliver. He can't go down with no frags. He has to take at least one with him.
Well, the objective's been laid, and here comes the push. Flashes in. Gratisfaction, he's got to catch at least one here. The Molotov does force him to maneuver. He's going to throw a smoke of his own. He can play around that now. Evades the flash, but they're close. It's going to be some close quarters AWPing. CQB, what can you do? Already the first for Liaz. The second now arrives for the Renegades. 3 frags away from overtime. 20 seconds, the bomb's still not down. Tarek, he wants to try and find a frag. Breezy gives them a way into the round, and Breezy, he's not done there, goes hunting, found another one. There's another on long. Breezy is pulling NRG straight into this 1 versus 2 with 10 seconds. He can get the bomb down. Cirque, he's not ready for it just yet. The USP's not connecting, taps the head. This is chaos. He's got a Mag 7, Henry, but Breezy is low. That USP could perhaps even be enough.
It's going to have to be.
Down to 44. This is ridiculous. With a Mag 7, it's got the jumping accuracy. It's all the pieces of the puzzle are there, but he has to convert the Norwegian. He's been so good, he tagged them. Oh no, the spread is not in his favor, and NRG, they do find their first win of the Legend stage.
Oh, right down to the wire there. The USB connects, and you can see what it means to Jacob there. He knows he was 1 click away from saving that round. If the shotgun connects cleanly, they're going to overtime. He couldn't find the wiggle room, and it comes down to 25 points of health that separates Renegades from making it to overtime. A frustrating loss for them there, but what a game it was. I really enjoyed that one, Alex. That had absolutely everything.
It really did. NRG, they just managed to pull themselves across the line. But Renegades, I mean, you know, credit where credit is due. That's a 10-5 half from NRG. That's a 9-6 half from Renegades. They are coming to play here.
Yeah, and remember, Renegades did drop off in the mid-stages of this year by virtue of not having their sniper. Gratisfaction back in their ranks. That was by no means a bad game from them. They played very well. They got themselves back into it. And unfortunately, a couple of mistakes against the Pistols, allowing NRG back in and eventually winning the economy game towards the end. It was such a difficult round 30 there. The shotgun almost had enough to get them over the finish line.
Yeah, it nearly did. I'm just putting my shirt on properly. How dare I? There we go.
Lovely.
But yeah, I think the fact that Ethan and Tarek, not only are they picking up those ridiculous deagle frags in those rounds that Renegades let slip, it's also the fact that they were top of the scoreboard, 50 frags between them. That's the kind of consistency we hope for. If NRG want to keep making them performances like this, those are the names that have to be up there.
Yeah, remember in their opening game of the last stage as well, they crashed out on overtime, on overpass. So it's good to see them avoiding overtime this time. NRG managing to pick up a just about clean game there. It was quite chaotic at times.
Relatively tidy.
But for now, we have a lovely interview with the wonderful Sue down on the show floor.
Thank you very much for that one, Henry. Congratulations, Peter. You guys win this game, and it was a victory, but it definitely got a little bit dicey towards the end there.
Yeah, we had a great first half, and then second half we just couldn't get rolling. I think the 2 days off really kind of hurt our momentum a bit, but yeah, I'm just happy we closed it out.
In the 2 days that you guys had off, did you use that time to just take a proper break, or how was that time spent?
No, we still practiced a little bit. We went over some strats and plays, and we also scrimmed a few times, so we stayed fresh, but I still think, you know, if you don't have matches for 2 days, it kind of affects you a little bit.
When I talked to Cirque, he mentioned that prior to the player break, you guys were working with what Daps had built and sort of adapting it. But now, he said, everything is all on you. It's all the strategies that you've come up with. So as you did that, what were you really focusing on?
We're just trying to see what kind of play style we want to have as a team. Obviously, we have 5 incredible players, and I'm really just confident in each of them to do whatever they want pretty much, and I'm just there to support them and help them make their own plays. And you know, Tarek's the kind of guy that's really explosive. You have Sir, one of the best operators out there, and then the rest of them are just insane. So I'm trying to, as time goes on, it's just all about finding all of their strengths, and it's just going to take more time.
Sounds great. Well, thank you very, very much. Stand wise, we are going to be right back, but when we come back, we have a banger of a match coming up. It'll be Liquid taking on Crazy.
Change of range.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Well, a 16-14 showing there on Dust 2 gave us all of the show that we could have possibly asked for here at the Berlin Major in 2019, brought to you by StarLeadder. Welcome back, everybody. Now things begin to get a little more interesting, especially given that I've got two of the most interesting individuals in the world over here with me. I've got Sean Gayers and I've got Jacob Vinicki, both of them pretty much the opposite of each other in a lot of different ways. But here in this matchup, this one got pretty close. This got to the point where Renegades were giving them a run for their money.
It felt like Renegades were going to win this match, right? It felt like they were in control towards the end. It felt like Energy didn't have solutions, really. They won 2 Deagle saves in that second half. Not much was working for them. And then somehow, they managed to pull through in those last 2 rounds. And I can only imagine this is a heartbreaking defeat for Renegades.
Well, yeah, of course. Especially when you think about right at the beginning of the match, it's Energy that win T-Pistol, right? Don't convert the following round, and then somehow start to run away with rounds on their own.
Yeah, it wasn't a pretty game, let's put it that way. I think it was a competitive game. I think both teams played, some good Counter-Strike, but it's one of those games where both teams are putting on a lot of pressure on each other, so it becomes messy, it becomes a little bit scrappy. Those 2 Deagle force buys by Energy, you gotta give them credit for hitting those shots. That requires a lot of skill and a lot of control in those situations, whereas for Renegades, you can't let that happen twice on a CT side, especially on a map like Dust 2. It's so momentum-based, and had they won those, they would have won this game, and it could probably have been 16-12, 16-13, and we wouldn't talk about, Renegades being, obviously the loser of the game, but also Energy putting up a good fight. So it felt to me like Energy got away with a murder here. Renegades kind of let it slip out of their hands, but both teams are here to play some Counter-Strike, and both teams are looking quite solid.
Let's put a hypothetical situation here, right? Should this have made it to overtime, do you think that the Renegades could have pulled it out?
It seemed like they had the momentum behind them, and it didn't seem like Energy had many solutions on full gun rounds. JKS was just tearing them up, right? I thought that was a big clutch right there against Tarek and that one-on-one that completely changed the tide of this match. Yeah. This force buy right here, JKS getting that pick long, rotating towards mid. I mean, he had so many good reads. There was a couple unfortunate B holds for him, obviously, when he was blind. But yeah, I mean, this was one of those grinded out games that Energy won that you have to just, tip your hat to them.
Yeah, like, count your lucky stars, right?
Yeah, this is like a game, that Astralis would win or something like that. A game that you shouldn't win probably, but you do. You come through because you're the better team.
So we just see JKS's stats up there. Let me just run it back to you one more time. 26 and 16. He had himself about 88 ADR. He comes out. He's always a gunner for the side of Renegades. We could kind of put the asterisk on him that he is a turret in his own right. He's not the tank. He can't be French. He can't be, RPK. But in a big way, he is a big part of this Renegades lineup. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, you got players like Ethan who show up in a big way. Bree show up in a big way. And those are the constants for the side of Energy.
Yeah, I'm sure all the viewers out there who picked Ethan for the fantasy teams are quite happy, including me, Sean. I don't know how you feel about it, but he's a player that showed us in the first stage of the major, right? He was the highest rated player out of everyone. He has so much skill. I said it before on the desk as well. I think he's one of the top 3 aimers within America in terms of raw skill. And that's, quite some praise when you think you have Elish, you have Twist, you have Nafla, you have Stewie 2K. I think he's right out there in terms of raw skill, mechanical skill. He's so good at what he does. So, unfortunately for JKS, there was a counterpart to him, and Ethan just, he was a little bit better here.
It's crazy you say the name Stewie 2K. And it's crazy you bring all of that up. Because that's the next matchup. It's Crazy versus Liquid. That's what we're going to be going into next. 15:55 on the dot. And what I've got is, 5 minutes from now. So that's not too bad. Let's talk about Team Liquid versus Crazy here for a second. The last time we saw Liquid, they absolutely dumpstered Ints in Chicago. And I'm talking dumpstered them.
That was brutal. Best of 5 to watch.
Yes.
Absolutely brutal. I've never seen a team dominate someone like that in the finals, but this Liquid's coming out of that player break. They've been boot camping in Malta, and honestly, I think we're going to see more of the same throughout this major. Crazy, packed full of young talent, right? This team has shown us that they can hit the shots necessary to win. Not the most strategic team in the world, so that is where things are going to get difficult in this matchup.
And the thing here for Crazy is if we start to look at the lineup itself, there were players that we indicated needed to show up in a big way. Let Me was one that had not shown up in a big way thus far. Now you've really got to put your foot on the gas pedal.
For sure. I think it's a bad matchup for Crazy, though. When you consider how much skill they have on the lineup and the way of Counter-Strike they're playing, it's a set, you know, it's not tactical-based, it's more individual-based, it's more feeling-based in terms of you throw a few smokes and then you go off the contact and see where it leads you. Nexa is a great in-game leader for these guys. He's a player who can do it himself, but going up against a team like Team Liquid, that's exactly what they want to play against. They have so much skill themselves.
You want to talk about Nexa?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let's do that. Let's talk to Nexa via James Banks.
I've got Nexa with me here from Crazy. They've made it through to the new Legends stage, and that is what we're here to discuss, this run you guys have had this time around. Now, you spoke to me before, right, when we were doing the early interviews, and you were saying that it's very important for you as an in-game leader to be able to frag out. Well, you're currently 7th at the moment on actual stats for this tournament, this stage of the tournament, and you've played 8 maps across it, which is more than most, so it's a good sample size. What is enabling you to be able to play to your performance and in-game lead at the same time that a lot of in-game leaders struggle with?
I don't know. I think my specialty is the CT side, and why I have like really good stats is because I don't usually call that much on CT side. You know, every player has their own freedom to have their own setups, you know, and they do their own thing. You know, I don't meddle in their business on CT side. You know, that's all up to them. So it just gives me the ability to completely focus on myself, and I think most of my frags and the stats come from the CT side, you know, because I can just focus on myself and frag out.
And it obviously makes such a big difference though, because we know the rest of the team, they can pop off at any point, but then there's no real kind of crippling factor for you guys that kind of hinders you, so you're able to go toe-to-toe with a lot of these teams.
I think it's everyone in the team has this like superstar potential, you know, and when everyone is hitting their shots, we can beat anyone. But if everyone is hitting their shots and I'm also hitting my shots, then we will beat anyone.
But they're also an amazing cheering squad. I saw them when they were there. There's literally this line, so you guys might have seen it on the streams, but there's like a line of people, and it's everyone just cheering and shouting for you guys in the fan side.
Yeah, it wasn't just like people from the org. A lot of our friends from like Serbia and Bosnia came and like cheered on for us.
Oh, that's special.
Yeah, this was the first time any team from like the region, the Balkan region, made it to a major, you know, and I think it was something really special for everyone.
And how proud are you of that, like just this achievement in general? I know you guys want to go further, but I mean, just to be in New Legend stages.
This right now is the proudest moment of my life. I've never done anything that was greater than this, and I'm super proud of firstly myself and then everyone else in this team, because I know how hard we worked to get here.
Yes.
I think when we start beating some of the teams who were already legends, then people are gonna understand that we're no longer the underdog.
Well, no longer the underdog is quite the statement and quite the climb there. It is interesting to see this part of the world come together and put together teams that are able to compete amongst the best. Now, competing with Team Liquid, that's a whole different ballgame.
Yes.
Are you ready for that?
I don't think that they're going to be ready for that, Trace. They said that, you know, they are the underdogs. You're familiar with being an underdog.
No, alpha dog maybe, but...
Alpha dog, I guess.
His entire life, basically.
Nice, guys. Anyway, here are your hometown heroes. And by hometown heroes, I'm talking about the Americanos and a couple Canadians that have seemingly taken over the entire planet. Team Liquid, the #1 team in the world.
Jesus, look at those win rates.
And yes, when they play Vertigo, they win it. That's all you need to know about
They
that.
win all of the maps.
When they play Inferno, they win it. When they play a tournament, they usually tend to win it. So Liquid is a different class, Trace.
Yes, they certainly are. And considering class, we've got one guy who has plenty of it. Representing Louisiana is Nitro. We're going to catch up with him right now.
I've got Nitro here with me from Team Liquid, and you are the current champions of CS at the moment, maybe without a major title, but could be coming. You had Chicago, you had LA, we've had Cologne. It's been a pretty crazy ride for you guys, so must be feeling pretty confident before you went on the player break anyway.
Yeah, we ended it at Chicago, winning another tournament and also another tick of the Grand Slam, so yeah, it was a very good way to end the break for sure. And then we're starting off strong with a boot camp before this major, so we're prepared.
Yes, you've been in Malta. How long did you guys spend boot camping, and kind of how did it all go down?
About a week and a half we spent in Malta. We didn't have any off days there. Like we just practiced the whole entire time pretty much, just to get back into the rhythm of things, because it's difficult to come off a player break.
Yeah.
Like with how the majors dated and stuff. So we had to do a boot camp, and I think it went pretty well.
Now, did you guys get some well-deserved vacation time before the boot camp, though, and stuff, right? Did you get a bit of chill time?
Yeah, we traveled a lot, like winning the Grand Slam. Like, we were on the road for like almost 2 months, I think. So yeah, it was definitely deserved time off, but at the same time, I think we were all still grinding Counter-Strike, playing FPL and stuff like that. So we were still practicing like individually. We just weren't practicing as a team, obviously. And some people went on vacations and stuff like that, which is deserved. And it's really nice to have time off for sure.
Now, your first opponent is going to be crazy out of all those teams that you were mentioning. You spoke highly about them. What would you say is the thing you have to look out for the most with these guys?
I don't even think we scrimmed them at our boot camp, but we scrimmed them when they were Valiants, I think their name was before. Yeah. Nico's cousin's team or whatever, Hunter. And we just remember their names, and we know that they have good teamwork. They're super aggressive on the map, and we're just going to have to be prepared for their aggression and stuff like that, and just have like protocols in place and be ready for their aggression, like I said. I think that's the most important thing when we face them.
And obviously, being a best of one, it kind of can play quite nicely into the hands of a team like that is so explosive. So do you think that they really could be a challenge for you? Because they've been able to upset some of the people here that would have said no, there's no way they would have been able to take down them.
Yeah, like I said earlier, like I feel like they're going to research us a lot. They're going to know what we do, and they're going to have certain tells. And I really think it's going to be a close match against them, especially for us. It'll be our first match since the player break ending, and I'm expecting a good match. Yeah.
A good match is what we're going to deliver to you here. That young man on your screen, Stewie2K, has seemingly been the final piece of the puzzle that Liquid needed, and now they need to figure out how they're going to frame this puzzle. Where are they going to leave it up on the walls at home?
Let's give them the respect they deserve. Currently #1 team in the world. Currently potentially in the talks for being the best team to ever touch a game. I think we can conclude that after this major. If they were to win the entire thing, I don't think anyone has ever done anything that with such a big dominance, basically. Yeah. So leading into the Vitos, I mean, no matter where we end here, Sean, I think Liquid will be comfortable going into this matchup. They know they're playing Team Europe FPL, right? So it's bread and butter.
Yeah. to give the people at home, you know, an idea of how dominant Liquid has been, 22 straight matches they've won coming into this one. So their last loss was against North in a best of one. And we're going to end up on Mirage.
But okay, Mirage is, like, if there was one map, I'd say that Crazy has a legit chance of actually upsetting Liquid. It'll be Mirage.
Win rates across these two teams, both want to go toe-to-toe. Obviously, you can see who Liquid's played and beaten out on Mirage. They are ready to do some business here against Crazy.
That's a statement, right?
I couldn't believe that this went to Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, going to Mirage also leads me into the GG.bet odds. Of course, the official bookmaker and partner of StarLeadder and the Berlin Major 2019. Odds obviously in the favor there of Team Liquid. And if you're looking at the votes from the Strafe Esports app, well, those are going to be indicative as to everything you need to know going into this matchup.
Yeah, I think why Jacob and I are so surprised about the Mirage pick is it's a map where all of, you know, the new utility and stuff like all of that's exhausted. It's a map where puggers can dominate, you know, strategic teams on. We've seen it time and time again, and this is a risky play right now by Liquid.
Honestly, I love it. I love it. It's such a confidence pick coming out from Team Liquid, right? You know that you have an opponent who are the underdogs. They have nothing to lose. They have 100% win weight on the map of Mirage, and yet you're still feeling confident enough to pick it against them in a best-of-one scenario in the first match of a major. Team Liquid, they're here to win, and they're here to make a statement from the get-go, and honestly, I love everything about it.
It's almost as if they're in the command center, which is where we can find all of you in the command center. That's right, the StarLeadder Major Command Center. Subscribe to this channel and get access to the StarLeadder Major Command Center and watch every player's POV, get advanced stats and minimap, and even customize the HUD. So already, that sounds pretty dope.
Yeah, you can watch anyone. You can watch Liquid, you can watch Nico's cousin's team, according to Metro.
According to,
you couldn't even name the team.
Outrageous. Let's talk a little bit about the coaching staff here. Not too versed on the Crazy side, but we do know who Adrin is. We do know that he's been at the helm at the driver's seat during at least a lot of the success of recent. What do we know about this guy?
I mean, it's tough to give him credit, right? When you have so many good players in Team Liquid. It feels like no matter what he'd say, no matter what he'd do, they just do the job anyway. But I'm 100% sure that he offers a lot to this lineup. He needs to keep them in the right place. He needs to make sure that they still keep practicing. He needs to make sure that they still renovate their stretch, you know, come up with some new stuff. And I think it's a tough team to be a tough task, to be a coach for a team that is winning everything, right? How are you reinventing a team that has won 22 matches in a row doing a boot camp in Malta? I'm not too sure how you do that.
It's kind of like, hey, I'm going to coach Michael Jordan. Oh, wait. You know what I mean? But, I mean, a lot of this credit also needs to be pushed backwards a little bit into Zeus. Zeus put a lot of work into this lineup. He laid a lot of groundwork, and now him receiving praise for where they are now is certainly a conversation to be had.
I mean, without a doubt, Zeus laid, the backbone and structure within Liquid currently. But the leaders on Liquid are what propelled them to the top. Stewie 2K and Nitro being those two leaders. Right. Adren only needs to act, in my opinion, as like a strategic mastermind.
Well, the strategic masterminds that will are ready to go toe-to-toe here on Mirage. We've got Team Liquid, we've got Crazy, and it's just about time to get it on. So let's go to church with the machinery, Henry G and Alex Richardson.
Taking machinery to the church for, but appreciate it all the same. Thank you very much. Jokes aside, the scene set and Crazy versus Team Liquid. The fact that Nitro is coming into this with the expectations of a good, close game means we certainly should as well, Henry. Let's see. Jumping into the action with what does seem to be a lean towards A. Liquid flashing themselves in and off to the races. Esperanto up towards the Palace side. Actually, I'm getting confused. It looks like the player cams will be
We've got a bit of issue. We've got the HUDs obviously a bit bugged out, Alex. Cast the screen here, you'll be all right.
Let's work off this one. As for now, the bomb does go down. Otto working his way towards the connector side of things. Already they're pushed up, though. Elysian, Stewie, they've got control of the jungle. Bomb down. Letney, Nexa towards CT. They start their advance. They do not have a kit yet visible. Could already be littering the battlefield. Nexa's closing in. Good connection from Nav with a P250. You see why you pick it up on the pistol. Not bad from Letney, but he'd have to be the hero. Doesn't have the time, doesn't have the resources. That's going to be Liquid with the opening game.
Well, there we go. We will sort out the HUD right now. We can see the minimap is all over the place. But still, it was a very strong round from Liquid there. And the P250 of Naflight doing absolute work here in the pistol round. You can see what it's designed to be utilized with. It's the range and the one-tap potential. We see him get 3 kills in total. And Crazy can't do anything about it. A couple of kills for Letney, but that's about it. I do agree with the death. It's fascinating that Team Liquid are confident to play Crazy, who have a 100% record on this map so far, towards Mirage. It says a lot about their current mentality and how strong they're feeling on the North American side.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, their map stats in general actually were just absurd. You bring them up after, I spent a week looking at that map stat graphic. I hadn't seen something quite like that. I think 70 being the lowest, everything else just juicy, even a couple of hundred sprinkled in there. On the newest addition to the map pool, no less, Vertigo, not to be seen yet. And the second round is off to a flying start. They've actually gone for the scout. We've got some CZs and that Mag 7 on Letney.
Yeah, this is a full investment, and it's difficult to make this work. It's not like Inferno, where you can hold up really tight choke points. It's a very open map and has a lot of points of access. We'll see if they can find the 1Ds or the spray downs of those CZs. Letney does have the shotgun. He's positioned towards the bomb site right now, just underneath the apartments, and Stewie 2K with decent map control towards that connector. Molotov towards Shore to allow Ali to investigate towards CPL, which is a point of contention. These sort of rounds needs to be very careful. That happens a lot. If you do not flash it and have trade potential, it can cost you a key frag like that. It's a rifle given away.
Oh, it could not have gone better for Hunter. He didn't actually lose any points of health either. Now he's got the AK. He's got full Kevlar and helmet.
Yeah, it's such a risk to even challenge that room with no utility, but they'll have to learn their lesson the hard way. Still with a good chance of winning the round. They'll make their way towards the A site with Stewie 2K in that connector.
Yeah, Twist just caught a nade though. Nitro's gone. Look at that. The flash from Esperanto. Stewie, however, does get the first from connector. Nex is on for a flying finish. 3 in the second round, and that's going to get the crowd leery. You heard from Nexa. Lots of interesting lessons learned in those interviews with Banks. Not only does he say that he's quite light on the calling on the CT side, enabling fragging, well, delivering already 3 in this round alone. Great work with the CZ. His teammates kind of setting him up for that one and then just getting the cherry on top with Naf, who has been a consistent presence in Palace so far.
The CZ, it steps up. They give away a kill at the start. They have less manpower than they intended at the start of the round towards the A side. They get sprayed down and punished. They'll have to force themselves in response. We'll see 3 Desert Eagles, a Tech 9 for Nitro, and an attempt towards that A bomb site from Naf. It has cost him a lot of HP, down to 28 there. They still have 2 smokes and a couple of flashes, but what do they do with them now? They need a bit of fortune here, someone to overextend, and maybe Hunter could be the one offering himself up.
A lot of teams are going to have their eyes on this game. Haven't seen much from Liquid, of course, acknowledging that they have spent a week and a half boot camping, playing every single day, no days off. Flash doesn't catch him, but Esperanto still falls to Stewie. Good pick off by Liquid. They don't really have the resources to make a round out of this one, but with an AK in the hands of Stewie, anything is possible. A 2-2 split for the remaining CTs. This time they flash it and they're not going to make the same mistake again.
See how much better that is?
That's a little
more
easier.
Comfortable, yeah. They just need to work off each other. And one mistake has been remedied now on the Liquid side. They actually have the 4-on-3 advantage and a rifle for Stewie 2K, of course. And now, do the CTs react? Do they want to push? They have Letney alone towards B, but he has the shotgun in a pretty prime position. It allows Otto and Nexa to hold strong towards the A side, but Mac-10 could be a bit of a one-and-done position, but the low HP stands up and doesn't spot the feet. Does he get away with this one? I'm not sure. Twist will punish him. That is so unlucky. He was spotting that position while Crouch. He stood up and lost that vision the moment the Nafly crosses over. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, that's face to palm for sure. Not going to be happy with that one. Nexus on CT, just hoping that Galil will connect, but Naf, he was so low, he's still breathing. He started this round catching a nade and a Molotov. Down to 28, he's got himself not only still heart beating, but he's been distracting. Big part of the death of Otto, big part in the death of Nexa. Not necessarily converting it himself, but the numbers are there. Double for Twists in this one with this SMG. And so Liquid will respond. It will be quick back and forth fair. We've seen these go for some time, actually, Counter-Strike these days. We've seen those rounds go, the tiebreakers, the tennis style of Counter-Strike, back and forth.
Absolutely. It's a very interesting position we're in with CSGO right now. It seems like every team is so well versed in the Deagles and the CZs and understand how to get the very most out of very little. It's very difficult to contain, and Liquid to keep 4 players up there as well. What a bounce back into the game. They take the lead 2-1. I'm assuming we'll see more of the same here from Crazy as I see a shotgun purchase once more, and we've got a scout, an M4, a couple of pistols, and every chance to cause some damage going forward. Lovely positioning there from Twists. As we get into round number 4 here, will we see any sort of aggression from the CTs? Very common to push up towards top and middle, especially when you're desperate for a kill. Letney pushed the B apartments last round, but didn't find anyone there on his travels. Otto using the scaffolding towards short now to get himself in position, looking for any players crossing over towards the mid boxes, but the flashbang is spot on. He surely will not be able to find one here as he takes a lot of damage, down to 48.
Such limited utility. It will be Hunter and Letney who will be able to slow them down with their smokes. If this is, you're wondering what CT spawn looks like, that's it. Also rotating towards the ramp side of things. Stewie, in the meantime, will be their late presence in middle, supported by Elige. Now, no surprise, is back in Palace, the king. Looking to remind us of why he is seen in such high regard. Great work. Twist walks out, but what on earth did Esperanto just do? He's beheaded Naf and Stewie. Esperanto looking to double up, and he's actually tagged up another. Hunter draws their fire. And that's actually softened 2 of them up perfectly for Otto's scout. They are prime targets. He could even maybe hit the wallbang. We'll boost Twist in the meantime, though, and that's nice. Lovely play from Team Liquid. They're getting away, but so much damage has been done. Letney's mag 7, lethal as well. Hunter with the CZ won't be able to win the duel versus the AK. It makes sense. I think Letney realizes too tall of an order. Elige's AK is on the hunt. Doesn't manage to close the gap enough. And so as the golf clap comes in, so does the 3rd for Team Liquid.
Well then, not quite as explosive for Crazy there. Team Liquid looking very comfortable with their mission towards the A bomb site. You can see Naf getting all the information as to where they were. Molotoving towards the shadow position. Esperanto hits some remarkable shots there. They've got boatloads of talent on this Crazy side, but for now they will be silenced with a full eco.
Esperanto is such an interesting conversation. In a recent interview with HLTV, he was talking about the transition from being a mechanical pug star into fitting into your first real team. I mean, a team with a whole game plan, having to work as a team, flash each other, communicate, and he said he's been struggling to kind of feel like the same star player whilst keeping all of that in mind, while trying to be a part of a bigger thing, a unit. And the Crazy unit, I mean, this story for them started at the minor, the first to get to the major from the Balkan region, or with a Balkan majority, I should say.
Pretty much chance of causing a dent. See, Nitro, he might be alone, but he's not overcommitting. He's not giving anything away here. He's keeping these players contained towards the B site. They're planting at A. Round is confirmed at this point. He doesn't necessarily want to risk losing this AUG, but he's ready to fight tooth and nail. He gets the first. That's going to be Hunter. Nothing really to report here because Liquid will be winning this round. It's just whether Crazy will survive with any weaponry into the next.
I mean, that AUG certainly sounds good. Looks good, too. Really need to upgrade my...
Yeah, it's making my palms a bit sweaty looking at Nitro now. It feels like he's going to give it up. But they know he's there. Will they be able to hit the shots? They certainly will. There it is.
Yeah, well, your palms sweaty for all the right reasons.
Yeah. He had nothing to gain there and just the rifle to lose. That's why I was like questioning it a little bit. It doesn't necessarily matter they'll be buying up next round, but still, it felt like he didn't have to give that up.
Actually, Nexus trying to use that AUG for another. That's 2 rifles lost. Armor 2 will be forced to rebuy. Keeps Liquid honest. And with very little invested, 2 frags and 2 recovered rifles. Letney manages to get hold of that one.
Yeah, there was no reason to challenge those. Once you confirm their eco towards the site, let them keep their deagles. They've just lost 2 guns there on the Liquid side. They have good money still, it's fine, but Nitro down to $1,000 could have been avoided. That's all. 4-1.
Sure. 4-1. Let's not forget that this is Crazy's wheelhouse. Very comfortable on this map. Liquid, it was quite the statement in the map veto. Got the analyst desk's eyebrows raised. It's almost like them just kind of saying, let's see your best shot.
Yeah.
Let's see what you got.
That's a good point. They've got 1 kit. The sniper for Otto, who has been impressive. Such a breakout tournament for him. Looked fantastic at points. But now holding that sniper towards jungle and connector.
Yeah, I think something that's most impressed me is just how comfortable he is on both the rifle and the AUG.
Yes. That's when you know you've got a world-class player in your hands. When they can perform to a certain level with both weapons and they're not a one-trick pony, that's when you know he's going to develop into something very powerful indeed.
It's the smoke just on the A side of connector. Gives them an opportunity to kind of flash and clear without obscured vision on connector itself. Bomb in the hands of Twist ramp. Nav Palace, mid-pinch likely towards A. I always find Palace players so impressive. Well, Nexa, he's laughing at me. Takes down Nav, yeah. What on earth? Big adjustment. Elige, he's not going to let this round slip away without quite the heroic fight. Gets himself the double kill, but at the cost of 3 members of Team Liquid. Twists now arrives on the scene from the ramp side. He will make his presence known with that flash. Hunter likely going to have a bullet into the head of Twists during that bomb plant. Doesn't let it go down.
Yeah, that should be it now. Elige with the sniper rifle out of position, out of health and time. It will be the second on the board for Crazy here. You can hear them starting to get into this game now. Very passionate team, and we'll go into round number 7 with, like we said, Liquid with enough to buy, but now they're going to have a couple of compromises after those weapons they gave up against those eco players. So a UMP for Twists, a Galil for Stewie. They do have 3 rifles on all the utility. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more of a set-piece mentality here, Alex, just to get them close enough with those lesser weapons. That's why they're focusing on the utility aspect to see what they've got to bring to the table here at round 7. Smoke towards short. So misses the jump, not a big deal. Can just go towards connector. Extinguishes the Molotov and remains in position.
Yeah, it could have spread. He wants to have that freedom. Sometimes extinguishing the mollies enough to deter the T's, and they are still staying quite passive. Using that top mid smoke. My God, I'm getting flashbacks to Crad. You remember the smoke sprays he was hitting through that top mid smoke?
Crazy.
Yeah, well.
And that's quite fitting, Alex. I'm going to get in there before you do. I saw your opportunity.
Just came in and chopped my hamstrings.
I know, I saw you just about to jump in there, but I'm denying this one.
You can have that one.
Thank you.
There's a lot to be done with Team Liquid. I'll tell you that much. Baranto tucks himself in on the bricks. Knows his mid-presence, but they do seem to be playing a relatively passive game on A. Despite the deep B presence of the CTs and Esperanto's, patience is rewarded as the smoke clears. Stewie's head is no more. Next, looking to get ahead of the smoke, and actually without too much to be concerned about. He does catch a glimpse of Naf. Lovely angle. Extending the lead in round 7. Molotov will force Nexus to tuck himself in.
Now remember, they were 4-1 down. Nitro does find a bit of wiggle room, but Crazy looked like they're in charge of this one. It's going to be Otto waiting towards CT Spawn. He doesn't have to do much yet. Esperanto is taking everyone down in his bomb. He doesn't lose any HP. 4 kills to his name. They really are starting to get warmed up now. Barely any loss bonus available for Team Liquid. They're 4-3 up right now, but they're going to have to take an eco at this point, and that should tie things up. We have got a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Esperanto, what was this? Look how precise this kid is. Nitro had to do absolutely everything there, but still it wasn't enough. Just tapping away, positioned perfectly, and destroying some of the world's best players.
It's just that moment to adjust. He doesn't rush it. He doesn't look like he's feeling the pressure. Just a shrug of his shoulders and 4 kills against the very best.
Yeah, that was a very good round. Certainly a statement. Like we said, couldn't really be a partial buy. Has to be an eco here. P250s and a Deagle at the top end. You can see how vulnerable they are to the grenades here. They're going to try and make their way towards B with a flashbang. It goes over. It's pretty decent, actually. Letting you have to drop off and call for backup here, but I don't think this will be much of an issue. Hunter looks like he's poised for a couple of kills there.
Yeah, should just be a formality. Saying that, Elise might even get a frag and a bomb plant. Now the smoke could lock off towards Kitchen. Nexa, wise, realizing he doesn't want to let them get too established. He wants to try and destabilize. It's only going to be 1, 2 versus 2. Liquid, they've made this so doable. There's weapons on the floor as well, likely to be picked up. Naf and Nitro still just the sidearms. They don't have armor. It's going to have to be some heroics. Trying to draw the fire, dancing around the pillar, back turn, 1 versus 1. Nitro's already on for a 1 versus 1. He's already got 2. Bullets connect. Otto's low. Just the sidearm. It's just about across the line. Woo, crazy. That's going to be a big sigh of relief for coach and players alike.
Just going to confirm the bomb is defused there. It's right down to the wire, but he has actually got it there, so it will be 4-4. Team Liquid bring it down to such a tight situation there, but Crazy, hold on. That's an important round as well.
Yeah. I mean, we said Esperanto just reminded them this is going to be a damn good game. I think Liquid just did exactly the same back.
Yeah, this is warming up to be something quite special here. The opening game for Team Liquid, they're going to be tested as well. Everyone was speculating that Crazy could cause some damage here. They've got the perfect map for the job, and they look like they're in decent form and not intimidated by the Liquid presence on the server. Otto back on the sniper, and we'll see 5 rifles for the Team Liquid boys here. This time nails the jump, but Elise's there very quickly, and down he goes.
I have never seen someone punished so quickly. He must have had the spawn for it. Swings wide, seems to have a good read of Otto's habits.
I like this from Esperanto. Good confidence. Got a lot of information from that. They trade back a kill on Nafly, who always holds towards the A-ramp. He is, I guess, technically their log player on a Mantic overpass and hold outside Monster. Mirage is always A-ramp or Palace, as you mentioned before. And so once they know they've got a kill there, they can pretty much guarantee that A-side should be clear.
Molotov denies a lot from Letny. He'll be forced off. It means Stewie can just walk on up. So much time. So little presence in middle. Stewie's completed that walk, and Nexa aggressive in Palace. After finding Naf, they catch a Legion. Oh, Stewie. They know one's connector now. They don't have the advantage. Crazy, just 2 remain. Hunter and Letny. Letny's on the rotate as well. They've seen the bomb, and they're going to have that confirmed as the bomb does go down, courtesy of Nitro. Liquid looking for 2 more kills in pursuit of the 5th. Just 1 now. Late arrival from Letny.
Yeah, he'll have to do something quite special to even get close to this bomb. Alex looking to keep players on towards the bomb side, though. If he can take a couple down with him, that'll be valuable. You can see the money pretty weak on the CT side. That's pretty much all he can hope for. Nice kill towards Stewie. Trying to keep the modest here. Flashbang goes over. Shouldn't be any wiggle room here if Liquid play this properly. He's got to stay together, trade off, and now it's the 1 versus 1. He could do this, but has to touch the bomb and hope that Twist peaks straight away. Still a slight chance he can do it, but it's starting to evaporate now as Team Liquid will take charge in the 1 versus 1. But he did what he had to do there. He wanted to make it as expensive as possible, right down to the wire. If they do want to force buy in this next round, they've got a good case to do so because they would break Liquid if they won the round. So let's have a look. I expect a tactical pause. Exactly that will come through. And now they need to discuss their options. They're all hovering around $3,000. At the very high end is going to be Otto, 4,600. The rest of them could do what we've seen more of today. CZ, shotguns, scouts, that sort of thing. It would be a massive gamble and a best of 1. But those are the kind of risks you're going to have to take if you want to break a team like Liquid.
Yeah, and even then, we just saw what Liquid can do with those half buys, those pistols, those unarmored pistols. Every round will be somewhat like pulling teeth. Great work from Stewie. That was, I mean, next up, pushing Palace to destabilize and catch a Liege. It was the play he had to make. Wasn't ready for Stewie's presence in connector.
See what it means to them here. They know this isn't a walk in the park. A lot of you probably haven't heard that the players have been crazy if you're just tuning in for the major, but trust me, this is a team to look out for. They are dangerous, they are talented, and they have put in the hard work to get themselves to this position as well. It is going to be an A attack if it's Team Liquid. The force by from Crazy comes through. 3 SMGs and Esperanto to step up here.
They're already tagged and now fragged. Otto's already got one. Taps away with the MP9. Twist is on sandwich and dinked up nicely as well. They're also low. Naf's burning. What was that? He's actually fallen to himself. Esperanto's damage comes back to haunt him. Twist has only got 1 HP as well. You said it had to be a calculated buy. Well, this one, throw the calculator out the window. It's just fragging, raw. Esperanto and Otto.
And Nafly, apparently.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Naf. He's obviously got faith in his teammates, unfortunately, perhaps misplaced. This should be impossible. Crazy will not let this slip away.
With Twist on 1 HP, you'd think so, but trust me, Team Liquid, they've got themselves out of stickier situations than this one before. Nitro will get the plant in. That boosts their chances now. Acts as an extra man on the battlefield, but they have no utility between them. What can Twist do to be valuable? He's watching for the flanks right now. It's pretty much all up to Nitro to defend the CTs.
He's going to treat this like a 1v4. He's got a little bit of a gap through that smoke, and it's given a fight, but likely presence starting to close the gap, tighten the noose. Twist with 1 HP. There should not be an opportunity. Otto. Some speculative bullets do connect, and so Crazy keep things level. Back and forth we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness, they actually make it work. The MP9s, Otto arrayed, Esperanto as well, and the Molotov somehow landing at the feet of Nafly. I assume he was flashed and tried to fall back. I'm sure we'll get a replay of it. Doesn't look that mad. Most of the players will be smashing their keyboards. He's obviously fine with it. He's always a very calm presence on the server, of course, Nafly.
Yeah, I think that's a valuable tool, though. Having a player that can just be so
I agree.
Nonchalant in the face of adversity.
So they're going for the hero AK here. That shows you that they're not especially comfortable right now. They know they need some sort of entrance into the next round. Sui2K said they're going to step up. It was Na'Vi and Simple that really brought this sort of approach to the table, and it's very effective if your star player can start hitting the headshots and get you some entrance towards these bomb sites. I assume a couple of basic smokes here towards Steps, Jungle, and CT Spawn. Flash over, send in the cannon fodder, while Sui2K sees you can find any openings whatsoever.
And one of the many reasons it works so well is if you catch an aggressive CT, suddenly everyone starts getting weapons. It can spiral oh so fast, but this snowball's not rolling down the hill just yet. Instead, Otto takes down Naf. 2 rounds in a row. He's lost his life early, forced to watch as his teammates try and pull this one back. Stewie only going to get one, and Nexa catches another one. Henry.
It's not one alive,
it's not
Nexa.
over.
Chill.
It's got his, no.
He might have given up the round here.
Bite your tongue. Nitro, though, did punish Nexa's foolish knife pull. Evades the flash with the bomb down. He has such an advantage. They know where he is, though. He can't hit the shots. Hunter, he'll keep Crazy head above water in a must-win round.
What a panic that was from Nexa. Could have cost him the round. Luckily, they win it, so we won't talk about it anymore, but he didn't see the planter right in front of him. He's so zoned into the situation right now. He didn't even see him. Look at this. The bomb planter's in front of him. You can see him on his screen. Then he realizes, then thinks everyone's dead, runs with his knife out and realizes there's another player remaining. Fortunately, doesn't cost him the round, but if it had have done, it would have been one awkward moment.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that you don't want to be having, the first half of a best of one, your opening game of the Legends stage of the Major. This started at the minor for these boys.
Well, here we go then. 5 players towards B. The couple of calculated smokes towards the pillars. I think they commit off this with the flashbangs. Letney, nice incendiary. That might slow them down or at least segregate them.
Now, with the flames licking their toes. Alex. Where is their health going? Twisty's got nothing left. Letney, he's got all to do. Just the first. Twist, still with low HP, does frag. Esperanto finishes it off, though. And just 2 remain for the Liquid side. Are still locked in apps. They have been separated by the flames. And Stewie, so late to this party. He's apologizing, but he can't find a single frag. Their test on B passed with flying colors.
We have got one amazing game brewing here, ladies and gentlemen. Liquid are throwing everything they've got within their strategy book, and it doesn't seem to be landing. That was a B rush, but it wasn't like any other. With the smokes down, the flashes, the Molotovs, they're expecting to at least get a couple in return, but they barely cracked open the site. Where's that secondary smoke? It was a little bit late, so Otto found that wiggle room. The incendiary from Letney as well. That cannot be overlooked. The way he timed that did so much damage, segregated 2 of them to commit, and there it is, another partial buy here for Liquids. Not really much to speak of with it as well. They've got 3 smokes, a couple of flashbangs, and hoping Crazy will make some mistakes here, but it's been pretty perfect. Remember, they were 4-1 down. It's not like they had an easy start here. They lost a pistol. They've had to grind for these rounds.
They certainly have. The grind continues. Round 13. Seeing a couple more Tech 9s than I was anticipating. Seeing some players have been touching it in the player break, taking it for a spin after the changes to it. Much more about the tap than it is I was going to say spray. Still tapping, of course, but in quick succession. Not the case anymore. Twists and Nitro with the bomb carriers. The dastardly duo meet Otto. Ooh, bullet between the two of them. It's information, but how much can they profit from it? Esperanto, he's conscious. He hasn't been looking towards middle. He knows Connector's a threat. Nexa 2. Esperanto actually choosing to go aggressive. That's a rifle on the floor and a frag for Liquid, but shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Oh, wait for it. Twist is in position, but not able to find the kill. Nexa, a little bit uncomfortable there, but 4 players survive. He manages to take that all-important frag and deny the plant as well. They will be winning this half, Alex. It's 8-5. Liquid on the trail. They might even take a tactical timeout themselves at this point. It feels about the right time, and there it is. It comes through. So at this stage, they bring out the AWP. We haven't seen that on the T side yet. They have enough for a full buy here, but still, their strategies and the gun rounds haven't been that effective. They had a great start, but since then, this recovery is not looking too good for them. They're going to bring out 3 rifles so far, including Nitro of the AK, so we won't be seeing an AWP just yet, but then not a team that relies on it. So that's absolutely fine, but it's a decent buy. But what is the change here? They've tried the defaults, they've tried the B rushes, they've tried the executions. There's only so much you can do on Mirage. Every team runs a very similar playbook. Here are your frag leaders so far. Nexa, 16 kills against Twist's 10.
Nexa, I mean, it was a fantastic observation made by Banks in that interview that you know, Nexa's one of those fragging callers. Yeah. He is a fragging in-game leader, and he said a lot of that happens on the CT side because he can count on his teammates to make the decisions without him pulling all the strings like the puppet master other leaders have to be.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Interesting as well. Let's see what can be done here, though. Like we said, full buy now for Liquid. They have 3 Kriegs, everything they need in terms of grenades. Otto, this time positioned towards B. He'll be backed up by Letny, who has the AK-47. They have a couple of those on the CT side.
So many Kriegs. No surprise, it's in the hands of Elige, somewhat of a spearhead of the Krieg assault, even before the changes to it. Mid-control garnered for Liquid. They would smoke window, continue to deny information for Esperanto, who, given the responsibility of middle, has been able to have a great deal of impact both towards A and controlling Connector. Other standard from Liquid, but oh, he's not good. Just as the smoke clears, that's lovely from Stewie. Firm understanding of how to use and play around those smokes, and it's worked wonderfully for Team Liquid. 4 of them still standing as the initial flurry of frags.
Yeah, that's much more like it from Liquid. A very confident round there. Round 14 is theirs, no question about that. Letny will be coming in, though, from the A ramp. He might as well go for it. It's last round next. And they've let this at least be a point of access for him. They're all positioned towards CT spawn, deep on shore. They're hunting him on the other side of the map. They're assuming he's saving it. He's gonna attempt a defuse here. He's got the smoke. He's just trying to find the right timing here. Is it even possible?
I think Nav's kind of realised that's going to be his responsibility, and then, oh, I think that jump is enough info.
Looks like it.
Yeah, the Ninja Dream.
Here we go.
Out of the question. He's going to have a whack at it, but Stewie's not going to let him get across. Nav's there as well.
Ooh, Stewie.
Finding his voice.
Yeah, it's been a while since they've been able to shout because they've lost 4 rounds in a row. That's the first one they've picked up. Now we get to round number 15, 8-6. Liquid pull one back. Lovely A pincer there from Liquid. Nothing too technical, just very good on the timings, the coordination, and of course the shots as well. See Stewie 2K coming through the connector here. As I said, timing impeccable. Hunter caught the nade out, and then he's able to swarm the site, stifle the CTs as we get into the final round here. It's going to be a difficult buy overall for Crazy, but they do have the AWP of Otto. But unfortunately for Esperanto, down to the Deagle and Letny, or just a FAMAS here. So I wouldn't be surprised if someone's pushing for that first pick once again.
Keep your eye out for that early aggression. For now, Naf got one last chance, one last round to take a look at Palace, and he did so, just making sure it's his digs are still being kept up to snuff. Familiar territory so far. They're going to deny a lot of information. The smoke towards window and connector really does just leave mid flying the Team Liquid flag. Last round of this half, Liquid trying to keep it as close as possible.
Well, they've got control of CPL here. Suri2K confirms it's clear. The bomb's still down top of middle, so they won't be committing any time yet. They're just trying to push CTs back into night vision. Esperanto knows he needs a kill. How has he pulled that one off?
Whoa, on earth, that was a quick one. Twist was shooting at him from the very start of that swing. Still managed to not only shrug that off, but find the head. Very small window of opportunity for Esperanto, but he profits. 40 seconds. The clock's not a threat just yet for Team Liquid, but they do start their advance. Otto's on the rotate as well. Does have that AWP. He could be crucial here. Where's the smokes? I don't see many. Just the one in the hands of Elige, if he wanted to deny that.
Flash goes in. It's perfect. And Otto, ready and waiting. He's not affected by it. Hits the shot.
They do have somewhat of a curveball in Elige's positioning. With that bomb down, he's still on short. Did they plant for him? Yes, they did. This is going to be a difficult one for Crazy to overcome. 3 of them coming from CT.
No smoke as well. So they got the incendiary, and Letney needs to get through the murder hole. And it's named that for a reason. Let's see what he can do with it.
Nice angle held by Stewie. That's going to draw their fire. Stewie connects as well, and look at that. Clinical. Just the 2 of them. They can make it if they try. 8-7 on the half.
Well, it's Team Liquid that are being tested here. Crazy have turned up to play. They currently have the lead at 8-7.5, but they swap over to the T-Forces. Can they keep it up? You're going to have to find out after this break.
Team Liquid versus Crazy. Second half, it's a best of 1. The map Mirage. It's a map both teams have incredible statistics on.
Yeah.
Crazy started their adventure here at the minor, and the European minor, no less. I mean, that was the stacked of the
That's
group.
when you're playing on hard mode.
You certainly are, and they have a 100% win rate on the map Mirage. Liquid quite similar, 91. Both teams highly proficient in it, and one half to see who's going to find their first win off the break.
Well, here we go. The setup will be 1 smoke. Make it 2 if one's deployed already to a window. They've got a Molotov as well. So it looks to me like an A split coming in with the positioning of Letney towards the A round for Nexa. He'll be in towards the Palace position. Hunter is trying to push CTs back, but Nafly stands firm. Twist as well, hitting absolutely everything here. Can he get a third? Surely not. He will survive as Elise arrives on the scene and confirms the round here. Nexa in a 5 versus 1. Surely can't get anything from this. That's a nice shot, but surely this is where Nafly can dig his heels, and they have the bomb towards a connector.
What a bad connection from Nexa, and with Twist low, he had an opportunity. That's a huge round from the magnificent Van Dolken. 15 so far for him, leading the scoreboard on his team, not in the server. Nexa ahead of him, 18 coming into the T side. This is where you expect that to slow, though. Less fragging, more calling necessary going into the T side, and against the world's best, no less. This is
Absolutely.
This is a chess match right now. Nexa versus Nitro, but with a whole lot of brawn and a whole lot of brute force as well. Crazy have been showing that on their T sides, perhaps not in this round.
No, not in this round. No plant found, and they're going to be able to bang out AKs in the next. That looks pretty promising, actually. As you can see, there's only a couple of rifles there, which are for masses for Team Liquid, so they probably have quite a clean round here, but then they've got to fend off the AK-47, so they need to guarantee, once they know they're up against Glocks, no armor, that everyone just survives. You don't want to be hunting for frags here. Every dollar counts.
Financial advice with Henry Greer.
Yeah. Only listen to it within CS, I would say. Not very smart outside of this.
Mm-hmm. Not sure what jokes I'm allowed to make on broadcast, and
Yeah, just leave it there.
we're just going to leave it there.
Yeah.
Just the two P250s, $600 investment. If they can take anything away from Team Liquid, it is going to pay dividends in the grand scheme. Knife out, just jiggling for information. Letney, if he can get this information for free, that's the dream. Actually trying to bait. Does make some noise towards the B apps. Going to keep Nitro
There is a bit of reaction there. You can see Naf, like, after hearing that footstep, he jumps on purpose there. Naf actually hears that and he said, well, I'm going to stay with B for now as at least one. So Letney just jumps. It might allow them to have one less player towards the A side when they fully commit. If they can plant here, that's great news. That's pretty much as good as it's going to get. If the plant comes through, they'll be very happy.
But you are up against a couple of turrets. Stewie posturing towards connector, but he can quickly flip. Once the call is made, yep, out ramp, they make that call. They can adjust. 3 long-range rifles ready and waiting. Never mind, don't need the rifles when Elige's SMG does connect, and looks like Twists is having no worries. Just gets himself a double, but still 2 frags. Crazy. It's a whole lot more than nothing. 2 players from Liquid forced to buy themselves a new weapon and the armor, taken away by a very low buy.
Yeah, well, there we go. Couple of kills come in. It's not too bad. They're going to be buying up regardless here. Crazy they got the AKs. And do we see any M4s on the Team Liquid side? Here the odds provided by GG.bet. You can see Liquid still the firm favourites, but Crazy, they have proven themselves to be a powerful force on this map so far. And here comes potentially their first round of the second half. We will see if they can pull it off against 3 FAMASes and Nitro just for the P250 here. Oh, there's the MP9. Right at the last second, he gets that in.
Okay. Definitely an advantage for Crazy, though, in the weapon department. Gonna be intrigued to see what Crazy can do on this T side. Just so many examples of Team Liquid's holds, Mirage, and all other maps, of course, but often what you'd hear from the analyst desk is it doesn't matter, because you still have some of the best individual players at this very moment in time on one team in the Team Liquid jersey. You may know what they're going to do, but you still have to hit those shots. Oh, a lot of CT Molotov smokes. Mirage, not a map you can lock them out, though, with this. Has to be quick if it's reactionary. And already, Twist's jump does get him a whole lot of information. Besides, his responsibility is going to be Palace.
Yeah, they're going to have to play more of a retake mentality here. They're allowing Crazy to have bomb site control, rotating 4 total players from the CT side towards A, but they need to get close towards the side. They've got FAMASes, MP9s, locked out from the smoke right now. Stewie will fire the first few bullets, but the bomb is being planted. Advantage to Crazy.
In the A site with his 5 players still standing. It's a dream to start off round 18 for Crazy Hunter. He's looking for some aggression, wants to try and push where it hurts, but that's an AK delivered straight to Nitro's door. Elige gets another, and another coming from the stairs. He's doing everything for Team Liquid. 3 in the round so far, and it's just like that. The 10th is on the board for Team Liquid.
Very good stuff there from Liquid. Very disciplined, very calm as well. You can see Twist, although he knew they had the full control of the site, he's not overcommitting. He's not jumping in by himself. He's biding his time, waiting for his teammates to arrive so they can really effectively push together. It's Elige, as we saw, just on an absolute run there. Managed to get 3 in total. You could see even after he killed the 3rd player, he was like hungry for more, ready for another shot. Everyone was down. He's just so in the zone right now. Just the Terminator busting through the A site.
Look at his eyes darting around.
Yeah. He's considered one of the world's best players right now for good reason. He consistently performs for Team Liquid.
He is the 3rd name in that conversation.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's what's so insane. But the thing is, you know, there's a whole conversation about AWPing and how much that plays into it. But if you look at just how consistent he's been over, I think it was like 90 maps, some absurd.
Well, we talk about it being like the most valuable player for the team, right? If you think about it, Liquid, out of all those players in the conversation, Simple and Zybo, Liquid is the only one consistently winning trophies. So
that's
if you're talking about how much impact he had towards that success, you've got to say that he's up there in the conversation. Either way, towards A, Elige to be challenged once again. He's got players all around him here. The Palace will be the main objective now as he swings in from Sandwich. His teammates buy him 1 kill, but Stewie 2K needs to do a lot more than that. Flashbangs will get him out of position as they find a 4-on-2 lead here off the Crazy side.
They played that one so well. Nice work from Crazy, willing to take that fight. Otto, we told you he can do both. This time with the Krieg, he cracks open the A site. Restraint, though, displayed by Crazy. They want to procedurally clear the site. They don't want to fall foul to any funny business. Just Naf and Nitro. You lose one silly round, it can haunt you. Crazy. I'm going to let that one happen. I say that. That's the bomb catcher as well. Bomb now loose on the site. Naf's going to join Nitro. Power in numbers. Bomb still not down. 30 seconds since they had access to the site.
Grenade thrown in. Doesn't do any damage towards Crazy here. They've got no grenades remaining. There's a chance now for Liquid as they try and apply some pressure. Otto's out of position with the bomb on his back as well. The Incendiary will lock out the remaining player towards the Palace. And now Nafly, he'll be isolated on the bomb site, but look at how much control he has there. Bomb in his hand, low HP on both of these players. Hunter's absolutely done for. He knows that there's one player towards Palace, or maybe not. Doubting it somewhat, and Nexa, he'll continue that strong form he's been displaying all map long. They will be knocking on the door of Team Liquid here as we go 10-9. As they look to tie things up, the money is not going to be in a fantastic spot for Liquid. There is enough to buy there, but compromises will have to be made. Stewie2K will buy up the AWP with no armor. Nitro of $1,800 will have to go Deagle armor or a Scout. Elise will go with a UMP. So a very difficult round, as we'll see Crazy call the tactical timeout.
The way Liquid played that 2v4, the Molotov,
it looked perfect, right?
The aggression, like you're in a 2 versus 4, and the timing with the Molotov and Nitro pushing onto the site with the numbers disadvantage, it's a display of confidence and a firm grasp of the game we love, the game we call Counter-Strike. Second tactical pause called by Crazy. Just want to double check. Next is still very much at the top of the scoreboard. Yeah.
Well then, here's the replay. Otto getting it done with the Krieg. Stewie2K, that was a kill he really had to find to secure their chances there.
Was that a team flash?
I'm not sure, could have been.
Because there was no assist, and he was still doing the dance.
True, good point.
See what happens into round 20. Some aggression up mid from the CTs, but Letney's movement did give him that information. He's anticipating a leash, but you may know it's coming. Can't handle that one. A quick shot to the head, finishes it off with a shot to the body. Nice work from Stewie as well. Just with 90 seconds still on the clock, there's only 2 members of Crazy. They have chipped away at them on every single extremity.
That's a great call from Liquid there. They knew with the timeout call from Crazy, they're going to be adjusting. They're going to be having something in mind that they want to execute and trying to avoid potential CZ stacks, etc. Liquid just throw the book at them. They run up towards middle, and lovely movement there from Leach. Gets himself up on the shelf and manages to swarm the player top of middle. They've got a 5-on-2 advantage, and Stewie2K's glass cannon looks very strong on top of the A bomb side there. It's going to be Otto and Hunter waiting for mistakes to be made here, looking if anyone will dare flank them. But at this stage, Liquid just need to hold their positions. No one has to do anything at this point apart from work together and make sure trade potential is available.
8 rounds on the T side of Liquid gave us that 8-7 half. Now, so far so good in pursuit of their 4th here on the defense.
So in towards T-spawn, still waiting for a mistake here. Nafly might present himself first. That's going to be a kill. So patience pays off for at least one, but still nowhere near a bomb site. Might just be holding on to what they have because the money situation is not going to be fantastic going to the next round. They will have 3rd stage loss bonus, so might as well save it, but it looks like Hunter is still exploring his options with the bomb. If you look on the minimap, still towards T-spawn, suggests they won't be going for this.
Yeah, Liquid going to have the majority of their numbers towards A. Just know and can count on Nitro towards that B site. The damage done oh so early. It is almost comical just how many different rounds of Counter-Strike, how different each round of Counter-Strike can look. I mean, that was within 10 seconds we knew who won that one. Sometimes it can feel like it takes 5 minutes.
Yes, indeed. Well, like I said, 3rd stage loss bonus, meaning we get $2,400 per player for Crazy going to this round, and that's less than the kit these remaining players had, so they might as well have survived and got no money, and that means they'll probably be forcing into the next round, and it's going to be a difficult one for them. And we get it to round number 21. So the 2 rifles, the Krieg and the AK, in the hands of Otto and Hunter. Next, Esperanto and Letney with pistols here. They have fully invested with pretty much everything they can. Letney will save $2,000, but let's see what can be done here. There's always a chance, but a lot of pressure on some of the bigger names here. Hunter looking to crack things over towards Connector. Leeds will protect himself with a smoke.
Oh, this is a bit faster from Crazy. A bit of a quick presence and take on towards middle. The setup they established. Stewie now swapping out.
Oh, that nade. That hurts a lot. He knows they're trying to boost on the other side. There's their welcoming gift.
Naf and Stewie make it just Naf as he's going to fall towards Connector as well to support. Liquid, it's such a reactionary, such a mobile CT side that it's not static, not a single one of those players. They've given the middle. You can see how they've adjusted accordingly with that information. Elige is considering somewhat of a regress, just making sure they can't be boosted through that window. Letney's already set up for a late swing. And that smoke could be enough to encourage him to try and get himself tucked in on that window, but Elige's trying to check if there was a gap, any way to get that information.
Well, there it is. Remember, this is a force buy round from Crazy. They've put a lot into this round and not getting much return. Great stuff from Liquid. They found the first 4 kills. They haven't had to break a sweat. No one really tested. Only Elige taking a little bit of damage at the start of the round. Next up, could cause a bit of damage here. He's fantastically skilled, but only good for 1. It is going to be 12-9 in favor of the North Americans. Team Liquid, as Crazy, have to almost certainly take an eco here. Can barely make a partial buy. Like PT50 armor is the very top end of what they can invest into this round.
That round felt so flat.
Yeah, they couldn't find anything there. And Liquid, as soon as they got the information they're up against the pistols, they just put the brakes on. No one's pushing. They're just waiting for full commitments, and nothing could be done. So they have gone for 1 AK-47. Otto had slightly more catch. He had $4,000 compared to his teammates. They've gone for the pistols armor, but Letney been given the AK-47. Not necessarily the star player of the squad. Let's see what he can do with it.
Bombs still at T-spawn. This is just going to be Crazy, hoping that they can get some early surprise frags. Hunter, one of them, but looking unlikely. Just the warning shots from Elige does convert. Nullifies the underpass presence quickly. This would be an impossible shot for Otto. Sees the head of Twists, given 2 opportunities before Elige arrives again in the kill feed, and don't think he's done there. Taps away at the head of Nexa towards ramp. Letney's backup squad surrounding this AK Kevlar have been completely removed so early into the round. It makes it very difficult. Just Stewie casting his eyes towards ramp. Just the warning shot as he chooses to retreat. Realizes he's got the support of Twists if he needs it, and well, he certainly did. That's the AK gone. That's the round over. Liquid, as they enter the defense, have entered a moment of serenity, winning themselves 6 of the last 7.
Yeah, indeed. It's 6-1 overall in the second half. Liquid look excellent. It was a very exciting first half. Looked like Crazy were onto something. They're still not out of it yet, but they need to start finding some weaknesses here in the Liquid defense. Right now, there's no signs of any of that. As we'll get into the next round here, we'll have a look at the general complexion of the buy. A couple of holes within it. They don't have every single grenade they have, and Otto will have no helmet. You see John there, big smile on his face, as Elige himself will be pushing from that connector. Esperanto on the other side, but not for long. Nafly gets him through the smoke, courtesy of a flashbang from Twist, but they do get one back.
When they see that smoke, they have to piece that one together. It looks like a fail, but it does enable Elige to get up on that shelf. We saw how it worked with the SMG this time. Letney not going to let it happen again. Oh, it's the AWP, he's already fired the shot. Punished by Hunter, Twist to trade. Caught a glimpse of Nexa, and the Flames arrive just in time. He scarpers and looks to rejoin his squad as they have 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it's the best chance they've had in a while, though, to be fair, Alex. So we'll see if this A probe will work out for them. They still have flashbangs. 1 smoke. I'd say the AWP has to go in first and try and find an opening here. There's no CTs peeking from the CT spawn area. They're actually all focused towards middle right now. As we'll see Twist hold towards that connector. He'll allow them to walk towards A and just make sure he kills anyone crossing. And remember, only 1 smoke here. They can't really nullify him.
What a lovely little call from Liquid is while they're setting up, while Crazy are doing all of their preparations, we'll get that mid-info. All 3 of us, safely. Now they adjust. Twists and Naf responsible for A. Nitro likely going to be on his way. Bomb going to be allowed to go down. There'll be a play for the retake.
Oh,
Twist, no way. I say allowed to go down. Through the smoke, Twist gets him. Now Naf can aggress. He knows there's a second player. And just like that, the 14th looks like a guarantee. He's on the site, admittedly. Anticipating Naf, but that doesn't mean anything when he's hitting shots like that. Gets the AWP off of Otto's corpse, and now 3 in the round from Naf, 2 away from Liquid's first win.
Yeah, they're really fired up now. You can see they're really feeling in the second half. Liquid have looked dominant here. It's going to be a difficult round for Crazy, whatever happens. Not only looking down the barrel of map and indeed match point, their money isn't fantastic. They're going to have to buy into this one. Esperanto will lead the charge. He gets AK armor, 1 flashbang. That's about what all of these buys are going to look like. If they want to have firepower, they're not going to have any grenades. So let's see what they go for. They're a team that are known for their individual prowess, so you'd assume they'll probably go for more rifles than deagles and utility. But for now, The coach will have to chime in with something quite magnificent at this stage. Here's the replay. Twist denying that plan. You didn't think it was possible. It looked like that only smoke they had was going to be worth its weight in gold. But then Twist denies absolutely everything there. No plan available. And that's... Oh, I like that. Okay.
Oh, cool.
Blast from the past.
A blast from the past. We find ourselves 2019, getting a bit of throwback. A map that at its core has been played for years. Double orbs pulled out by Team Liquid to try and pull themselves across that line.
And Stewie isn't slowing down just yet. He wants to see if Hunter's on the other side. He is, but he's ready and waiting for aggression. Who will blink first?
The signature Stewie wiggle.
Oh, Nexa.
What just happened to his health? He just got wallbanged by Nitro,
Yeah,
you know.
I think he did. And it looks very good for Liquid right now. Stewie just one step ahead of his opposition. It's going to be a 4-on-1 essentially with the HP of Nexa. Esperanto jumps out. He's found something here. Maybe this round not over just yet.
Is he ready for Twist there, though? He's already got the first. I think that's enough for him in his mind to consider ramp clear enough. That's enough. 15 then to 9. Crazy. It was a lovely defense, keeping Liquid honest, but as soon as it's their turn to make the move, to dictate the pace, handling it with class. Look at this from Stewie. They've got so many tools at their disposal. Their individuals so dynamic. Stewie 2K. I remember not long ago I was talking to, here's a throwback, Dazed.
Okay.
I asked him who's the best AWPer in North America, and he said Stewie 2K, but he ain't even an AWPer.
That's a pretty bold statement. I like that. Well, Crazy, what have you got for us? Like I said, they'd probably be focusing on firepower, Alex. They've got 5 rifles. They don't care about the utility at all. They're going for pure headshots. One smoke towards middle. That's about all they have. Hunter's got one more smoke grenade on his belt, but overall, this is not looking good for Crazy at all. 6 lives for Liquid to close this one out. Crazy, only option now to take us to overtime.
Towards middle they go, and seen this cause some problems in the past for Crazy. Nades and smoke sprays have all led them to their demise. This time it's Elige above the smoke, and he manages to get away, dip away just as it starts to clear, and oh, the nade. Look at this. This is just masterclass from Elige.
Yeah.
Won't win the third, but damage done to him. His teammates looking to profit from that. Bullets from short and CT respectively. Hunter's forced to back away, but Nexa, it's always Nexa, trying to get Crazy back into this.
Yeah, he refuses to go down. We'll see now if there's any chance with him on 10 HP. That's a nice boost. Hunter has a chance here. Stewie 2K. Oh, it needs to be so careful. That's a guaranteed kill, but how does he want to do this? Goes for the quick execution on the side of the head, puts Stewie out of his misery. And now they have control of the A side. No one towards CT spawn, however. Crazy have turned this round around. We'll see if the bomb can be recovered. Letney's got it. 25 seconds remaining. Flash will go over towards A. And what's the call here? Are they going to stick together on the CT side? Both heading towards T-spawn right now. They've got time to do this. The bomb still about 5 seconds away from being planted.
Yeah, so Letney's going to be the one punching in those digits. Nitro and Naf grouping up, coming from the ramp side. Wow, they're not just out of this one just yet. Nitro, that was clinical. Nexa's low. He gave them a chance. He took down Twist. It's the only way they got this bomb down, but look at the utility available. They've got 2 Molotovs. Nexa, he would be cooked, and he will be. Crazy, served up medium rare. Hunter, oh no, the Molotovs, we talked about them. They've both been used so well by Team Liquid, and Naf's just going to finish it off. The North American #1, the world #1, come to the major and find their first.
Well, Crazy couldn't get going in the second half, but they've certainly made Liquid sweat. That first half had absolutely everything. Goes right down to the wire, had insane clutches, had great performances, but Liquid is way too strong on the CT side. Didn't really make any mistakes whatsoever. Elige was absolutely stunning. Twist found some amazing form towards that A bomb site, and fair play to Crazy. We thought they had a chance in that first half, but Liquid just too powerful right now. The undisputed #1 in the world right now.
Yeah, they just built that wall on the CT side, man. It was just impossible for them to find a way in, despite Nexa's best efforts. I want to point some credit towards the leader there who did. He talked about perhaps a weakness on the T side, not seeing any of that up against some of the harder hitters in the scene.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that one. Crazy have got a lot to offer Counter-Strike Global Offensive. They are a great team with a lot of talent, a fantastic in-game leader as well. Nexa finishes on 22 kills there, Alex. What a performance from him.
It really is. That's that. You know, if you look at their path so far, they've taken maps off of North. They beat DreamEaters and Furia Greyhound in order to get to this stage of competition. And so we want to see just how high their ceiling is.
Yeah.
Who can Crazy, you know, throw that curveball, throw that spanner in the works of?
They can go toe-to-toe with the big boys. We've seen that now. They've got to this stage of the tournament, the new legends, and I hope they make it through to the final eight because they're such an exciting team. They have a lot to offer. Some younger players as well. They seem to be performing years above their experience. It's a great little team. But Liquid, it's nice to see that really dominant performance in the second half. It fills you with hope that the madness has stopped and the upsets are off the menu today.
That will be the first Mirage loss, though, for this roster in the last 3 months. They have just been so dominant, Crazy. They had 9 map spree on Mirage. It's Liquid. Of course it's Liquid to take that spree away from them. But let's go ahead and hear from your winners. Team Liquid take their first here at the Major.
Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations, Nitro. What a strong start here for Team Liquid. It was a best-of-1 against Crazy, who can be a very scary opponent, especially in a best-of-1 format. So what was it like playing against them, as we saw in that first half, especially? Got a little bit close.
I think they were playing with a little bit too much respect on their CT side. We watched their demos, and they were playing super aggressive and stuff like this, and I didn't really see much of that on our T side. We got 7 rounds, but our CT side usually a little bit weaker, and 7 rounds was like, it'll suffice or whatever, but yeah, I thought they were playing a little bit too passive. So.
Well, it worked out. You have this first win under your belt, and when it came to that boot camp that you had after the break, how did it go? Because, you know, for some teams, it takes a little bit of time to get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, we at the beginning of our boot camp was a little bit rough, but towards the end, we started getting back and practicing our fundamentals and stuff like that. That's where we really lacked in the beginning of the boot camp. But towards the end, it got a little bit better, and we were starting to get our confidence back and stuff like that. So it's pretty normal, and we were expecting it. So.
When you're a team that's playing at the very top end, you're winning tournaments constantly. As the in-game leader, what do you even work on, and what do you focus on during practice?
You basically want to just make sure like the strats you have, that like you want to perfect them and make sure like they're not anti-stratable, and work on your fundamentals, because in a high tier match, that's what it really boils down to. It's not like having insane strategies or having these insane players. It's like all being on the same page and all just having the same fundamental goal, and just working on it in practice is what really helps us.
Well, you guys are showing a very good performance thus far, so congratulations once again with that victory. Let's head back to the desk.
Yes, Sue, let's do it. Let's head back to the desk. Let's talk about how Liquid is just a dominating force. However, Crazy, they do have something to talk about.
Yeah, they put up a fight that game. Honestly, that first half was a little bit scary. The economy was slipping out of Liquid's hands a couple times. But, I mean, once they switched to CT side, you never really felt like Crazy was in control. And that's what we thought would be the problem, right? That strategic aspect on the T side.
Let's talk a little bit about that first half there, right? So we've got Crazy on their CT side. It looks like Liquid has trouble getting out onto the B bomb site.
They had troubles breaking down Crazy, right? Crazy stood up for themselves in terms of individual brilliance. I mean, when you're playing Mirage, you gotta have some sort of skill in order to stop, 5 terrorists coming in towards you, especially on that A side. Liquid, time and time again, they went up there. Sometimes they had success, but the majority of the time, it was actually Crazy who shut it down, which is very, very impressive. You gotta give some credit to them, because despite us saying here that Liquid was a dominant force and it seemed to be in control, after that first half, I was a little bit worried that they could actually end up losing this one. A pistol for Crazy right there, a clutch one, all of a sudden we could have a game where Liquid would actually break a sweat.
Well, let's start to, we talked a little bit about what it is that Crazy's done right, what they've done wrong. I mean, an 8-7 half is a T side. Not awful by any means, but that means that this is a very close game.
Yeah, it was definitely a close game. I mean, it spiraled out of control for Crazy, especially when Elige came into play on CT side. I thought Liquid used a couple of probably their go-to things that they probably didn't want to use going into this match, like that middle smoke that allowed Elige to climb up on the ledge, is kind of created a weird one-way. I would imagine they would have preferred to have saved that, but you got to win all the matches here.
Yeah, I mean, and the reality is this. We can give praise over to the side of Crazy. We can talk about how Nexa had 5+ multi-kill rounds at the half. But what we've got to actually look at now is Liquid. We have to examine that there are other teams in the Legends stage. They are watching Liquid like a hawk. And when they come to here and they use these things that they would probably rather use down the road, that's got to be a little slippery.
Slippery, sure, but not a problem for Team Liquid. It is Mirage. It's a map that requires a lot of individual skill. It's a map that requires that you have your individual players showing up, and Liquid just showed that they're here to play, right? All of them had great moments. Even Nitro, that last round, that 2 versus 3 retake, Nitro was the leader in guy for that one, getting 2 kills, completely outplaying Crazy with those 2 Molotovs as well. That was a great round to showcase what Liquid is all about. It's skill, it's tactical, it's basically everything right now, and there's a reason why they won so many games in a row.
Yeah, and then there is always a trade potential for Liquid, it seems. Like there's always someone in the right spot to go ahead and get that trade if they have like a fallen teammate. Either way, we do have some more Counter-Strike coming your guys' way. It looks like Vitality is back on the cards. They have survived up to this point, and they're on the hair of their chinny chin chins.
Yeah, indeed. We get to see the ZywOo show again. I think everyone's a little bit excited for that.
Of course.
But we don't get to see you again. I think we're also excited for that.
Yes, that is also something to be excited for. That does it for me. Das Vidanya, everyone. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, more great action coming your way, and something very special, a very special treat. We'll be right back.
Change of range.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Welcome back to the StarLeadder Berlin Major. It's our 5th day of competition, but our first of the new Legends stage. And that, of course, means back to best of ones, back to the reset Swiss system, the same as last week, only a little more spread out this time. We've got time for some more matches.
One stream makes life a little bit easier.
Absolutely. And speaking of one stream, we're going to continue this one on with another cracker of a game. Vitality, who barely skipped through last week. Sean, I mean, what do you think about that?
I mean, Vitality has played a lot
It's
of
not
matches.
that Sean Gage just banging on about Counter-Strike again, is it?
Did they get a soundboard here? Like,
come on.
Oh,
Listen.
I'm
Get
getting
out. Get
All
out.
right. Did you just walk through that
boys.
curtain?
Listen, we had to bring a little bit of professionalism back to the stream. You guys have been too loose. There's too much banter flying around. And also, Eastern Europeans love me. What can I say?
I'm just
At least my
impressed
Twitter
that you
account.
managed to get past the wall somehow. Like, obviously they didn't build that high enough for a man of your personality. That's incredible.
I think this is the memo, Matt. It's been there for 30 years.
Oh, well, I've missed a few memos in my lifetime.
That was a different wall they were talking
I
about.
thought I was missing a major. A major without Thorin? I mean, come on.
Who's here now?
What I like to do is every couple of years, I take a few years off the majors, let some other guys give it a go, you know, let Pimp have a go. He's never going to be a player again. I'll let Sean Gares go again. Same thing, obviously. Now I'm back, though. Let's do this.
I pretended to do the same with E-League, but they just didn't hire me, so.
Well,
we've all played that game.
Yeah, we have all
Collectively.
played that game. That's fine.
Yikes.
It's totally fine.
Exactly.
You obviously watched last week then from wherever in the world you were. Not here, but now you are. So Vitality, that was a big talking point.
Absolutely. Well, one of the things everyone's noticed about Vitality is you just go and look at those stats, and you have Ziwu, who's up in the heavens, and everyone else is actually basement dwelling in terms of raw stats. So it's understandable. They've got rookie in-game leader, rookie superstar player. Unfortunately, you have to expect there's going to be some teething problems when you come to a major.
Yeah, just to back that up, Zaru was the 3rd highest rated player within the last stage, right? You look at the other players, they all had moments. MBK had some of his, Apex, of course. Alex, when it came to the dying stages, that pressure that you're talking about, you could see it mounting. He was picking up secondary AWPing duties on the CT sides because he wasn't making any frags whatsoever. Whereas you look at North, you look at these guys, they scraped through with fantastic CT sides. You look at the overtimes that they had to go against Crazy, but their T sides have been very weak, and Yugi is yet to be activated.
And it's interesting that you're saying that because Vitality struggled. They got through. They got the last spot, actually. But North were one of the first teams to go
3-0.
through. 3-0. In fact, I think they were the first team of the 3-0. I can't remember which game was first. But either way, they got one of the 2 3-0 positions. So they're on kind of opposite ends of the coin, and yet I still want to say that if Vitality shows up and plays the way that they should, it's not a one-sided affair at all.
But here's the sexy thing about this match, though, is I actually saw that James Banks said he'd done an interview with Alex, where Alex actually agrees with my theory that you don't really want Dust 2 to be your best map, because in best of ones, anyone can lose. Well, I tell you who they've lost to on Dust 2 before is North.
Yeah,
It's happened.
Well, that was at the ECS finals.
It could happen again now.
Yeah, and Dust 2 could crop up in the
Absolutely.
map pool again. We've got Inferno and Nuke as well in that best of 3 from ECS.
Well, we'll get a bit more of a feeling of how North is feeling, having most days off of anyone coming into this stage, because we're standing by with Gade.
I've got Gade here with me from North. They've gone through 3-0, and that's probably the first part I want to start with you guys, because you come from the play-in, you didn't make it at the EU minor, it was looking very scary, and now you guys have gone 3-0. How much were you able to change in a short amount of time?
Yeah, it's been a bumpy ride, but I think we managed to find ourselves within the time from the actually minor to the play-in. I think it was pretty good for us that we actually lost against Crazy in the final game in the minor, because we could go home, and I think we had some flaws, and we've kind of figured out what flaws and what things we did wrong, what things we did right, and we kind of just evaluated ourselves within that period of time. Then came and won against the MVP guys, and yeah, came here, and we actually had some time to practice up to this event. So yeah, it's just been great, kind of facing ourselves and facing the things that we're missing. Yeah.
Going into Legend stage, you've got a few days here now. I'm guessing it's practice time the whole way through, but is there something specifically that you guys go, okay, if we want to make it another step further, this needs to be sorted?
Yeah, definitely Mirage, but also just trying to sort out some new stuff, I think. We've kind of showed our tendencies on 3 maps, 4 maps now. So yeah, just trying to figure out if we were supposed to fix something and if we were supposed to add something, delete something. So yeah, now we have 2 days of practice here, and we're just gonna really work hard to be ready for Wednesday.
So do you think if you guys could fix all the mentality problems, right, in terms of actually that confidence and, like you were saying, on the communication, do you think that's when we're going to see North back up the top again?
Yeah, I think we can really stump teams if we get a good start and everything is just going our way. But we when we face difficulties and we face just getting picked off in standard or tactics don't work, that's when we get a bit quiet and, you know, we kind of fall a bit back and no one is doing anything. So that's never good for any team. I think if you can't just sit back and wait for someone to do something, right? Because everyone is doing that and nothing's just happening if you're doing standard, just default. That's what it calls. So yeah, I think we're the best version of ourselves when we're a bit ahead, but also feeling good.
Yeah. The mood needs to be right.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope the mood's going to be right during the Legend stage, man.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that.
Interesting from Gade, of course, saying that if you're standing back on a default, you're not really doing anything. And we've talked about Valda's in-game leading. Is it a carbon copy of MSL and a bit of Cadian strats? But we also talked about the fact that they push behind the smokes and they're kind of speeding that up a bit.
Yeah, well, they've gone back to more of like a brawly style, but the thing is they look execute heavy, or at least they did in the last stage on their T sides. I think they need to kind of play to the strengths that they have so many star players, or at least Kirby, who was the 4th highest rated player from the last stage, if they want to take on Vitality today.
We touched on Dust 2 in the best of ones. We're back in a best of one scenario. Vitality, obviously, that's their preferred map. Do we see it going that way against a team like North, though, Duncan?
That's the problem. Just because they have literally lost to North already on it in the past, and like I said, Alex sounds like he's moving away from it a little bit. I think for this particular matchup, I think you avoid it personally. So I think it's more likely you go more towards the middle. Maybe you end up in Inferno. An interesting map they both could agree to play is Overpass, obviously. That's maybe just not something... I don't know if I would want to play against them, but then again, I saw this team, Vitality, lose Overpass to Greyhound.
They weren't in a very good spot, were they?
Just before we get to that veto, though, we did have a chance to sit down with Alex. I'm curious to hear what he had to say to James Banks, because obviously one touching point, which we'll get to, was the interview at the end of the last stage with MBK, where it sounded like he was more talking to his teammates than to the audience. So this will give us a bit more of an indication of what the in-game leader thinks. Alex was with Banks earlier on.
I've got Alex with me from Vitality, and you guys did make it through, just about by the skin of your teeth when it came to it. But what's the feeling? I'm guessing relieved?
Relieved for sure. We made it through. That's all that counts, really. It doesn't matter how we get here as long as we're here.
Good attitude to have going into it. But you guys were one of the heavy favourites. You were also the highest ranked team coming into it. Do you feel like it was just you guys maybe not being prepared, or was it mentality? What was the reason from your guys' perspective?
It's hard to tell, really. It was kind of a mixture of first game back nerves, I guess, since we didn't play since Chicago, I think it was. We were trying some new stuff out, a different system on T-sides, which didn't really go to plan. So it was kind of trying to work around that, trying to find solutions day to day to fix our problems. And it worked out some days and it didn't the others. Yeah.
Now, your opponent's going to be North this time around. How do you feel going into that matchup?
It's going to be fun because we play them quite a lot. I think we lost our opening match to them at DreamHack Masters, Dallas, I think, on Overpass. We know that they're a good team, a very structured team, and if we play to our proper standard, then we'll be better than them, but we can't let them back into the game because it's like the Danish thing, they just never give up and they're relentless, and if you give them a chance then they'll take it.
So what's the one thing that you'd worry about most with North then? Because for me, when I look at that you two teams, you're quite evenly matched in the sense of sometimes we see you guys do very well, sometimes it's not so much there, but theirs at least is a mentality issue that they've admitted to. So is that something you can exploit at all?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's just a case of if we play as we should, then we should win. And if we don't, then I mean, either we'll get smashed or it'll be a tight game. It's just how it is for us. We just have to play well and we'll win.
Wait a second. Either you'll get smashed or you'll play a tight game. So you can't smash them?
I think because the way that they play is it's hard to just like outright smash them. You can't like just 16-0 them. I don't think they've been 16-0'd or 16-5 recently. I'd have to check, but I just think it's just they're pretty smart and they've got good players, so it's just hard to steamroll them. So
I respect the honesty. Good luck for tomorrow, mate.
Thank you.
And honesty certainly hasn't been a problem for them. White jersey for the interview, back to the black, maybe back to winning ways, but they both admit to problems.
Yeah, exuding confidence right there towards the end of that interview. Alex, just quickly before this veto finishes, ZywOo, KD differential, 1,279. The next on his team, 67. That's over 202 maps played with that entire squad.
So this isn't even just like a one bad tournament. This is by default. They do not put the frags on the board. They just happen to have the best fragger in the game, arguably, at the moment.
This looks like it's still going to go. Okay.
There we go. Here's the thing. Like I said before, if you just think it through, right? Vitality's lost in overpass recent matches, including to North. They've lost on Dust 2 to North. With the way their map pools go, they actually ban towards opposite ends. So basically, neither team really thinks they're gods on Inferno. It's just when they're going to meet and say, well, there's no obvious disadvantage.
North always seem to have a lot of pocket strats on this map, right? They can always pull out 1 or 2 executes to get them into a cheeky round if they need, but Kyobi is definitely going to need to continue being the factor that he was during the initial stage. AZ needs to step up, and then I think the player that we want to see activate a little bit more has to be Yugi. Inferno, maybe not the map, but this stage of the tournament, he needs to be a different player.
Yeah, he certainly wasn't as, I guess, influential in the first portions of the event. I thought it was going to go to Dust 2 for a minute, so it is interesting we end up on Inferno. I think for North's sake, obviously they banned it, so they feel the same way. That's probably a little bit more even for them, as you say.
Listen, for North, they're loving it. Like, it's actually the win rate that's the highest is on this map. It's just the problem is you look at who they've beaten, like, no offense to Crazy, but Crazy's one of the best teams they've beaten on the map. So they're not exactly beating the teams that Vitality's playing. So for me, yeah, certainly you like it if you're North. Then there's the whole issue with Vitality, though, where you might have heard, I've mentioned it many times, the one map that supposedly NBK called the T-side of, unlike Alex, was Inferno. I was told recently by them he doesn't call that T-side anymore.
Yeah, well, this is curious, right? When we had the interview the other day with NBK after they'd qualified, he had said they'd gone back to sharing in-game leadership roles. So who knows what's going on in that Vitality camp at the moment?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to see how they start this portion. If they can get a start with a 1-0 at the new Legend stage, it might give them a bit of breathing space. Maybe they'll come into their own. But I've got to press for predictions. I know best of ones are a bit tricky, but Duncan, where are you leaning?
I think I'll take North on this one. Screw it. I'm going to say that if they get the upset, I think they can do it.
Yeah, North 2. Let's go.
All right. There's a lot of people that had North as 3-0 in their pick'ems, so I'm sure there's lots of people that would love that. We've brought in the Tier 1 talent for the Major, not just Duncan, because now it's time to get into this one with the Creamy Bears. It's Jason and Anders.
Well, thank you so much, Matt. We are ready with the game here. It's Vitality and North, and I'm so ready for this one. I think it's going to be a great game. I wish it was a best of 3, but best of 1 will do it, and they're pushing up right behind Banana, and the whole North team getting shot in the back. Apex to open it up, taking down Gade, and they're in so much trouble right now, getting crunched. They're absolutely just stuck in the corner. They should not be making it out of this one, surely.
It's actually impressive they've got it to this point, but they're still boxed in, and Apex has no idea both of them are there. Volde down to 66, but there's just no escape. You can't go forward, you can't go backwards, and that is a nice aggressive push from Vitality, a statement in the pistol round, and they come out on top. Apex with 4 kills.
That's a great way to get a game started. You got both sides of the baguette, and you've got the Danish bacon in the middle. What a tasty treat to begin with.
It's like I want to say. I mean, this is obviously a really cool call on the pistol round on the CT side, which we see frequently to kind of help set the pace. But I can't help but feel that that's a pistol round that's a bit mismanaged from North, just because all 5 players get so boxed in. Right, the one player goes down a T ramp, and then there's no options. There's no way to recover from that situation except to just get fortunate and win the fights.
It's almost like the other option would have been to make an incredibly quick call to just rush Banana. Just say, listen, sandwich, just go, like run somewhere. This time we're adding to the ridiculous score that we were just mentioning on the desk. It seems like that's just going to continue. I love it though. Personally, I'm a big fan of it.
I think everyone's a big fan of it, except unless you're one of the other 4 Vitality players, because I think that just shows that the one constant you have in this run of good form is ZywOo going crazy, and I think you have to be worried about what if he has an off game. That's always the big question that we have with teams like Vitality that have that one such a strong player. Simple is like that with Na'Vi as well, where it's just if there's a bad game, who picks up the slack?
Just embrace it. Like, make sure like you wake up, you give him like a neck massage, you get him treats, he
gets any breakfast he wants.
Yeah,
eggs Benedict.
Whatever.
If he wants it, you go find it. You find that hollandaise sauce.
Absolutely, just go for it. Like they're not even players. They're just sort of like managers of his. Just
It's ZywOo and 4 managers.
Exactly. Just make sure things are all right. It's fine. I think that's fine. Sure, it's got like an element of risk, but when it's working, it is exciting.
Anders trying to break the mold of professional Counter-Strike.
Listen, it's been done in the past, right? Like, teams have been built around this concept. Actually, French teams especially. Remember when Kenny was in that position? When it was like, well, let's just get Kenny to like the maximum level.
Right. Here's the problem with it is name one top team in the world in the past 2 years who's been able to do it with any kind of
It didn't work with Kenny either.
No, it didn't really work with Kenny, even when he was the best.
I'm just saying it's been tried, and it's failed.
And we're still going back to it. Molotov at top banana and Apex with the SMG. Oh, that's right through the smoke, and that's actually the 4 player. Alex has got to be just, that's frustrating.
Yeah, you don't want to see that happen. Obviously, the power of that AK-47. Quick kill. And they're actually going to stick 2 people on banana. They just found out. The smoke went away. They just realized, I think, that there's nobody left on banana right now. So they're going to start to rotate back. In fact, they're going to be pretty quick with this rotation. I still might not be in time. North are right on the edge of being able to attack this bomb site. They're taking a long time, though. What a good call from Vitality right now.
Yeah, it really was. And actually, North had a great one, but they've missed the timing for it. They're looking to punish the rotations. You can see they just wanted the control. And actually, ZywOo going to get aggressive now, perhaps waiting for a flashbang. Going to turn the corner. That's Gade with no idea. ZywOo's still alive, but blinded. And AZ knows there's one in Cubby. He just doesn't have the HP to take that fight. He's got to hide for now, and the SMG's not able to get it done. Volda in the open, and it's just Apex lying in wait.
Wow, I'm shocked that they're not doing a better job here, Vitality. They had the perfect call, 4 people at the A-bomb side. They knew what was coming, but it was almost like North slowed it down, and Vitality wanted to keep fighting.
Well, it's a really cool call from Volda, reading the game very, very well. Once you get that kill in Banana, it's lucky, but then you feel the push from Apex, and you say, okay, there's a good chance there's 3 players to start up Banana, so get up mid, get that control, and even not even pressuring the bomb site, just waiting for the rotations to come in. They could have actually hit that a bit faster, but I think the big thing, even with Vitality's call on the rotation over, all 4 players there at the end, just too many SMGs. You just don't have the firepower.
Yeah. And I mean, I still wonder if it wouldn't have been better if they had then waited a bit. I guess maybe that's scary to do when you've got everybody at A. Maybe that's what sort of caught them off guard a bit. Regardless, they have an AWP and a couple of M4s, but then the CC and the FAMAS, that could be an issue. Although it is Inferno, so close range with the CC, you never know.
I could do some weird things.
Do you still call it CC when we're in Berlin?
I think we have to go to, I think it's switched to CZ.
CZ, is
I
that
don't mind
new?
doing that. That seems to be, that's fine with me.
Okay, gotta respect all the local
But
stuff.
we're in America. We call it CZ.
All right.
We'll have to adapt.
Fine, I'm all right with that. NBK and RPK playing over by the pit, and those are the only 2 players at the bomb site right now. So at least they'll save all the cool guns. But don't think this pit, double pit position is going to be working out for them.
Would be phenomenal if they're able to. ZywOo rotating over with the AWP, but he's going to be the sole player, so he's got to be cautious as he comes through CT spawn towards Library. KRB waiting behind this smoke, or the Molotov, excuse me. But ZywOo's actually found himself in a great position. They're going to walk right into his crosshair, a tag through the wall, and there's that CZ. You mentioned it, close range, NBK is the headshot, but ZywOo still under so much pressure, and Volda didn't expect the re-aggression. And it's 2-1, but a 2-man advantage for Vitality.
What a huge rotation coming out of ZywOo there in the library. That's going to make a big difference now. Down to 25 seconds. It's RPK and NBK still in the pit waiting, and they've really not been pressured all that much. AZ hoping for a chance, just seeing the head there of RPK, but can't really find it. Now they're running out of time, and NBK going to get 1 kill, stolen that AK-47, and this is a huge problem for North now. 10 seconds, and Gade not even going to be landing on the ground there. The bomb is down, sure, but Yugi in trouble. 1 versus 3, trying to crouch past that scary all on its own. Gonna go for the fight here and takes the face right off Alex, and both coming through the smoke at the same time. He's gonna stand up, take 1 more kill, and now back to a 1-on-1, but he can't finish the job. It's so close, but Apex will take him down, and that's a surprisingly good round for Vitality.
Yes, I mean, he's really Yugi taking real big advantage of ZywOo taking the blind shot. That is, those are big kills, because as you can see, Vitality 4-spot into this. The money isn't there, so even in loss, that's actually a pretty good round for North with that plant. They can buy up again, and they can try and punish this economy 1 more time. Vitality on the verge of being reset. Unfortunately for Yugi, that blind shot right there, as he comes through the smoke, allowed Yugi to get aggressive.
Well, interesting turn of events. 5th round now going to be coming up, and I don't know. It felt to me like the opportunity or the opening at the A-bomb site was so much greater that I thought North would have run that down no problem, but ZywOo in library, and then NBK, as you said, with the CC over on the other side of CZ. That was good.
Fumbling with it, with your own language.
Yeah, listen, I've given up.
Well, this is a very important round to kind of show us how the first half of this map is going to play out. Vitality can win this and sustain. I mean, neither team has any money built up behind this, so if North is able to win, the defense is going to have to save. It's going to have a huge impact. AZ going to take point as Alex rotates back. The only defender at this B bomb site, and this is a perfect call for North. The contact play with the smoke just scares him off it for just a little bit longer.
Look at the setup in middle for CT side. I mean, if anybody tries to get there, that's going to be a problem. Saibu going to be picking up the first kill on Gade. That's a good start, and now that means they can start to rotate. North already realizing it, trying to get in there quick, but they run into the fire, and Apex spraying down on top. That was Alex getting a couple of assists there, and Kirby the last one left, and that was the first kill that they picked up. So good opportunity for North, I would say. Again, they had everybody outside of B. Pretty good timing on getting that rush, but just the combination of fire and bullets was a bit too much.
That smoke that Alex throws early in the round just to delay things a bit longer is huge. Kirby even had that smoke. You can see it plumed in CT spawn. That could have helped them cross as well, but it wasn't used. And now Kirby just has to hope he can take weapons away. That smoke is going to be annoying, denying more information and more vision, although the footsteps are going to give things away. But I don't know what his play is here to try and win this round, and RPK's got him on the other side as he comes out of the smoke. 4-1 in the favor of Vitality, and finally a little bit of breathing room as well.
That's really interesting. I mean, normally I would have said if you have 4 people at top mid and the rest of the T side is basically Banana ready to go on B and they just go for it, that's at least they get the bomb plant down, surely, right?
Right, but you could see, part of it, I think Alex played that round so perfectly. That smoke, obviously, it's a delay, but then when you have that stack in mid, you can see Vitality, you can't just keep that the whole round. You have to at some point of information. So Zaiwu, after he's not really feeling a whole lot of pressure, you have an AWPer of that caliber, he gets aggressive, finds the pick and middle, and then he sees that it's clear. And then you immediately get the rotation. Alex throws up the follow Molotov, which they end up having to run through because they know they need to take advantage. And that smoke you could see there just comes in way too late.
I was going to say that's really uncommon, right? Like probably that smoke towards CT spawn over at B is like the most common one on this map, surely.
I think it's a little bit of panic of North realizing, okay, well now they know that middle is clear. We don't have any options. We have to go forward.
Yeah.
And I think just, that extra 2 seconds might have actually saved the day, but you can't know that in the heat of the moment.
Yeah. That's really rough. 4-1 though for Vitality is a pretty good look early on. Deagles all across the board except for Gade on the north side of things. And Vitality, I mean, I think a lot of people were really let down during the last stage, just expecting more out of them. And I think North probably surprised a couple of people. So this seems like more what you would maybe expect if you hadn't been watching last week.
Well, I think also, last week was a weird one, and you hope that you're not overreacting based on the Vitality we saw there, because obviously there's a much better, a much higher level that they're able to reach. That it was worrying signs. All that matters is that they qualified and get to the next stage and get to try and redeem those performances. What was it, the white jerseys they didn't like? I think it was.
Could be. A change of clothes just makes all the difference. I mean, worth trying anything at this point. Apex, just a brilliant flashbang to shut him down inside. We're going to get caught as well. That's AC with 2 big openings, and he wanted to continue. Yugi will pick it up, and now it's on NBK, and buying time here is really going to be a little bit critical. Alex is nearby as well, and now North have slowed it down, hoping for Vitality to make a mistake, for somebody to run into it. Yugi going to pick up that kill too, and they know just going to be Alex left. In fact, I think he makes a bit of noise, and Valdez got the angle. If not that, he would have been able to shoot him in the back, surely. That's a bit of a shocking round there.
A botched defense on that rap side. Zaiwu is overexposed, couldn't get back into cover, but the big thing was that pop flash for Apex to peek out of the cubby comes while the smoke is still up. So it's actually useless, the flashbang.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
The follow-up one comes in from Valda, obviously, and that's a double kill for AZ. Those are some sick shots even on top of that.
And the second one even went through the wall, didn't it? So, a much-needed round out of the North team, and it actually happens at a point in the game where Vitality don't even have the money to rebuy, so what a time to pull that one out. That's going to be... That could have a pretty big impact on this first half.
It's huge, because, I mean, that was, like I said, that was the breathing room for Vitality, was the money they built up, the maybe easier, or what should have been an easier time against the Deagles and Pistols, but obviously North with a great round. Smoke towards rap side in middle. That'll block off RPK and NBK. But they have enough money for the next round buy for the CT side to be pretty strong. I think they can get back onto this relatively quickly. This isn't like a disaster that's going to take them a long time, a lot of rounds to get back into.
No, I agree, and
it's not as crippling as North might have liked.
No, and I think again, we've seen some teams go for some pretty crazy runs on T side Inferno, so I'm not sure that that Vitality are actually going to be panicking at any point soon, but...
Well, the good T-sides on Inferno, right, are always when you take advantage of a stronger economy, and you're just able to kind of roll with it. So we'll see if North is able to kind of pull that off. As I said, the buy in the next round for Vitality it's not going to be I mean, it's going to be a little bit weaker, but it's still going to be pretty powerful.
It could open. I mean, we'll see how the grenade situation is in the next round for the defending side, but it certainly can open up a lot of options for taking banana control easier when you're on the North team. You just don't have to worry about the
nade dump from 3 players.
Endless. I've actually been rewatching just a lot of Inferno demos specifically recently, and sometimes I'm just kind of shocked at how many grenades are exchanged over at banana. I mean, you know that, but when you sort of go back and really just look for that thing alone, and you're like, first of all, how many rounds? It does it, nothing. Where it's like, you know, everybody knows where to stand. And some rounds, it's just a lottery. Everyone's just participating in that for a while.
Even if you don't get damage, it does something, right? Because it's the mental thing of suddenly being like, oh, I just heard them throw like 5 nades in 4 seconds over at banana. So next time we want to take banana, we have to deal with that. It is a little bit of the mental aspect of it. 4-3 as North close the gap. And we'll see what kind of buy Vitality is going to come out with. They could actually choose, if they wanted to go for the really conservative economic play, they could go for a half buy. Upgraded pistols, light armor, maybe a few smokes, and then just make sure that when it's tied up at 4-4 going into round number 10 or round number 9, that you have everything you could possibly want. That's the decision they've actually gone with. 5 HE grenades, 3 armor on Alex, Zaiwu, and Apex, and the upgraded pistols.
I mean, you love the grenades. See if they're all going to connect. A lot of damage early on. In fact, there's still one more left. Maybe they could do something here. A couple of return kills from Yugi and AZ, and it seems like there was a bit of a chance maybe. I don't know. One more grenade connects, and maybe they get the kill on Yugi, and that could have been an opening. It's a shame they couldn't get the rest in. Still.
I wonder if North have the information, because 2 nades were thrown down banana. It was pretty much the same time as the nades thrown down mid when they were also dealing with that attack, so they might not have noticed it, but that should let them know where the positions of these last 2 players were just a little bit ago. But either way, 5-on-2, and you know you're against pistols. Might as well take things easy.
No reason to make any really serious mistakes either. This time they threw the smoke, so
that helps.
It does make a big difference.
Well, as this round kind of comes to a close, you want to talk? You were very happy about that Nitro interview earlier when they were playing.
Yeah, I was. that really got me in the right mood. Like, I wasn't really sure how this day was going to turn out, and the Nitro referred to Crazy as Nico's cousin's team, and I just thought that was amazing. Like, that's especially because that game got kind of close. Like, part of me wished that they just lost the game because it would be so funny just to, like, we're not even sure they are, but I think they're Nico's cousin's team, aren't they? You know?
Pretty sure Nico's cousin is on that squad.
Like, we don't even know who he is, just apart from the fact that he's, Nico's cousin.
I hope I'm not wrong about this, as it is an interview at the major.
Yeah, so I'm up for calling them that in the future. I think Nico's cousin's team is a pretty good team name overall. And
NCT.
Yeah, exactly. You've got a great
got
little
a good
thing going
acronym,
on.
just a 3-letter acronym as well.
Got to make sure you sign Hunter forever, though, like a 15-year contract, like, sort of Scientology lengths of contracts going on, But yeah, I mean, otherwise, I think it's pretty good. That did make me
unreasonably happy.
Yeah, I don't know what it
did
was.
Put a smile on your face. That and the Elige picture.
Well, any picture of Elige, honestly, will give you. But that one is a classic. Happy. We've got some things out there to work with, some raw material.
A lot of material.
Obviously, very excited as well at the fact that Duncan is here. That was I didn't even know about that. Like that.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I only found that out like yesterday or something. Someone said like, oh, it's like, all right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Kept a secret, that one. Tight-lipped.
Yeah, but that's always good news. Universally good news, I think.
Oh yeah.
4-4, and the 9th round now starting, and did have a double save situation there for Vitality. They tried with the grenades last round. It did not work out, and now we'll see what they could do. AWP, they've got a lot of stuff to work with here, and not going to be pouring a lot of grenades into Banana. Actually, neither team are.
A new look at the defense. Not necessarily the manpower, but yeah, not as many smokes thrown deep. Zaiwu holding the angle, but the Molotov going to force him back. He's going to get away. Shows presence and immediately rotates away. Although AZ doesn't hear the footsteps, so the information isn't there. This time, Caribbean much more aggressive and poking into this A bomb site, finds NBK. Immediate headshot and the cleanup spray as well. It's one man down for Vitality at the A bomb site, which is probably going to force them to lean Zaiwu in this direction.
Yeah, still with that shaky spray aim that he's got, that I think more and more people have been complaining about. I was noticing Richard and Duncan were both complaining about it in one of those episodes. So
there's an old Source player who used to do that, Pex.
Yeah,
him from the old Team Dynamic. That won pretty much everything in North American Source.
The reason why it slightly triggers me is that it used to be like a feature of certain kinds of like recoil hack in 1.6. so it always, when I was like, no, what? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe he can unlearn it at some point. I wonder what that would do, if that would improve things. Maybe we'll never know. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they are still posturing it top mid with 2 players, but it feels like they might end up at this B-bomb side, in which case there's a great stack going on here for the French side. It's going to be Cyber to open up on gate, and they're kind of committed to it. Only 20 seconds left. Valde, I don't think they actually have time to run back. No. This is very, very close. It takes like 19 seconds, I think, to get the full distance, and RPK stopping Kirby in the middle. Now they're really in trouble. You see the clock running down. 8 seconds. Maybe they can just, if they just run on there and just plant it right away. No, they needed the last couple of seconds. What a devastating way to lose a round.
That's one of the most North rounds I've seen in a long time. that is like the epitome. Where you have, they had what, a man advantage? They were in a 5-on-4 and they lose to the time. They didn't actually get to accomplish anything. As soon as they go to hit, it's Vitality who are the ones being proactive on the map, actually trying to get things done, rotating 2 extra players over towards the B-bomb site, trusting RPK alone at A. That Molotov just really stopped them in their tracks.
Yeah, that worked out exceptionally well. It's kind of, if you have 2 people that far into top mid, I feel like you almost, either you're trying to split the B-bomb side, or they need to get more information or something.
They weren't doing anything, were they?
They weren't really doing anything.
They weren't pressuring towards Rap side, as you mentioned, if it was going to be a split. They weren't throwing their nades to kind of, confuse or block off RPK or force him into some kind of a decision. So
they weren't even like drawing Saiwu back, right? Like, at least if they could have got him back to Arch, maybe.
Any kind of presence, yeah. Maybe it takes that 3rd player away from the B-bomb site. Regardless, 4-5. North still with a very strong purchase, and due to the fact that they didn't really lose a whole lot of players in that previous round, they have a lot of money.
Well, how about auto shotgun being picked up by MBK? It's not bad. Not bad at all. Oh.
You liking the auto shotgun? We've been seeing a lot of it recently.
I think it's just always funny. Like, whether it works or not, it
creates great moments.
Yeah. Just some intrinsic comedy. Value to that kind of thing. A really close range. It's absolutely going to shut down Kirby. Gade with a beautiful double return, though. Will leave Cyber alone close range with the AWP. He's just going to take down Yugi. He's got no fear at all, does he?
He wasn't even scoped.
Nope.
Wasn't even scoped. Didn't care whatsoever. And yeah, Zaiwu going to put a stop to that. It looked like North wanted to really take advantage and pick up the pace. I like this play from Apex. Get aggressive in lane, go find some information. Waiting for the flashbang. There's the turn. Blind player out in the open. It's a bomb as well. What a huge piece of teamwork from Apex and Zaiwu. And now they can sink back into the bomb site. They don't actually have to cover that. They don't really have the manpower to be that overextended. But they have the information.
And Alex playing it very defensively over on the B side. Just doesn't want to give anything away. Cyber going to be going down. That's AZ picking it up. And now for the fight here. Apex long range spray. And that's a huge fight to be winning. 45 seconds here for Valde to get the bomb down, which he's going to do immediately, and actually fakes it out a little bit there with a pistol, which he's not picked up a second one, so might want to be careful just in case. Apex at the corner, and Valde doing a fair bit of damage. He's going to go down to Alex. The rotation, very quick indeed, and they're going to be winning the round Vitality, which I think at this point, I don't know, it's such an even game. I don't know who's winning this right now.
Right, well, especially because I think the thing that keeps North in this is their economy. They have so much money built up despite the fact that they've, lost the previous 2 rounds, one of them to Timer, where they didn't even get the bonus money. They just have a lot of cash built up, so they can, in some ways, afford this loss and still be able to fight. Vitality gets away with one a little bit there. Zaiwu getting out of pit. That's such a strong position with the AWP to give up when you don't have information of where players are. You know the bomb's down in mid, right?
Yeah.
But obviously punished by that last player towards the end of Hulls. That was Kirby who came out late. 6-4. Op still in Zaiwu hands. Yugi has one as well, and he's going to peek down mid. He's going to get aggressive, actually, towards ult mid. There's going to be no one there. It's a full play towards the B bomb site, and there's the utility dump. You hear the footsteps, just throw everything you got, make sure they stop.
But look at MBK. He's also checking out second mid now, so they really know that nobody's here, which is why they're rotating Saiwu over yet again. North look like they're going to go for a full B execute, which I guess they could smoke off Saiwu, but he's one of those players that might just try and challenge it, or at least try and get a shot or 2 through the smoke. We'll see how it goes here. Over a minute left, and they just rush right onto the side. Apex to open it up with the defense, taking down Gade, and this is looking very good at the moment. AZ almost getting shot in the face. They're taking so much damage here on the Danish side, and they still need to make their way in. The full rotation is here. Everybody from the Vitality side showing up, and no entry whatsoever for North. Yugi, the last one left, trying to do a bit of damage, but he's going to get shut down too. That was the dream defense for Vitality, wasn't it? Like, you know where they are. You get all the info on the other side.
Yeah.
You call everybody in. Beautiful.
Their defense is being very mobile at the moment, like rotating. They've been doing it all half, and it's really catching North off guard. That's been the hardest thing, is North not really knowing or understanding where the rotations are coming from on the CT side. Always stacked up is Vitality at the point of attack, which is crazy how consistent they've been with it. That round for North, it felt weird, because when they throw that smoke, I thought they were going to try and just go for a plant in the front of the bomb site, right? And then you kind of back away. But when they don't get that, and you just have 3 to 4 players just boxed into water and like nowhere to go, you can't actually attack the bomb site because of your own smoke, really. Then it's just you're susceptible to every nade that's thrown into the sky. Every nade gets peppered towards grill, towards water.
I feel like when you have that many players at Banana and really nobody to even see that they're sort of checking second mid or anything like that, it's sort of doubly bad, right? Because not only do they know where you are, but also you don't know that they know. So you're just attacking the bomb site thinking, it's going to be just a perfectly normal, maybe they have 2, maybe 3, but you don't even realize how many people are going to be there, because at least if you saw that if they'd seen MBK up in the apartments that he was checking second mid, they'd be like, all right, hold on, the game is up, they know where we are more or less.
And I think North, they've done that twice now, if you go back to the pistol round as well, where they have 4 to 5 players committed in Banana really early on, and those contact plays at B haven't helped them at all, partially because of the aggressive defense that Vitality has had. They keep finding the information. That time NBK clearing out alt mid just knows that there's going to be emphasis towards the B bomb site for that moment.
Yeah, and last time it was Saiwu getting a kill in the middle with the AWP, I think, and then they just start rotating. So, yeah, some pretty good defense for Vitality so far.
Yeah, you've run that pretty much 3 times, I guess, if you're North. I think it's time to, maybe for the rest of this half, just throw that one out. It's not working.
Yeah, come up with something else. Well, they're going to try and do that, actually. Got the smokes down towards Arch, towards Library. A little bit of a counter flash coming out there for Side. We'll just try and buy time, and they needed time as well. They actually need that grenade to do a lot more. RPK gets a very critical kill down to the low ground, but he's going to get overrun, and the smokes just make it very hard for that AWP to get put into play. Apex has shown up just in time, and it is still a 2-on-3, and challenging Saiwu long range does not work out well for Kiebu at all. It's all on Gate here. 1 versus 3, and they're going to wrap around. Actually running through the fire. What a play. He likes him, and that should be enough. That's really bold. All right.
You like that?
Yeah. It's the aggression.
He even lifted his mic up so he didn't yell into his teammates' earphones. That's legit.
Yeah, it's the little things, isn't it?
You said the smoke blocks off Zaiwu. He still got a kill through that smoke on the rep side.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he just popped in, took a shot, and found one.
Well, I mean, fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. What can you do?
Theoretically, it blocks him off.
In theory, it worked.
Yeah.
Apex 13-3, Zaiwu 12-6. It's Yugi leading the way on the north side of things at 10 kills, 4 each for Valda and Gade.
Yeah, and this is really working out well. I like the variation from North, and I like the fact that they were so quick to wrap around. I think that was actually a pretty good round. Like, I don't even want to try and criticize it too much, but some great kills coming out. Saiwu and Apex also showing up just in time. And even RPK getting that 1 kill down at quad before he goes down, that's pretty critical. That even bought some time, so all the little pieces came together that round for the CT side. Bit more defensive over on the A side this time, but then almost to sort of make up for that, now they're being aggressive over at Banana.
Well, you can see it's cool setups as Zaiwu. That nade actually tags AZ blind as Zaiwu misses the shot entirely. Perfect utility for North. It's going to give them a nice opening. 5-on-4. We'll see what they can do with it. That's a big part of this defense out of the fight. AZ wants to apply a bit more pressure. There's a smoke towards CT spawn. Hasn't caused any rotations from the A-bomb site. Now they're starting to cheat over, but the attack is going to be here. That opens up the opportunity for Kierby. He picks off NBK, lurks the rotation, and now here's the full attack. Gade rolling in, and RPK can't handle it. Well done from North. A-bomb site is theirs, and the round should be theirs, especially as Alex goes down.
Wow, that was a completely different flavor, wasn't it? Like that, some of the rounds we've seen out of North so far seem so orchestrated, like they were really trying to set up, like, all of the executes and everything. This felt much more like they were playing on instinct. Like, we get the kill on side, okay, what can we do now? Maybe they're rotating out of A, let's try and pick somebody off. looked a little bit more fluid in some sense.
Well, you can throw it back to the round we discussed where they had 2 players at top mid looking like they wanted to do a B split, and those players did absolutely nothing to force any movement out of the defense. This time, AZ with that opening kill, actually they throw utility at the B bomb, so they throw a Molotov, a smoke into the spawn cross, and that starts to make the A defenders feel a little bit nervous as their teammates are calling out the information, and that's when Careby pounces, right when they just start to cheat and get that extra step for the rotation. That one is nicely done from North. 5-8. It should, I would imagine it's going to be another buy for Vitality. RPK's at 1,400, but everyone else has plenty of cash.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that they're so far ahead, Vitality, but it's them that have been actually struggling with the economy in spite of being 8-5 now.
Yes.
So kind of an odd game in that sense. But ultimately, I think 8 rounds is still very respectable CT side Inferno, and I think North are probably thinking right now, let's just try and let's get the last 2, let's make this a pretty even first half and see what happens.
They've got a chance. This round almost feels like somewhat of a twofer. There's no money left for Vitality, so if North can knock them out here and knock that economy down very, very low, they'll have that final round against mostly pistols, which would just be lovely. Fire in the choke points all across the map, down mid, down banana. Now deep control for Vitality, but they give it up once ZywOo's in position. This will allow them to put 4 defenders over at the A-bomb site, and obviously, if you're Vitality, you've got all the faith in the world in ZywOo.
Yeah, you can't really criticize them for that at the moment. Last time he was flashed a bit. This time he's in a position where that's going to be slightly more difficult. Actually falling back, yeah, he's probably going to try and give up most of that. They're all right in front of him. This could get very interesting.
He's got no nades after this. Oh, and he's going to get aggressive, trying to find one. Yugi's at the other angle, but ZywOo's too fast, and he gets away. And no one from North wants to turn that corner. Not knowing if there's going to be a second player, and also ZywOo very fast to recover between shots.
Even getting back around the corner can be tricky for that position there. Flashbang again will take him down. That was AZ, just like last time. And that's going to be a great kill to get him revenge. Over at the A apartments, though, there's actually still a player lurking around. That's Careby. He's been playing that position a number of times and might even just be calling it in, saying, listen, I'm here and I'm looking, and doesn't seem to be that many people running around. Maybe we could do this. There's a pistol on the side on RPK. Flashbang to come through the smoke, and Careby with a big opening. Alex takes him down, but still, that could have created enough. They know that the pit probably is going to be clear by now. Close range with the P250. RPK taking one and almost a second. It's so close. 19 on the clock, and they're going to get the bomb plant down, sure. And Gade coming out of the graveyard to take down Alex is really big news, and now they know exactly where he is.
Oh, and Valda can just sit here. Doesn't have to peek whatsoever. Apex just missed the opportunity. How aggressive does he want to get? I don't know if there's a reason to save this. It would be the only real weapon you have in the next round. He's going to go for it. Wants to jump onto the cart, but there's the peek from Gade. Doesn't even get a chance to do anything. 8-6, and that's the big round for North. Despite some of the struggles now, they're in a position to have a very good first half of getting 7 rounds on their T side.
Yeah, and it really feels to me like some of these rounds that are slightly more improvised, or where they can actually sort of make calls and don't just commit to any one thing for North, are working out a little bit better.
I have to imagine in one of those timeouts that North called, they just said, guys, everyone needs to be playing a little bit better individually, not in the sense of their aim or anything like that, but just in terms of their decision. Like, don't be afraid to kind of make something happen on the map. The first, few rounds of their T side seemed like they were waiting for someone from Vitality to do something that they could respond to, and now they're actually trying to make plays happen. They're the ones kind of setting the tone of how the map is going to be used.
Yeah, I really feel like it seems to be a mental change anyway for them at the moment. Gade very forward. You talked about making individual plays, and he was set up there, actually. It should have been working out great, but RPK takes 2 with the Deagle. He hasn't reloaded yet, and he's going to try with the last bullet. Valve now coming for him, but he's going to go down as well. A triple kill on RPK, and they're going to win the round almost impossibly at the end here. 9-6 in favor of Vitality. I don't know what just happened.
That's a frustrating end of the first half for North, but I think they still got to be pleased with their 6 rounds despite everything. That economic control helping them out in a big way. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have the conclusion of Vitality versus North.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's North versus Vitality here for the first day of the Legends stage. We have got a pretty great game going on right now. Vitality with a great CT first half, I would say, on Inferno. 9 to the board on them, and then 6 for North. I think they had a lot more opportunities, but I don't know. It was a strange first half in some ways.
Well, you mentioned it. The economy control that North had, even in losing a lot of that first half, was wild. But you're right. They did have a few opportunities. Obviously, that last one's going to hurt just a bit. That should have been an easier time to get to 7. But here we sit, and they get to be on the defense and, quote-unquote, the easier side of things. Well, look, North wants to be aggressive down mid as well. But all they see at the moment is Gade with that deep peek. But here comes the push up alternate mid.
Oh, I think that was going to be an apartments rush for Vitality. I would have loved to have seen that. But otherwise, they're going to be fighting in middle instead. And Yugi hitting some great headshots. They know where Apex is. You see he had a smoke and a flashbang. I think he was going to set them up for middle, and they just never got a chance to do it. North shutting that down. Everybody else from Vitality were in second mid, so I think they're going to try and get up there. And then, I mean, I like that. I love that play, but it just got completely crushed before they even got close to it.
Well, the funny thing is that's often the counter for mid-push, is either you go halls or you just kind of wrap around and you're able to take them out. I think it's big kills from Gade and that pistol round to hold them back. He got that first kill towards alt mid so that those players who actually push down are safe for a bit longer and can, you know, have more time to react to the situation. Zaiwu with the AK-47, the hero buy from RPK. The tank passes over the AK.
Yeah, listen, just get him equipped, get him the armor, get him all the legendary weapons and whatever else is going on.
Legendary weapons? What game have you been playing recently?
I don't know. Isn't everyone playing World of Warcraft now? I don't know. Just an attempt to be cool, you know, for the kids.
Hello, fellow kids.
Yeah. Listen, I played WoW Classic. I just don't remember any of it, but it's been too long.
I've stayed away from that game. Stayed away from it. Yugi on Rap side with the UMP and Gade as well. There's the AK-47. There's the contact. Fortunately, Zaiwu is the only armor, so there's no one you can really pass that AK off to. Alex has it now, but getting tagged is really going to ruin things for him.
Yeah, that's one of the big risks, isn't it? Getting shot in the leg with that AK now, and it's going to be an issue. Close range here, and Alex actually, that's a huge opening. If only they had some grenades, they could do a lot more to Valde. He's going to peek right into them, and this is working out beautifully at the moment. I think...
And MBK just got a kill on the rotator as well. He was biding his time over in halls, so they have control of both bomb sites. And at this point, send Zaiwu, just have him go find someone. Just like charge him into the B bomb site, see if he's there. Why not? They're going to fall back and take it slow up towards A, which is going to give Yugi a little bit of time if he stays aggressive to maybe recover this scenario. Easy kill on Zaiwu and rotate over. You have unarmored players, a couple of them pretty low HP.
Yeah, that might be the only way to really get this back, but...
Might also be a dream.
Well, once the bomb goes down, right, that's the problem. Then then
it's over now, yeah.
The time that he has to spend even fighting people is just going to be way too much. Wow. So, I don't know, there have been a number of rounds where I felt like... I mean, that round in the first half where Vitality ended up winning with the pistols early on, I think that was one of the critical ones. This one
is a critical one as well.
Yeah, that's really going to make a big difference for the outcome.
That AK-47 did everything. Zaiwu gets the opening kill up mid, passes it off to Alex, who gets the, I guess it would be an entry towards the base of Banana. And even though Valde gets a trade kill, they now know where he is, and he's stuck. He can't get out of that position. So it just like everything that possibly could have gone wrong for North in that round did go wrong. They don't get to build any momentum on defense.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this as a fellow bald guy, and, you know,
Go on.
I am bald, so it's okay that I can say it, but if we get a magic marker and put a barcode on the back of that coach's head, he could be Hitman.
He could be, that's true.
I think that could be his thing.
Is it, would it be like a barcode today? Maybe it could be like a QR code for his social media. People can scan
like
it.
The next gen Hitman.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's pretty sweet. I like that. That's like futuristic Hitman.
Although saying that, QR codes never really caught on, did they?
Not as much as I think people were hoping for.
You know, it was meant to be more cool, but then it was like all you could really do was get sent to a website, and it's like, great.
I remember when they started coming out, and like, you know, they were all over the place, and I remember just like one day just noticing them being like, what the hell are these things? I didn't even really know what like a QR code was when they first came out.
I remember some of the hype about it. People were like, you can scan this QR code and get information, and then all it does on your phone is like send you a website. Like, why not just type the website URL?
Yeah,
that's probably quicker.
I also have Google.
Yeah, I can get there. You know, I don't need to launch any apps or anything. Anyway, maybe there could be like a version 2 of that.
Maybe there's going to be a resurgence when he puts it on the back of his head. 10-7 in the favor of the French side. much more aggressive. 3 players just going to start marching up middle. It is full investment for North. They've got 2 players directly to the right of mid and quad. There's the shoulder. The MAC-10 gets the dink. Yugi is solo, 3 HP. And that aggression, you could see Vitality wanted the extra space. They don't really want to mess with it now that they see there was some kind of defense mounted there. They don't want to walk into that stack, so they just back away.
See what happens over at the B side. Smoke is down. AZ and Valor are holding it, and they actually have a fair few grenades. They have 1 more smoke. They have a couple of HEs, a lot of flashbangs. Could maybe be that they could mount a defense here if they get the timing down on those grenades. I think that's really going to be the key moment here. And Yugi going down that's bad news because they have a minute left. Vitality. They could spend some time investigating here.
It's really good play and really great awareness from NBK as well. I mean, you know once you get the dink that there's an investment of some kind. There's head armor on the field, so you know North looking for that information and getting punished by it. NBK just perfectly positioned to not only deny information but get the advantage. And now the bomb going down at B, and this round is essentially over. Kirby,
wow,
down mid. That's a nice nade. That's actually stopped the plant.
They double naded him. That was so beautiful. 1 from each side. I can't believe it. I don't think it's going to win them the round, but you just like to see some of those things, you know? There are probably a lot of bomb sites in this game where those kind of things are possible and nobody's just ever really bothered to investigate it because, you know, it takes time and all the rest of it, but that actually is a lot of fun. Again, all they get is Alex, but still.
Well, you never know. What if they can pull that off if there's, you know, low time on the clock as well? Obviously, we've discussed that a few times. 11 to 7 now.
I mean, the most likely one I've always thought is the B bomb side on overpass, because you can just stand behind the wall and throw grenades onto the bomb side, and people usually only really plan on that default spot most of the time. So
well, it's not too often I feel that like there's defenders at overpass B bomb side who still have nades left in those positions, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean that's true. You
it's
sort
obviously
of have to.
Very situational.
It is, but someone should do it. For our sake, more than theirs.
Yeah. Well, we've been saying that about like Runbu Zeus for a while now.
I've tried, not my best, but I've tried a bit to make that a thing. Maybe we need to enact it, like maybe
do it ourselves.
Yeah, maybe we make like a fake video where it works and people believe it.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think either of us have the skills to pull that move off.
We can just do 100 record. We can keep doing it. Like some of those trick throw videos. I like this. This is great. They have built a tiny little tower here towards the arch side. So a tower of Danish people.
Not anyone's favorite tower.
Maybe like a little Lego thing. That's Danish.
Legos are cool, man. That might be your best gift to society.
We did do a good job with that.
As a country, I think that is your real shining moment.
Yeah.
And it's all downhill from there. Like you can't top Legos in any way.
No, but they can be reinvented a lot. Like every time a new Disney movie or Marvel movie or whatever comes out, there's like a Lego thing to go with it.
Yep.
Maybe there could be Counter-Strike Legos. How cool would that be? You could build all the maps. You have the team jerseys on there. Somebody call Lego right now and just say like, I need like Vitality and North Legos.
You're Danish. I think you're the man for the job.
Yeah.
Not to add more to your plate. I know, busy guy.
I'll happily do it. I think it's a good idea. Could I have little bald Legos for you, Moses?
I think they're all bald.
Yeah, they are. No, you can get a little hat. You can get a little hair.
They're like hair painted. Oh yeah, they do stick on top of the head as well.
But then you could get like twist hair. You could get like all the different players' hair. It's all brand strategy I'm coming up with. When is someone paying me for this Lego?
And you know that Lego already has like Dragon Ball Z Legos, so they did for sure already have twist hair.
Yeah, they don't have to do new mold for that.
They just grab the Super Saiyan stuff and just repaint it or something.
And they have like there are little Lego guns that they can hold already, so they just need to like do all the different ones, different skins and everything.
Okay. I think you're onto something.
Yeah, this could really work out really well.
Well, chance for Apex to pad his stats. North going to go for this, and actually they could have ended up just feeding free bonus money over to Apex and going to give him a little bit more. They're all going to go up with the bomb, so yeah.
Which is preferable, even though it's counterintuitive, but you want that.
You do want that.
Well, 12 to 7. I don't know. I'm so confused because in my mind I keep thinking Vitality are just so far ahead. But I mean, this is a game you can come back from if you're North. I feel like Vitality have been playing better and making better choices, and just all individually seem to be playing better. So I don't know. If I wasn't looking at the score, I would say Vitality should be winning even more.
I just feel like there's been like 3 really critical, maybe like 2 heartbreak rounds, but like 3 really influential rounds, and it feels like North has lost pretty much all of them.
Yes, that's another good point, isn't it? They are going to run right for the smoke. What a bold strategy here from the T side, just rushing right through, and you can tell it's caught North completely off guard. I don't think there's any head armor there on AZ, so that MAC-10 going to take care of him. This was their big round, and it just absolutely got stolen from them.
We just talked. I mean, the influential rounds. This was a massive one for North. The first time they've really had like a solid M4 buy, and it's not going to pan out.
That's so outrageous. That smoke that goes up at the top of Banana, they just say, we don't even care. We're just going to flash our way through and keep running.
I think they were sitting in a boot camp and they were like, what happens if we combine the French crazy rush aggression with like the Vega Squadron MAC-10 tactic? Like, what if we do some kind of just crazy combo strategy?
It's like, what are the craziest combinations we can find like that?
All things considered, this they're taking a lot of weapons away from Vitality. I think at the scoreline of 13-7, that doesn't really feel good. But obviously, taking those weapons away, like every little bit is going to count if you want to make this comeback happen. But for North, the question is, like, they have to take that first step at some point. They've now lost 4 in a row after winning the pistol in this second half, and it feels like they're just going to fizzle out. So we talked about it right in the beginning of this game. The rough first week that Vitality had in the previous stage, like all that matters is getting here, because this looks like a different team than the one we saw drop some head-scratching matches last week.
It does, and North, on the other hand, have taken, I mean, maybe not the opposite step, but a little bit of a step back from what we maybe were expecting. And Apex is yelling, which I'm personally a huge fan of, and he should be yelling. He's top of the scoreboard with 16 and 7s. Or so, yeah, so why not? Why not just keep yelling at them? Not as crazily as we've seen in the past. I want that level of Apex yelling.
Well, Apex is a pretty experienced player. He's been in, what, 2 or 3 major finals?
Yes.
So, I mean, you know, this is just another day in the park for him.
But he's like one of the most memeable people that we have in the scene, easily.
Yeah, he really is.
Which is great. I consider that like a huge thing, huge plus. You should hire him for your team if you can, just for that reason.
Right. Like, when he eventually decides to retire, just be like, no, we just want you there so we can take pictures of your reactions.
Yeah, just keep...
Don't even have to get kills, but we can get some social media engagement on that.
Official meme generator.
It's a new role for the team.
So it's going to be a thing in the future, like social media influencer is already a thing. You know, I'm trying to be one all the time myself, but...
How's that going for you? Pretty good?
I don't know. I mean... You know, my Instagram skills are really terrible, but...
they are pretty god-awful.
I do go to the gym, but I think I need to like more squad pictures, you know? Like, you know...
Yeah, get that booty out there.
I think that's where it's at, like some spandex, something like that.
Okay, it's gone off the rails. None of that.
We're in Berlin, so...
13-7 is the score line, and North is running out of nades. They've got 3 pistols on the board. It's Kirby and Yugi with the M4s. They mostly... are playing, you know, an economic decision of keeping as much money in the bank while still having a buy that can cause some damage or maybe create some magic for him in this round. But Vitality have controlled the map. They have 3 or 4 players pushed up mid. 2 have fallen off now, but they have kind of a little bit of information about brackets. They have 2 players in Banana right now, so they know there's no aggression. 35 seconds on the clock. They really want to punish any information play, and it looks like Gade is right on the verge of starting to move forward for that information. Woo, he's going to find it. That's got to be frustrating. There's the boost. Good kill for Kirby, but the B bomb site is the main point of attack.
Ooh, and MBK trying to play this one smart. He's actually going to go for the kill anyway. That's so huge. No, they really can't. They're committed to the site, and they're going to run into a big stack over here. Valda with 2 big kills, and Yugi, that's the bomb. 10 seconds. The round is already won at this point, so I don't know. That is a hard way to lose a round. North have had a few of these on their own, but now finally it's Vitality on the receiving end. They had the A bomb site cleared out. They knew that, but they couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, by the time MBK gets that second kill and has the information, there's only 17 seconds left. And we saw, what, it was 19 seconds when North tried to make that run happen?
No, I think it takes 19. I think they had 17, okay. Yeah. I'm doing this from memory, but yeah, I think that's what I used to check all the times from every bomb site, you know. Because that was, I don't know.
You can't do it anymore,
It became a hobby. No. It's shocking, right? Obviously, Bardolph has the whole drawing on the minimap thing, which I appreciate. I think that's a guy, I'm with him on that cause. I think that's a good cause. The drawing the time on the minimap thing was even a feature they added on my request, and now they've taken it away from me again. I'm upset about that.
We've added this for Anders. We've had it in here for like 2 years, and God, is it stupid. We'll just take it out.
Yeah, just leaving it. I had a bunch of different ones for that reason. Like.
You had the nade trajectory as well, right?
The nade trajectory with holding an alt, you know, all that stuff. But it's fine, you know.
Definitely not bitter. Definitely not bitter. 3
Is
players.
it showing more? I was trying to...
4 players at B for North on this defense. 3 players attacking from Vitality, but it's not a full commitment. They want to throw their own nades to force back anyone in that choke point and then just sink back behind the smokes.
I mean, those 3 nades, it's not uncommon that people hang around there. That would have been a devastating start for North if they just got someone blown up. But they're going to be fine for the minute. And economy's, I mean, apart from the fact that NBK is really rich, it's kind of even across the board here.
Yeah, he is. Speaking of which, over in Boiler, we saw ZywOo get a kill here earlier, or in the previous round. He's got to be careful. He's going to give it up. No teammate aggressive to back him up. And actually a rotation towards CT spawn. It looks like Gade and Valda are communicating and not really entirely sure what's happening or where they want to position themselves. Both of them were kind of lost in CT spawn for a few seconds, and that's a kill that cannot happen. That cannot go out to Vitality. 5 on 4 now. Valda still committed to that B bomb site.
Yeah, big risk trying to go for that forward play. You could see the upside of it if he does get the kill, but now instead ZywOo's infiltrated the CT spawn and Valda goes down. And both bomb sites are weak. I mean, the A1's slightly stronger, but they're going to be wrapping back around to the other side. AC's going to be there with an M4, the only one there, and I was going to say he would have to go on a bit of a hero run to try and save it. Not going to be possible.
They do that with such little manpower, cut the map in half. Look at the position as well. Even if those kills all don't come out towards the B bomb site, Apex is just waiting over in small pit. And he's just like, if anyone's going to try and rotate to help, you know, the defender at that B bomb site, that's a free kill for me. He's got one here, and this is where all the weapons get taken away. Yeah. Nice shot from Apex.
They even delayed the bomb plant. They waited to get everyone to the A side so that they could hunt the remaining Danes down. That's actually, you know, deliciously cruel, isn't it? You appreciate that level of
viciousness.
Just go for it, you know.
Yeah,
so we could just plant right away, but actually, let's make sure we're all in position.
Yeah, it's smart play from the French side. 14-day. We've seen a lot of smart play out of them in this map so far. They've won 5 of the 7 rounds so far in this second half, and North have not been able to string 2 together. It's starting to feel like this comeback is less and less likely. This round, very little investment from North. They're kind of, you know, just playing that game. Let Vitality get towards 15, see if you could make anything happen, but we need to have a strong buy for that final round. So we're going to save it up here.
A beautiful grenade in the middle to begin with. So that did actually do a lot of damage across 3 or 4 players there. Maybe that could be enough to do something. Shot on Apex. Could not get the kill, but still was worth the attempt.
Vitality has done a much better job on their T side of denying information from players in these advanced positions. You remember Vitality on the CT side, you know, NBK was allowed to be in window and clear out alt mid. Whenever North has had someone in those halls or in that window or coming down boiler, they've always had someone in position, someone peeking mid. There's always been someone from Vitality to deny that and find the kill. Nice shot from Gade, but he can't get anything else. That's a difficult follow-up. So who's alone with the bomb, though? That actually is huge, because Valda's got an AWP now, but he's punished immediately. And the danger has passed. Vitality in a 3-on-1 against AZ, who's coming up mid from Banana. And Vitality should have 7 chances to close this map out.
Yeah, that seems like a lot right now. A moment of slight worry in this round. Maybe, I agree that it could have been a turnaround, but ultimately Vitality pretty quick to solve that problem. Alex with a double kill. Bit of a rough first half for him, and I think for MBK too. I guess that's fine. They've sort of caught up anyway. They're not that far behind really. So 15-8,
and you're also you're up 15-8 as well. So even if you have a bad score at this point, it's whatever. AK-47 for AZ, that's actually pretty nice to get away with considering their money. They're going to need everything they can possibly get in this next round.
There's great war cries coming out on the Vitality side. Maybe it's them, maybe it's someone from some of the, I don't know, organization watching, some of the crew there.
Yeah.
Could be. Someone's yelling.
Someone's doing some yelling. Well, here goes. Last chance saloon for North. Have to win 7 in a row to force overtime. They have the AWP on Yugi. And they have full rifles around it as well, and a decent amount of utility, healthy amount of utility with a kit on Volda. Oh, here's 2 MAC-10s though. Picked up by a very rich Vitality team, and they're just going to get aggressive towards Banner. They want to go for it again. Apex, he's the first one. This time it's AZ and Gade. With the help of a flashbang, they get 2 kills. It's a 4-on-3, 4-on-2 make that with the utility follow-up.
I mean, I like the aggression, but yeah, that really got shut down hard. What a great defense for AZ. They did have 3 people who had no head armor, so actually those MAC-10s rushing up Banana like that could have been absolutely devastating, but instead, they do kind of get shut down. Alex unable to win that one, and that will be the first of 7.
And that probably couldn't have gone much better for North if that's the round that you want to start your comeback. They keep 4 players alive. They have the weapon, so they don't have to rebuy, so they get to build up some money as well. Still going to be very grindy. Still going to be very, very difficult. And a bold call from Avamatis, like when you're up 15-8 to buy 2 MAC-10s like that, that's a bit aggressive.
Yeah, you think so? Maybe.
I think you just play it pretty standard. You've won all the rounds with your AKs as well, right?
Yeah, you don't want to take any risks.
That's like some kind of almost like a StarCraft level cheese play to finish off the map. Ooh, standing in the flames. AZ actually almost gets Apex. We got to back away. There goes Yugi. And again, it's in holes.
Yeah. MBK up there, doing a really good job. I always thought MBK would do a good job as like an assassin kind of look, even with the hair. Like I always felt like he could play like a.
What are you trying to say? Like bald people can be assassins?
Listen, weren't you making that point earlier? That's what I took away from that conversation. I'm just saying, like you know that French movie like Leon or whatever. Like I think you know.
Leon the Professional.
Yeah, I think he could play him. I think.
Okay.
Like maybe we need to get him like. I don't know, a little bit more fit, but still, I think, you know.
He's got to go to those Anders Bloom gym sessions.
He was there today, man. He's doing it.
Nice. Well, double push into halls. It's North the equalizer, but it's traded right back. Again, every aggressive play. Every time North wants to push forward as a defensive unit or get some information or get a new positioning close up to the attack, it's always put away. Alda's going to have to help out from long range. He's in library. There's the drop in. A double kill for Careby. Nicely done from him. And that should actually put a stop to this round, but ZywOo with the kill.
That worked out so much better for Careby than I was expecting, and it just still might not be enough here. AZ, he sees the bomb, and he takes the face right off of Apex, and now it's ZywOo on the other side. And AZ waiting for that smoke to disappear. He's hearing the bomb on the other side, and he still just has to respect it. ZywOo right there, and he's going to take him down for a 16-9 victory. Vitality absolutely excited for that one, and they should be dropping North here at the opening day of the Legend stage here at the Berlin Major. That was, I don't know, that was a much, much better Vitality. I'm excited to see that.
You really are, especially considering last week all the conversation about some of the maps they dropped there and how they looked a little bit flat. It's not the case today. I mean, I even remember when I got in yesterday seeing Apex at the line in the hotel, and even he was just looking at me like, wow, that first stage was a real doozy. He didn't look really all that happy that they even made it through just because they didn't play well, but he's certainly going to be happy after this one.
Yeah, you have to really respect that. Ultimately, they really were like 2 or 3, maybe even 4 rounds that I think North could have probably swung in their favor, and that might have made a bit of a difference. But I just feel like when it is that many rounds, you start to say, well, you know, you can't. I mean, if it's that consistent, then you should be winning some of them at least.
I think that's the big problem with North, though, is like that's why people can't really have a whole lot of confidence in them, is because they are one of those teams. Like we've seen different teams throughout time. Remember, Liquid used to be like this as well. Astralis, obviously.
Yeah.
That there's just like there's too many backbreaking rounds throughout the entirety of a game.
Yeah.
And they lost like 2 of them in the first half, maybe 3. And just every time there was an influential, like high pressure round that could net you such a big advantage, they seem to drop it, which is kind of sad, unless you're French.
Unless you're French.
Unless you're French.
Or a little bit British. I mean, we can't.
Shout out Alex, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's really done a lot for that. I'm hoping that there's going to be like a wave of British people afterwards that want to follow that.
There's so many players I feel like that have like come out of nowhere to like have these really good, like you think, you know, Nitro, another one of the players, obviously that's been a little bit longer lasting, but players that you wouldn't expect to like take up the end game leading mantle, and somehow they're just like good at it. And Alex is one of those people as well where it's just like, oh my God, like NBK was trying this, but Alex is way better. Let's do that.
Yeah, it's been really cool to watch. Yeah, so I think that's going to be a great addition to the Major. I'm happy that they're playing better Vitality because that was making me a little bit sad, actually. So,
was it making you nervous before you got here?
Yeah, it was, because I have my hopes pinned on them making it a little bit further into this tournament. I really want to see them up there.
You haven't gone top 8?
Yeah, I do.
Have many pick'ems and all that? I can't remember if
I haven't. I just... Listen, my life's a mess, Moses.
Should we move on from that topic of discussion?
Definitely.
Well, thankfully, we've got Sue down with the winners with Vitality.
Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations, Alex. I know that during that Challenger stage, it was a little bit of a shaky performance from Vitality back then, but not this time around.
Yeah, it's much better. Really happy with the performance from the whole team. A real team effort from like the staff preparing the match. Everyone played really well. Everyone did their job, so it was great.
The last time you played North on Inferno was at the ECS Season 7 finals, and back then they took you guys down. But this time, what went differently?
I think back then, I mean, it was a long time ago, so I can't really remember what happened. But like the main difference between today and last stage was like, yeah, just the whole team was doing what they were supposed to do. Everyone was listening to both me and Nathan in game leading. Everyone listened to the coach's brief, and we just knew what we had to do, and it worked.
I know you are in-game leading on the T side, whereas Nathan is doing it on the CT side. So that was a recent change, and how has that transition been going for you?
It's been going good, I think. I still use a lot of what Nathan brought because it's been a very recent change, like 2 weeks ago. But I'm bringing in my new stuff, and it seems to be working well, so yeah.
When I talked to Nathan just a few days ago, he was mentioning that there's a lot to work on with the team. There seems to be a little bit of a frustration. He said he almost felt like you guys just needed to talk things out. But today, I mean, with how good you guys looked, were all of those issues resolved?
We're just playing well as a team. That's all. The difference is there's a massive difference, as you can all see, and that's the vitality that we love and everyone loves. So hopefully it can continue.
Hopefully it continues indeed. Congratulations once again, guys. And don't go anywhere. When we come back from this break, it'll be Kerrigan taking on his former teammates in Mouse Sports versus FaZe.
Change of range.
Worry about game, not about bet. Insure your bet with Heartcode. GG Bet with gamers in heart.
Predict the outcome. Win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
North handed their first loss in the major in the new Legends stage as they start off 0-1 against the team Vitality. That was really slow to get things going last week. Maybe a sign of things to come. Maybe some pressure off their shoulders early, and that might make a difference. We'll talk with Chad and Thorin to find out because, guys, 16-9 was close, but each team won a pistol. I think the difference maker was that North did not convert the CT side pistol.
Yeah, definitely so. And that round there is kind of where it all went wrong, right? They drop Zao and AK. He goes up mid, he gets the opening kill. And that's basically it. They're able to snowball the round from that point because all the other players on that North team only have SMGs. And from there, North really struggled to get back into the game. They lost control of the economy. If you just looked at the first half, I thought that was a really close game.
Just look at the kills. Like normally, I mean, as we referenced that tweet earlier before the game, Zero has to carry the whole team. And then what you do is you don't even worry about it. You just say, just play your roles. If you play your roles, we can win. This is a map that's actually a little bit shaky for them. If you have 3 out of the top 5 people on the map are Vitality players in terms of kills, you're going to have a much better performance than you normally see from Vitality on the map.
And I was going to say, Apex, as we see him on screen, was super loud, yelling probably more than anyone else in the stadium arena, but was also one of the players that was a key component.
Well, I would say that he was man of the match there, and not only because of the kills that you're seeing on your screen right now, but he's brought the fire this week, right? You just heard Jason and Anders as they were closing out the cast.
What is that?
They were just saying, you know, that they're pretty deflated with the way that they got to this point, and of course they should be. One of the things that we talked about on the desk when we were wrapping it up was that should all be behind them now, and we want to see the Vitality that we know and love, and Apex is an integral part of that. So we need him getting loud, we need him firing on all cylinders, and you can see what that does for the rest of the team. Sure, you know, MBK, Alex, and RPK didn't have to do too much work, but they were doing their jobs, right? They were doing their jobs.
Yeah, and as you say, I think you could just have a highlight package, which we pretty much did, of Apex's emotion, and that's a big part of it. It's good to see positive emotion, because we were kind of brainstorming internally about who could NBK possibly be talking about on that team being an issue, and given how, you know, outspoken he is, we thought Apex might be. So positive energy is good energy. 22 kills, and I think the CT side was phenomenal in the B side. I think North a few times didn't have a plan. We saw the highlight from when he was on Coffin. They threw the wall of smoke. You normally want to try and take ruins or at least tree at that point, and they didn't do anything. They just locked themselves at water.
This is one of the problems. Like, even though North had that spectacular first stage to the major, one of the reasons I actually didn't pick them to get out is because I thought they just navigated the lesser teams better than a lot of the top teams, actually. If you look at North, generally, they take care of the tier 2 and the tier 3. Problem is, they have got a whole, like, resume of, we had those close games against the top teams, so it's not going to cut it, unfortunately, when you're at this level. This was a very winnable match.
Just with North, we were very critical of their T sides throughout, and this could have been an 8-7 first half from them. They did make a bit of a blunder on the last one.
They also just let it slide at the end of the half.
Yeah.
They did that classic thing where they thought they did enough, but you wish you had 2 of those rounds back now.
Yep. Yeah, more so because you talk about not converting the pistol. You give yourself a chance. At that point, 9-6, you don't convert the pistol. It goes to 12, 13 rounds. No time to change the momentum. We're going to change our focus, though, because the next game is on your screen. FaZe Clan versus Mouse Sports. Duncan, you said you were a bit disappointed, not in this matchup, but that it didn't come in a best of 3, because we really want to see this rivalry brew, don't we?
Yeah, because remember, a component of Swiss system, at least if you apply it in the standard fashion, is you don't meet the same team again. So it doesn't matter what happens now, you won't be seeing these teams play one of the best of 3s, which is, it doesn't matter which way it is. If it was one to get into the playoffs, that's a pretty cool storyline. Or if you're Carrigan, you just turn an equal and go, turns out I can in-game lead a team to the Legends stage. If you're eliminating him, it's even more spicy on either end of the equation right now.
And also with the man on your screen right now, Olaf, he's the only remaining Legend to make it.
That's a great point.
So if they don't make it through this time,
he might be off after this one.
Well, there's so many things up in the air right now with this team. He's also sitting in the middle. I don't know if that. No, he's not in the middle. I got 1 too early. I can't count, guys. There's 5 players on the team. Yeah, but here's what I am hoping FaZe Clan have done. When their bootcamp reinvented everything, focused on newer maps, and come in with something new. Because look, it's not that FaZe, you know, they weren't the FaZe that we knew and loved from when they were the best team in the world, or when it looked like they could have become that juggernaut. It's just been them kind of limping through results in recent times, and we want to see something fresh out of them, because since Neo's joined, they've gone to more of a attack-based style of Counter-Strike.
Well, speaking of him, he sat down with Banks, so maybe we'll get an indication of what exactly his mindset is coming into this stage.
I've got Neo with me from FaZe Clan, and we're about to enter the new Legends stage. This time, though, you are now on this roster from the previous FaZe one that made it all the way. Just wanted to know how you guys were feeling coming into this off the back of the player break and everything.
I guess the player break was needed for everyone, as the schedule for everyone in this industry is like so tight, and there's so many trips and so busy days. But yeah, we went for a boot camp for almost 2 weeks, I think, before coming here. So that was a necessary thing to do after, especially after the break. And with a team like ours, pretty new one. I mean, I'm pretty new to the team, so a bootcamp is always welcomed, I would say. So yeah, just tried our best to get back after the break.
Now, did you guys watch much of what we saw on the Challenger stage? Because it was quite the crazy way it all went down. I just wanted to know what your thoughts were on the madness of some teams that was expected to do so well, not doing, and then other teams making it.
Yeah, some teams which were favorites were struggling, and some teams... but it's like we've been practicing most of these teams, right? So we knew what these guys are capable of. And it's like the CS is so tight. The competition is like so strong right now. Everyone is just able to beat most of the teams, right?
Yeah.
So it's like it's really fun to watch. It's so many ups and downs, and you know, different results people don't expect, and was definitely a fun week of CS.
Now, your first opponent is going to be Mouse Sports, and you guys have quite the record with them. You've faced off since the new Mouse Sports have come to be. Twice, they've won both of them, and they've done it in 2-0s. When it comes to looking at this matchup, do you think you've got enough info now, having played them at previous events and seen what they've done on the previous stage, that you'll be able to handle them?
It's really hard to say. I mean, there is like pros and cons of playing here already for a week, right? From one side, people might know what was your game plan, what you've been playing, which maps were your favorites, for example, or what strats you used. But on the other hand, you got the feeling of playing it, right? Playing in here and knowing how it is. So it's like, it's really hard to say. I think we just had good practice, and we've made progress, and I just hope we're gonna change the result this time and do much better.
Hey, let's see if it does, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Certainly interesting to hear the thoughts of the in-game leader for FaZe. A lot of speculation over if this roster stays intact, stays the same. For the next major, you touched on Olaf as well being the last remaining legend. They start against the man they removed. They start against Kerrigan, who now leads Mouse Sports, and a team, Chris J there as well as sort of the elder statesman, but a team of very young, talented players.
Yeah, and we've seen good things from all three of them. Rops, Frozen, and Woxy, they've all have different qualities, but it's all they can bring to the game. It's a lot of firepower, and then if Chris J, as that secondary supportive AWPer, finds fire, that is a deadly foursome.
Look at this map pool, because by the way, you're going to look there at Train and go, well, that's the one letdown, isn't it? Go and look who they played on Train, and go and look at their record when they were coming up with this lineup. Actually, basically, Kerrigan has done what he does in every team except the one with all the big egos, which is he gets them the full map pool. And once you have the full map pool, you can go where you want, you can push the opponent around. And obviously, I think a storyline I have coming into this part of the major is, you heard Kenny S. raving about the Mouse Sports Vertigo map. If they have that map in their back pocket as well, you can shift a lot of vetoes in your favor.
100%. It essentially becomes a 6-map pool to go against you because you force teams to consider taking it out. They can't float it against you anymore. And that has to do with the fact that Kerrigan is very clever, and he puts a lot of time into learning new portions on the game. He sat down with Banks yesterday.
I've got Kerrigan with me from Mouse Sports. They've gone 3-0 here, and they've made it to the new Legends stage. First of all, big congratulations on that. Must feel pretty good, though, the fact that you've done it in the quickest way possible as well, considering what happened to the previous Mouse Sports lineup.
Yeah, I think all in all, there's been a long road for this team. It was one of our main goals for the first few months of this team.